Chapter 1. Crackling. On the streets of Liyue Port, a new store opened with the sound of firecrackers, but this store looks very ugly. The shining signboard reads, Teyvat Internet Café Liyue Store. What is an internet cafe? The melon eaters who were present at the scene said they had never heard of it. And the boss standing at the door of the store is a young man who is very online in terms of height and appearance. Wearing a black leather trench coat, black mid-length hair, bangs just covering the eyes. The young man's name is Liemo, and if he can open an internet cafe on the Teyvat continent, he is naturally a time traveler. He was also an internet cafe owner before time traveling, and the golden finger he got after time traveling is also an internet cafe system. The people who eat melons in Teyvat come to the internet cafe to play games and watch videos, and they can provide Liemo with emotional points for the lucky draw. When Liemo crossed over a few days ago, he fell near Liyue Harbor. Fortunately, he had an absolute defense of 1 day at the beginning as a guarantee for newcomers. Otherwise, he might have been beaten to paralysis by the Qiuqiu people on the side of the road. Just happened to meet Hu Tao, who was out on business again, so he got involved with Zhang Shengtang in such a muddled way. Now this facade is also rented from Boss Tao Dao. It can only be said that Wang Shengtang is worthy of a millennium industry, and Boss Tao Dao's family background is much stronger than imagined. But it's normal to think about it. If the family is not solid, how can it stand the hustle and bustle of Lord Street Litzian? After the firecrackers went off, the internet cafe was considered open. Liemo sat down on the counter and waited for the guests to come. A novel store naturally attracted many people to come in and wander around. The decoration style of Liemo's hometown in the 21st century and 20 computer hosts that can be accessed virtually make the guests feel like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. Although I don't know what kind of shop it is for, but the charge of 100 morats per hour is quite a high expense for common people. It is said in the article that 1 mora is equivalent to the purchasing power of 1 soft sister coin, which is divided into small, medium, and large corresponding to 1, 10, and 100 denominations. Oh, this is the store you opened. The things in the other world seem to be trendy. Boss Tao Tao arrived before the call came and walked into the store, followed by a servant of Keqing. Grandpa Zhongli also nodded to Liemo and said, Boss Liemo, good business. Liemo hurriedly got up to welcome the two, Boss Tao Tao and Mr. Zhongli. Thank you both for coming. One is the landlord and the other is the Prince of Yan. Liemo now depends more or less on these two grandparents. Although he was invincible in the store, he could only hug Boss Tao Tao's thigh when he went out. Grandpa Zhongli glanced at the layout of the store calmly, and he can be sure that it is a technological creation from another world. Whether or not it will cause trouble remains to be seen. The boss of Tao Dao couldn't wait to ask Liemo to tell her what this internet cafe has to offer. Su Hao also took the opportunity to introduce the situation in the store to the people who eat melons. Now there are 20 computer hosts in the store, which can be operated with keyboard and mouse, and can also be connected to the virtual mode by wearing a blindfold. The virtual mode is equivalent to the advanced VR mode, which can provide a stronger sense of immersion. It's just that the store has just opened, and the items are relatively shabby. There is only 1 Silent Hill, PT, in the game, and 1 dig to ascend. It can only be said that the earliest black internet cafes that Liemo went to when he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school were not so shabby. And both projects are full of people's mentality. Boss Tao Tao said with contempt after listening to it. Even if it's something from another world, your 1-hour fee of 100 mora is a bit expensive. Zhang Shengtang usually only earns a few thousand moras for a single order of common rituals, but this internet cafe can earn 2,000 moras an hour for 20 seats. Even if the door is open for 10 hours a day, it can still earn 20,000 moras. For the facade of a common, this income is quite a lot. Su Hao said with a smile. My fee is actually not expensive, Boss Tao Tao. You can try it, and you will know. Boss Tao Tao was also successfully aroused by his curiosity, so he picked a machine and sat on the sofa. Come, teach me how to play this thing. I really want to see what kind of tricks your internet cafe has. P.S. The new book is about to set sail, and I hope you guys can give me more support and some flowers and tickets. If there is anything badly written, or if you have any questions, as well as the games and film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. During this period of time, the whole family was positive and had underlying diseases, such as cerebral infarction and coronary heart disease, so it took a long time. The little author who hit the street almost died, and I don't know when the sequelae will recover, but fortunately, he survived without any danger. Chapter 2. Walnut wants to play Silent Hill. It just opened, so there are only 2 games for the time being. One is called Silent Hill, PT. It's a horror game, very, very scary. It's not recommended for the faint of heart to try. The other, digging the ground for ascension, requires great perseverance and patience, and is very challenging. I don't know which one Cao Dao boss wants to try first. Liamo gave a brief introduction to Boss Cao Dao. Boss Cao Cao said very imposingly, I want to try this Silent Hill first. What kind of snot? I want to see how scary your horror game can be. Asterisk. Very confident, Boss Cao Dao. Well, after all, he is the 77th head of the Pastoral Hall, dealing with the dead and spirits all day long. Boss Cao Cao can handle ghosts that are scary in the eyes of others. The sky is falling, and there are servants who are in debt everywhere. Boss Cao Cao really can't think of anything that can scare her. Of course, except for Xiangling slime dishes. Boss Cao Cao made a good choice, put on the virtual blindfold under the guidance of Liamo, and chose the game Silent Hill, PT. Grandpa Zhongli watched the monitor with a group of melon-eating people and was doing a wave of onlookers for the time being. The opening of the game is very simple. After the title name flashes, a line of words appears on the background of black. Be careful, the gap in that door is an alternate reality. I am me. Can you be sure that you are the only you? When the screen was turned on again, Boss Cao Dao found that his perspective was lying on the ground. Two Zioqiangs crawled past, and the door in front of them opened a dark crack. Boss Cao Cao was shocked by Xiao Chong and got up from the ground. She is now in a small dimly lit room. Looking down, what he was manipulating now seemed to be the body of an adult male. It's kind of like that. It feels like entering another world. Is there any meaning to that passage just now? Boss Cao Dao thought for a while and walked straight to the only exit door without any clue. He pushed open the door boldly, and what he saw was a narrow corridor with fairly bright lights. There are some paintings hanging on both sides of the corridor, and it can be seen from the windows at the end that it is night. It looks like a very common corridor. Boss Cao Cao shrugged and just walked forward with such big strides. There is an electronic clock on the small table in the middle corner, and it shows 11:59 at night in the common numbers of the Teyvat continent. Generally, horror stories happen at midnight, so Boss Cao Cao paid attention to this time. Walking to the corner at the end, there was still a fairly brightly lit corridor with an open door at the end. On the right-hand side, there is a door that looks like a bathroom. Boss Cao Cao twisted the doorknob vigorously. The door seemed to be locked and could not be opened. Boss Cao Cao subconsciously wanted to take out the Goma stick to open the door, but he raised his hand only to realize that he was in the game world at the moment. If the bathroom door can't be opened, then you can only keep going. When I walked to the gate, on the counter facing the door, a man's announcement sounded on the radio. On the day of the murder, the father went to the trunk of the car, took out the shotgun, and shot his wife as she was cleaning the kitchen after lunch. When his 10-year-old son came to check on the situation, the father shot him too. His 6-year-old daughter cleverly hid in the bathroom. Reports show that he told her it was just a game and lured her out. She was shot in the chest at close range. The wife who was shot in the abdomen was pregnant at the time. Inspectors came to the scene following calls from neighbors on the street who found the father listening to the radio in his car. A few days before the murder, neighbors said they heard the father repeating a series of numbers loudly. They said he seemed to be chanting some strange spells. There was another family shot last month in the same state, and there was one in December last year. A man murdered his entire family with a shotgun and a meat cleaver, and in every case the father. The inspector said this series of family murders appeared to be unrelated, though it could also be part of the unemployment, parenting, and other social issues that common families are facing. When the broadcast on the radio ended, Boss Cao Cao and the onlookers were stunned for a moment before they realized it. Although this form of news broadcast is novel, the key messages are well understood. There are wedding photos on the table, moldy banana peels, and a lot of cigarette butts. One, or several related, brutal homicides in which the father killed the entire family. Horror games, homicides, mental disorders, these are connected in series, which is actually similar to some horror stories into it. So, is this the storyline of this game? As soon as Boss Cao Cao tapped his palm, he felt that he understood the situation of the game. P.S. The new book is about to set sail, and I hope you guys can give me more support and some flowers and tickets. If there is anything badly written, or if you have any questions, as well as the games and film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 3. After listening to the broadcast on the radio, Boss Cao Cao walked to the door opposite the counter. The chandelier above the head shook and creaked. The door lock was tightly locked, and the dim light outside and the blurred outline of the street could be vaguely seen from the window. TCH, you still don't let the hall master go out. Boss Cao Cao was a little unhappy and knocked on the door again, and continued to walk along the corridor. At the end of the corridor was an open door, and down a few steps there was another door. But when Boss Cao Cao opened the folding door, he was taken aback for a moment. The scene in front of him was clearly the first corridor before, and the door behind him had already slammed shut. Feeling something is wrong. Is this ghost hitting the wall, Omega? Boss Cao Cao, as a professional, has actually encountered many situations where ghosts hit the wall. But after all, he is a master of the middle school, and it is not troublesome to deal with it. But in this game, she can't use elemental power, so she can't tell whether it's a ghost hitting the wall or not. Walking forward, the time on the clock is still 23:59. Walking around the corner, the second corridor is still the same as before. When Boss Cao Cao walked to the main entrance, two Zioqiangs suddenly fell from the ceiling. Liang Xiaoqiang completely ignored Boss Cao Cao and crawled towards the bathroom. Oh yo, how dare you ignore this hall master, asterisk. Boss Cao Cao followed Xiaoqiang subconsciously and was about to reach the door of the bathroom. Bang bang. The door of the bathroom suddenly opened up, as if someone inside was pushing the door hard. Ah Sigma, winky face. Boss Cao Cao was taken aback. As soon as this person had no ability to protect himself, he became less courageous. Boss Cao Cao was a little annoyed when he thought that he still had many viewers watching. Go straight there, holding the doorknob with one hand, wanting to open the door to see what the hell is inside. It's just that the doorknob still couldn't be turned, and there was no movement inside the door. Cut. Pretend to be a ghost. If you have the guts, come out to the hall master. He yelled and kicked the door a few times. The onlookers were almost frightened at the door, for fear that Boss Cao Cao would really open the door and release something scary. The door couldn't be opened. Boss Cao Cao proudly put his hands on his hips and said, "Don't be afraid. If you dare to come out, this hall master will save you." Kicked the door again, and Boss Cao Cao continued to move forward. Although he concealed it well, Liamo still sensed the flustered feeling of Boss Cao Cao. Obviously, she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. The old man Zhongli on the side looked at Liamo from the corner of his eye. Since he entered the internet cafe just now, he can't feel the elemental power, and even his physical strength has been suppressed. Liamo is a real god in internet cafes. He naturally noticed the eyes of Mr. Zhongli and responded with a smile. Grandpa Zhongli's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, could this guy be a man of heaven? If it is true that he is a person from another world as the other party said, isn't it the fifth descendant, the throne of the third sky? Oh shit, it looks like things are going to blow up. The perspective returns to the game. Boss Cao Cao entered the third cycle through the door at the end of the corridor. The corridor in front of me was still the same, and just 2 steps forward, I heard a knock on the door of the bathroom. Boss Cao Cao swallowed slightly and strode forward. No matter whether you panic or not, you can't lose face anyway. When I walked to the corner bathroom, the knocking on the door suddenly became more urgent, and there was a strange crying sound from inside, and there were a few Xiaoqiang crawling on the edge of the door frame. Why cry? Don't care what kind of monster you are. Don't want to be presumptuous in front of the hall master. Boss Cao Cao emboldened himself loudly and stretched out his hand to slam the bathroom door open. Only this time, the door still wouldn't open. The door couldn't be opened, and Boss Cao Cao was relieved again. Continue to move forward, but as you walk, you still pay attention to the movement behind you. You must know that in many ghost stories, the door suddenly opens after people leave and ghosts run out. Boss Cao Cao stepped into the fourth cycle step by step without any risk. This time, there was no knocking on the door and no strange crying. Walked around the corner and everything seemed to work. But when Boss Cao Cao was about to reach the end, the door leading to the next circulation compartment was slowly closed. Behind him, there was the sound of the door opening at the same time. A gust of cold air hit Boss Cao Cao's back immediately. Chapter 4. The front door closes and the back door opens. What a classic horror story development. Boss Cao Cao's heart beat faster, and he held the handle of the door in front of him and twisted it vigorously. But if the door is locked, it is locked, just to force her to turn back. Boss Cao Cao felt bitter and aggrieved. Thinking of her majestic master of the rebirth hall, Liu was the most daring, but now she was frightened. As long as there is a guy in his hand who can fight back, Boss Cao Cao is absolutely fearless. For the sake of face, no matter how unwilling Boss Cao Cao was, he could only move his feet and turn his head slowly. The angle of view moved along the wall a little bit. Boss Cao Cao was ready to face the turnaround. Fortunately, no ghost appeared behind her as expected. However, there was still the door of the bathroom that opened a little bit for her to face. The crack in the bathroom door faced the corner of the corridor, and several Xiaoqiang crawled out from inside. Boss Cao Cao walked over with a drumbeat in his heart, and the Melon Eater's onlookers also held their breath. Finally, Boss Cao Cao came to the door of the bathroom. Through the crack of the door, I saw the darkness in the bathroom. Boss Cao Cao kept cheering himself up and slowly moved his head closer to the crack of the door. Suddenly, A pale face emerged from the crack of the door, and then the door was slammed shut. Boss Tao Tao was really frightened now and jumped up from the sofa. This jump was so high that it just landed on Li Mo's neck directly behind. Boss Tao Tao's two legs tightly clamped Li Mo's face, hurriedly took off the virtual blindfold, and shouted to Grandpa Zhongli in panic and anger, "Smash this hall. Smash this broken internet cafe." What a shame. Boss Tao Tao is so angry. She dared to embarrass her. She must be smashed. The old man Zhongli hurriedly comforted him. "Master, calm down. It won't happen. It won't happen. This game is indeed a bit scary. Even we were scared." Boss Tao Tao looked down at the melon-eating crowd around him and saw that they all looked worried and felt a little more balanced. Li Mo patted Boss Tao Tao's thigh and said, "I said it's time for you to come down, underscore." Boss Tao Tao looked down, only to realize that he was sitting on Li Mo's shoulders, blushing, and quickly jumped off. Cough, cough. "What? This shop of yours, the hall master is very optimistic. Try to scare a few people to death to give the hall master some business." Boss Tao Tao concealed his embarrassment and hurried away with his follower, Prince Yin. Li Mo looked at the backs of the two leaving and wanted to say, "Boss Tao Tao, that you didn't give me any money. But for the sake of Boss Tao Tao being the landlord, the internet fee for less than 10 minutes is fine." Moreover, he also took advantage of it. It is white, soft, smooth, and fragrant. Liyue has no shortage of rich people, nor does she lack bold rich people. Although they were frightened when they watched the crowd just now, many people still expressed their desire to try this new gadget of video games. Come, give me an hour, I want to try this game. Although it's a bit scary, I'm not afraid at all. 100 moras for an hour can't stop my curiosity. I want to try it too. It's still affordable for 100 moras. I don't play this Silent Hill. I want to try that digging. I'm a man with great perseverance. The guests gathered around the counter, and Li Mo happily collected money one by one to turn on the machine. The business that just opened is better than he expected, but there are too few machines in the store, only 20 machines. Other guests can only wait and watch others play first. As long as these customers stop, the snacks and bottled drinks on the counter will naturally be sold. Of course, the most important thing is the provision of emotional value. Regardless of whether he is in the store or playing, as long as the emotions generated by the games and film and television works in the internet cafe can provide Li Mo with emotional value. Among them, Boss Tao Tao gave the most, while Mr. Zhongli gave the least because of his rock-like steady personality. Sigma. Boss Tao Tao and Grandpa Zhongli returned to the Hall of Rebirth. As soon as he entered the door, the owner of Tao Tao hurriedly asked, "Hey, Zhongli, you can also feel it. There is something strange in that store, and my elemental power will be useless immediately." Grandpa Zhongli took a deep breath and said, "Not only you, but I also can't use elemental power, and even the strength of my body has been suppressed to a level almost like that of common people." Boss Tao Tao was shocked when he heard this. "Are you kidding, Sigma?" Although the grandpa and grandson didn't mention it clearly, Boss Tao Tao had already guessed the identity of Grandpa Zhongli, and Grandpa Zhongli also knew this. The oldest and most powerful warrior god among the 7 gods, Morix, the king of rocks, was also suppressed. Regarding this, Boss Tao Tao was shocked for a long time and said, "Damn, I would have known that I moved the headquarters of Zhang Shengtang into that facade, right triangle and area operators." Grandpa Zhongli, "Hey Sigma. P.S. The new book is about to set sail, and I hope you guys can give me more support and some flowers and tickets. If there is anything badly written, or if you have any questions, as well as the games and film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area." Chapter 5. Master Keqing, good afternoon. Master Keqing, come to the shop to sit for a while and rest. Master Keqing, come out to inspect again today. Our cat, Yehangxing Keqing, is as busy as ever today. Walking on the street, the people and merchants who came and went greeted her warmly. This year is a year for her to do big things, so she has been more diligent in investigating people's livelihood. After wandering around, Keqing walked to the entrance of the Internet Café. Teyvat Internet Café Liyue store. A new store opened today. Keqing looked at the traces of firecrackers still left on the ground, and guessed that this shop, which he had never seen before, just opened today. If she remembers correctly, this store belongs to Zhang Shengtang. The person who can buy a facade from Walnut arouses Ke's curiosity. It just so happens that she has never seen this internet cafe before, so let's go in and have a look. As soon as you enter the door, it's so noisy, it's full of people. The people sitting in the 2 rows of seats were fiddling with something, and there seemed to be some moving patterns on the shiny glass plate in front of them. A large group of people gathered behind these seats, either excited or nervous. "You should go forward. If you don't go, let me play." You're really timid. You're so cowardly without wearing a blindfold. Damn, the one who flashed through the crack of the toilet door couldn't be the murdered daughter? Ah, this hammer is a hammer. I'm swinging a hammer. I'm back home again. Hashtag. Ha 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 ha, silly. Fell again, ha. Ha. Aw, I don't want to play anymore. Keqing scratched her cat's head, confused, completely confused about what these people were doing. Immediately, Keqing suddenly realized that she could no longer feel the elemental power and immediately looked vigilantly at Li Mo, who was sitting behind the counter. Li Mo had no choice but to explain. Don't be nervous, Miss Keqing. In order to prevent people from making trouble, the store has set up a magic circle to restrict fighting. The Lord Yin has acquiesced in this matter. Miss Keqing can rest assured. Hearing what Suimo said, Keqing was full of suspicion, not really believing it. Dijuan and his old man acquiesced? Although I don't really believe it, but in this area of Liyue, no one would dare to trouble the emperor. Keqing still said to Li Mo with vigilance. I will investigate what you said. I hope you are not lying to me. Li Mo waved his hand and said, You can ask Hall Master Hu about this. She was also there at the time, and she can prove to me that this facade is also touched by Lord Yan. Is Li Mo talking nonsense? No, Boss Tao Tao and Mr. Zhongli do know about it. Funny, Keqing's expression was wrinkled, like an emoji. Walnut as a witness? Seems a bit convincing. After all, it is not surprising that the inheritance of Shangtang in the past has any connection with the emperor. Okay, I will ask Hall Master Hu for verification later. What does your store do? I've never seen these things before. Keqing is also wary of the new gadgets in the store because the customers in the store are a little too emotional. Seeing that Keqing was interested, Li Mo hurriedly introduced her to her. It happened that someone got off the plane, so Li Mo arranged for Keqing to get on first. Keqing sat on the sofa and became familiar with the operation of the keyboard and mouse under Li Mo's guidance. The high technology of the other world is really novel. After thinking about it for a while, Keqing chose digging the ground for ascension, which only those with great perseverance can pass. She Keqing, who became Liyue's Yuhing star at a young age, is naturally a person with great perseverance. Therefore, a so-called game will definitely not trouble her. Moving his wrist, Keqing started the game while holding the mouse. After entering the game, there is a jar on the screen. After shaking the jar a few times, a person emerged from it. Wow, bald. A bare-armed, bald Wu got his lower body stuck in the pot, and the sound of water could still be heard as the pot shook. After the bald Wu took out a long-handled hammer from the jar, the game officially entered the operable stage. Really? What a unique shape, underscore. Keqing thought about it for a long time, and could only use 2 words to describe it. Li Mo talked to Keqing about the rules of the game. Use the mouse to control the hammer in the character's hand, use the hammer to climb over obstacles, and reach the highest point to pass the level. Keqing nodded after hearing this, and flicked the mouse a few times. The hammer in the bald Wu's hand in the screen also swayed. The hammer scraped the ground, and the bald Wu moved forward with the jar for a certain distance. Keqing said it was very simple. The first obstacle in front of him was just a tree. Looking at Master Yuhengxing's operation, it only takes a few casual strokes to pass. P.S. The new book is about to set sail, and I hope you guys can give me more support and some flowers and tickets. If there is anything badly written, or if you have any questions, as well as the games and film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 6. Master Yuhengxing Keqing is extremely confident, but is the game of digging for advancement really as simple as she thinks? Anyway, Li Mo and a bunch of people who eat melons are ready to watch a good show. Yuhengxing's mad look must be very interesting. Keqing started to attack the first obstacle, swinging the hammer towards the tree ahead. The hammer was hung on the tree trunk, and Wu Ku, the bald head, jumped into the air relying on the support of the hammer. The can hit the tree trunk and did not fall tightly, and the hammer was slightly out of position and pushed down by itself. Oh, it seems that it is not as easy as I thought. However, that's all. After 2 or 3 attempts, the clever engraver overturned the tree with his hammer. Clap clap. Miss Keqing is amazing. You are by far the fastest person to jump over a tree. Li Mo clapped his hands and praised. To be honest, Keqing's game talent is at least much stronger than Li Mo's. Back then, Li Mo got stuck in front of a tree for several minutes before passing. Hearing the praise from Li Mo and the melon eaters, Keqing couldn't help feeling a little proud. Continue to dig the ground for ascension, and after jumping over the tree, there are a few stones sandwiching a branch in front of you. The stone was a bit smooth, but with such a big protrusion, Keqing jumped over it without much effort. And then, the game has just begun. The rock wall ahead is the beginning of a nightmare. The vertical rock wall, with a protruding stone at the bottom, does not seem difficult. Keqing manipulated the bald-headed Wu Ku to hit the hammer on the rock and take off with his strength. The angle of force was a bit wrong, and the bald Wu Ku jumped a certain distance to the left. Small problem, just try a few more times. A small stone couldn't stop Yu Hongxing's footsteps. The hammer took off with force and hit the or above it. The point of the paddle is similar to that of a tree branch, so it is easy to go up. Keqing planned to fly directly from the paddle to the protruding tree trunk in one go. He flicked the mouse in his hand, but the hammer slipped a little on the paddle, and it didn't directly throw the bald Wu Ku up as Keqing expected. When it slipped, it fell down. It's a bit difficult. Keqing smiled slightly. Only the difficulty is the value of the challenge. Seeing Master Ku's self-confidence, Liamo was really afraid that the baby would cry too many times when he came home later. The perspective returns to Keqing's game. The higher the rock wall is, the smoother the point where the hammer can exert force, and it is not easy to hook. Keqing, who was a little eager for success, was frustrated again and again and fell down accidentally. Keqing, don't worry. Take your time, take your time. Master Karf's mentality changed slightly, but she quickly adjusted. Haste makes waste, and she plans to fight steadily next. Under the control of the mouse, the bald Wu Ku climbed up little by little, and the hammer struck and rubbed against the stones and steel bars. But this is a proficiency game, and every new step is unknown. Therefore, the engraving master slipped and fell down again. The corners of Keqing's eyes twitched slightly. This game seems to require a lot of perseverance. There are also people watching the play behind, although the voice is very low, but someone is indeed laughing. Why don't you just drop it and start from scratch? What a big deal. Keqing picked up the hammer and started down the mountain again. Erchuang went through every step of the way and came to a new difficulty. A very narrow upward passage. The stone of this passage has a protrusion on each side that can be used as a support point. But the passage is too narrow. It should be called a gap, and it is difficult to shake off the hammer inside. Moreover, if you want to hook the protrusion in the gap, you have to drill in first and use a stone under the buttocks as a fulcrum to take off. Then, Master Ke pushed the hammer and flew to the left because his jumping posture was a bit wrong. Hey Sigma. The engraving master panicked and quickly swung the hammer to hook something, but smooth stones and steel plates could not save her. So, the engraving master watched the bald Wu Ku fall down. With a snap, I returned to my happy hometown. Liamo couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing Master Ke, who has eaten countless small guarantees of his own, deflate, Liamo's little mood is inexplicably a little bit better. Hearing the laughter, Keqing turned her head and glared at Liamo. Liamo hurriedly looked up at the ceiling to play dumb. The other melon eaters who wanted to laugh also held back and turned their heads to one side. Master Ke is a little angry. I really want to drop the mouse and stop playing. But how could Yu Hongxing admit defeat so embarrassingly? Absolutely not. After calming down, Master Ke started again from his happy hometown. P.S. The new book is about to set sail, and I hope you guys can give me more support and some flowers and tickets. If there is anything badly written, or if you have any questions, as well as the games and film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 7. Happy Home, I'm not playing. Frustration will interfere with people's mentality. Keqing can sit on the position of the Liu 7 stars at such a young age. She can be called the proud daughter of heaven. He is arrogant and obsessed with proving himself. With such a mentality, every time I start again from my happy hometown, I will become more and more irritable, especially with a large group of people watching behind her, making her operations even more tense and deformed. After finally getting through the narrow gap, Keqing felt relieved. Seeing Keqing in this position, Liamo knew that the next step was the real thing. Back then, I don't know how many anchors broke the defense here and turned into screaming baboons. However, Erchuang didn't know this yet, so she wanted to push forward with all her strength. For the next section of the road, if you want to continue going up to the right, you have to go up to the stone on the left first. The stone on the left is not easy to climb up, and the foothold is relatively small. Master Ke was very keenly aware that this was a pit, so he couldn't help but be careful. However, it's no use just being careful. As mentioned earlier, digging the ground and seeking advancement is a proficiency game, and it is impossible for a person who has just learned to use the mouse not to make mistakes. Under the control of Keqing, the bald Wu Ku jumped up with a hammer. Although he landed on the rock on the left, he confiscated the hammer in his hand and pushed it on the rock again. No equals? Under Keqing's horrified eyes, the bald Wu Ku on the screen fell from the left side of the stone. Paji, Back to the happy hometown. Keqing stared blankly at the starting point tree, feeling a little dazed. She finally climbed up so high, but she made a mistake and returned to the starting point? I don't believe it anymore. Our ahhh became furious and set off again with the mouse shaken. She was really angry. It's just a small game in another world. She doesn't believe that the majestic Yuhing star can't conquer it. However, playing the game of digging the ground and seeking ascension with her current mentality of getting angry, the probability of manipulation and deformation will increase greatly. The old family tree that I used to visit twice before got stuck several times this time. Hook a paddle and take off several times in the opposite direction. Repeatedly hook up and drop. After finally getting up through the gap in the stone, another one fell from the top of the left stone with too much force. Paji, happy hometown. Coincidentally, the background music sounded in the game at this time. Often go home and have a look. Go home and have a look. Help mom and dad brush the chopsticks and wash the dishes. The song is a good song, but when it sounds at this time, it is full of irony. It also became the last straw that overwhelmed the mentality of the engraved master. I'm not playing anymore. The Mau head engraving master dropped the mouse, leaned on the sofa, and kicked his legs twice. Well, open your mouth and close your eyes, cat head. Oh, this ghost game. It really takes a person with great perseverance to play. Not only must you have great perseverance, but you must also have a big heart. Otherwise your mentality will explode and you will die. Keqing was very angry at this moment. She stood up and turned her head and said angrily, "What's the matter with your game? Is it just to torment people on purpose?" The surrounding melon eaters also nodded in agreement, especially those who have played digging the ground and seeking ascension firsthand. It is a good thing that the game has challenges, but if the challenge is too difficult, people have to suspect that it is deliberately making things difficult. Liamo just spread his hands and said, "So this is a game that requires a lot of perseverance. You don't think you can get it done in a few hours after you just get started, right?" This game has stumped a large number of people in our place. Ms. Keqing's ability to complete it for the first time with a computer is already very impressive. As long as you are a little familiar with the operation, you will be able to clear this game soon. When Liamo said this, Keqing and the people who eat melons got a little bit of comfort. That's right. It's the first time they have come into contact with foreign technology such as computers, and it's normal for them to be unskilled. Liamo continued. So, there is no need to be angry at all. Take your time, and you will pass the level. And it's such a difficult game. Wouldn't it be a great sense of accomplishment to be the first to clear the level? And I'll also prepare a small reward. Those who are rewarded or not rewarded. The audience who eat melons don't pay much attention to it. But when it comes to the sense of accomplishment of the first customs clearance, who doesn't like pretend? Humans like to be competitive and save face. It's a super difficult, super torturous game. If you can pass the level one step ahead of others, you will definitely have more face if you win this first place. Keqing, who has been disturbed by her mentality of seeking promotion, naturally wants to compete for the first place. But she suddenly realized that she had been playing for almost 2 hours before she knew it. Work. She forgot about her work Sigma. Winky face. I'm leaving first. Come to play next time. Keqing hurriedly got off the plane and left, seeing Liamo shaking his head. In fact, there is no need for ahhh to be so busy. Many things can actually be handed over to her subordinates. It is a good thing to have a sense of responsibility, but too much responsibility can be too much work and hurt your body. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Big brothers, please feed some flowers. Your support is the motivation for the little author who is on the street to go down. Chapter 8. Lucky Draw. Old Man Ding Template. The time soon came to the evening, and the internet cafe closed on time at 9 o'clock. Hey, it closes at 9 o'clock. I want to play a little longer. Continue to fight again tomorrow. I don't believe that I can't pass the level. Hashtag. Damn, it's getting dark before I know it. It's over. My wife will kill me. Me too. I've been in an internet cafe all day, and I'm sure I'll be beaten, TT, when I go back. The guests left the internet cafe one after another, each one still unfulfilled. Although there are only 2 games, it is a novelty after all, and it will always remain fresh as long as it is not cleared. Liamo does not plan to open night service for the time being, so it will be closed at this moment in the evening. After closing the door, Liamo began to count today's harvest. Adding snacks and drinks on the plane, Mula's turnover today is close to 20,000 mora. The large internet cafes that Liamo opened before time travel did not have this income. After all, at that time, internet cafes had begun to decline with the popularization of home computers. With a daily income of 20,000, Basically, there will be no shortage of money to spend in the future. Of course, Mora and everything are small heads, and the key point is emotional value. Common people provide less emotional value, but they can't support many people. The main ones who provide emotional value today are Boss Tao Tao and Mei Tuaching. It's a pity that Mr. Zhongli didn't play on the computer. Otherwise, if Mr. Zhongli can break the defense, the emotional value of the 7 divine grades will definitely explode. However, it is probably a bit difficult to let Mr. Zhongli break through the defense. In comparison, it is easier for Wendy and Ying Bao to break the defense, but they can only wait until the future to open branches to Mengda and Deizima. It's only the first day of the Internet Cafe. Liamo is not in a hurry to save emotion points to upgrade and get new items. It's more important to improve his strength first. Today, Liamo got a total of 3,300 emotional points, and the lottery cost 1,000 points. The novice benefit is 30% off the first 10 consecutive draws. That is, 3,000 emotional points can be used for 10 consecutive draws, which is just enough. Current lottery level division: white 1 star, corresponding to common people and items. Green 2 stars, corresponding to powerful common people and ordinary God's Eye holders. Blue Samsung, corresponding to the holder of the powerful God's Eye. Purple 4 star, corresponding to the Devil's family. Gold 5 star, corresponding to the magic divine grade. Come, send me 10 consecutive draws. Once I travel through, I must be lucky, asterisk. Liamo started the lottery draw very confidently, feeling that he would definitely withdraw gold, and not just 1 gold. In his opinion, if he can travel through time, he must have great luck and be favored by the goddess of luck. If you don't have a double yolk or triple yolk egg, that's not justified. After shaking for a while, the lottery machine in the sea of consciousness spit out 10 balls of light. Congratulations, a pack of dandelion seeds. Congratulations, you have obtained a Guadai keychain. Congratulations, you have obtained a woofing sword. Congratulations, you have obtained a longbow. Congratulations, you have obtained the Dante Spartan primary template, purple 4 star. There is no gold legendary, let alone double and triple yolk eggs. There are 9 white 1 stars for 10 items, but fortunately there is at least 1 purple 4 star. The old man Dante's template, this one is also good. Liamo nodded in satisfaction. After all, which man can refuse the handsome old man Ding in Devil May Cry? It's a pity that it's only the primary template of purple's 4 star, that is, the strength of the 3 generations of the game. But even so, on the Teyvat continent, it is the strength of the top demon god's family. By analogy, the old man Ding in the 4th generation had the strength of the top demon god in the Teyvat continent. And the 5th generation opened the peak level of the true devil, which is definitely a proper Tianli level. Liamo directly used the template card, and his physical fitness changed drastically under the transformation of huge magic power. His blood was boiling, and his whole body was steaming hot. Half an hour later, after completing the fusion of power, Liamo couldn't help exhaling a sigh of relief. One word: cool. He was only a common man before, so it is really difficult to describe his current strength in words. The blood of the devil is not only powerful, but also has a super self-healing ability that is almost immortal. As long as the head is not chopped off, then there is no fatal injury. In the several generations of Devil May Cry games, Old Man Ding has been stabbed countless times, and it has been passed down in the family. It's a pity that this template is really a basic template, and the only weapons are the rebellious sword, double guns, black sandalwood, and white ivory. Well, it seems that if you want other weapons, you have to spend your emotional points to draw them. No matter what, Liamo finally has the ability to protect himself now, so he doesn't even dare to go out the gate of Liyue Port. Take a shower and wash off the sweat. Go out for supper and visit the night market in Liyue by the way. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Big brothers, please feed some flowers. Your support is the motivation for the little author who is on the street to go down. Chapter 9. Mankind needs God's guidance and repression. Liyue Port is the most prosperous commercial hub in Teyvat. It is brightly lit at night, and the streets are bustling with people coming and going. During the few days when Liamo came to Liyue, he basically stayed in the store and opened an internet cafe, and he didn't go shopping much. However, the most important thing is that I don't have the ability to protect myself, so I'm a coward in my heart. The real Liyue is many times bigger than in the game. The friendly architecture and humanistic style make Liamo feel at ease, just like returning to the ancient times of his hometown. There are many foreign people on the street, which has a feeling of the city that never sleeps in the Tang dynasty. Liamo suddenly thought, what would happen if he traveled back to the Tang dynasty? It's okay if you have a strong golden finger, but if you don't, you may not live for a few days. Liyue is better. At least Liyue in this period is absolutely safe. Even if he is a stranger, as long as he does not cause trouble, Mr. Zhongli will not do anything to him. As long as you don't touch the taboos of the ley lines and the abyss, you won't disturb the laws of heaven. Liemo wandered around the street for a while and planned to have a good supper at Wanmantang. He really wanted to go to Erchuang to have a meal, but he needed to make an appointment. Wanmantang is one of the most famous restaurants in Liugang, and it is a representative of cheap dishes. The Wanmantang in the game is just a small shop, and the cooks are Master Mao and Xiangling's father and daughter. The real Wanmantang is a big restaurant on the 3rd floor, and there are many cooks taught by Master Mao. Coincidentally, Liemo just met Mr. Zhongli. Hey, Mr. Zhongli is also here for supper. How about a treat if you don't mind? Liemo extended an invitation to Mr. Zhongli. Grandpa Zhongli was also polite. Well, very good. But, is it really a coincidence that the two met? Liemo asked for a small private room, ordered a good meal with Mr. Zhongli, and chatted while drinking tea. Mr. Limeau's hometown. I don't know what kind of world it is. I am quite curious. Grandpa Zhongli asked. This is planning to find out. Liemo took a sip of tea and said with nostalgia in his eyes, my hometown is actually very similar to Liyue, and everything in Liyue is very similar to the ancient times over there. Architecture, humanities, food, everything makes me feel very cordial. The difference is that my hometown has no laws of heaven, no gods, and is completely dominated by human beings. If there were no accidents, my life would have been mediocre like other common people, but a small accident made me have a different life. Traveling many worlds, this time I came to the continent of Teyvat. Liemo has long thought of such an argument, a common man who was lucky enough to have an adventure in a godless world. Grandpa Zhongli found it quite novel after hearing this. A world dominated by human beings with no laws of heaven and no gods. Without the guidance of gods, how would human beings develop in such a world? Liemo knew that Grandpa Zhongli must be very interested in this, because he planned to retire and let Liyue enter the era of human rule. Well, Liemo's answer is probably going to disappoint him. The development of human beings is always accompanied by wars. There are endless wars between countries, and even fratricide within countries. As far as my hometown is concerned, in the thousands of years of civilization, the dynasties change every few hundred years. In which case, the people are not living in poverty and starving everywhere. It is only in my generation that the common people really live a good life. Human desires are extremely terrifying, and human nature is the most untestable. Without a sword hanging above the head, human beings are more demonic than demons. So, I am very envious of Liyue. With the blessing and guidance of a god like you, human beings have always been developing towards the good side, completely suppressing the evil side of human beings. Liemo's words also pointed out the identity of Mr. Zhongli. Grandpa Zhongli didn't find it strange that Liemo recognized his identity, so he thought about what Liemo said. Is the world dominated by humans really that scary? If you think about it carefully, it is true. Wasn't Canria back then a living example? Waging war, even the terrifying taboo of tainting the abyss. And on Mon's side, during the time when Barbados was away, a group of nobles also made Mond a mess. Indeed, without a qualified god watching, the ability of human beings to make troubles is really terrifying. Fortunately, even though he wanted Liyue to enter the era of rule by man, he didn't want to completely let go of it. He still wanted to be behind the scenes. Grandpa Zhongli sighed. What you said is indeed very reasonable. Maybe this is one of the reasons why I can't let go of human beings. The door of the private room opened, and Xiao Air began to serve the food. Liemo and Grandpa Zhongli stopped talking about serious topics and talked about some gossip. P.S. Thank you, delete comments without M, for the monthly pass. Thanks to the 10 miles of folding bamboo returning boss for the monthly pass. Thank you, Demon King, for the monthly pass. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Big brothers, please feed some flowers. Your support is the motivation for the little author who is on the street to go down. Chapter 10. Self-Confidence, Keqing fights again. After a meal, Liemo and Grandpa Zhongli both achieved their goals. Liemo has established an image of a mysterious strong man who has traveled to many worlds. He doesn't like fighting and has an easygoing nature. Grandpa Zhongli was basically sure that Liemo was not a troublemaker, so he let go of his guard. In terms of judging people, Mr. Zhongli is still very accurate, and he has basically made no mistakes in his life. In the middle of the night, Grandpa Zhongli gave a dream to the immortal with 3 eyes and 5 displays and Liyue 7 stars, explaining the existence of Liemo, and told them to be careful not to offend each other. The next morning, Liamo opened the store after washing up. As soon as the door opens, my good fellow, the outside is already full of people. The door finally opened. It's past 8 o'clock. I got up at 6 o'clock and waited, and I haven't had breakfast yet. Boss, can't you open the door earlier? You are not active in making money. I brought wine today. As the saying goes, wine is strong and courageous. I must pass Silent Hill today. I went to Eugene Terrace early this morning to pray to Dejuan and his old man, and let him bless me to pass the customs and dig the ground for promotion. A large group of customers rushed into the internet cafe noisily, and then rushed to the counter to pay and switch on the phone, which made Liamo, who was sleeping late, feel a little embarrassed. Don't be crowded, line up carefully, and I will drive out if you make trouble. Due to the large number of people and the lack of machines, each person is limited to a maximum of 3 hours per day. In the future, there will be no such limit when there are more machines. In order to allow more people to play, Liamo had no choice but to limit the time. Most of the guests didn't have any opinion. It's better to only play for 3 hours than not to have a seat. After a wave of boarding was quickly arranged, Liamo was free, sat behind the counter, and opened a can of happy water to drink. After a while, Keqing also came, and the attitude towards Liamo today is completely different from yesterday. Good morning, Boss Liamo. Please don't take the offense yesterday. Last night, God gave a dream to all the 7 stars, and Keqing learned that Liamo is Dejuan's guest. Thinking of her vigilance and disrespect yesterday, Mayamaetu Ahhh felt extremely embarrassed. Liamo waved his hand indifferently and said, "Don't worry, you are also doing the duties of Keqing." Keqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then talked about the business of the trip. Ningguang wants to have a special banquet for Mr. Liamo at the Chuanyu Pavilion tonight. I wonder if you are free. Liamo thought for a while and said, "Okay, I can go to Chuanyu Pavilion after closing tonight. By the way, is Ms. Keqing going to continue digging for advancement today? Someone has already surpassed your progress." Keqing originally wanted to leave after talking about something, but when she heard that someone's progress was about to surpass her, she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. After she stumbled in the game of digging the ground and seeking advancement yesterday, she vowed in her heart that she must pass the level. Then, let me play for a while. After struggling for a while, Keqing still decided to fight and dig the ground for promotion. Anyway, there is no important work today, so there is no delay in playing for a while. After waiting for a while, someone got off the plane, and the person who was queuing up to take over gave up the plane to Keqing. No matter how you think about using the 3-hour flight to curry favor with Liu's 7 stars, you won't lose money. Mao-Mao-Tu Keqing held the mouse, opened the game, and entered the game of digging for the second time. Swinging the hammer from the beginning, Keqing quickly climbed to the place where he was stuck yesterday, without making a few mistakes after warming up a little. Be sure to calm down. Be careful. Be steady. Take your time. Keqing muttered in a low voice, looking for a suitable angle bit by bit with the hand holding the mouse. The hammer slammed downwards, and the bald Wu Ku in the picture took off, and the jar under him landed steadily on the rock on the left. Next, push the bald Wu Ku to the right with the hammer to the left. Keqing adjusted the angle carefully, and then exerted force. Bald Wu Ku took off, and the hammer in his hand hooked towards the steel plate on the right. The steel plate is very flat, so it is very slippery. The hammer scratched it and did not hook it firmly. The can fell down after touching the edge of the steel plate. Fortunately, it just fell on the rocks on the lower floor, instead of returning to the happy hometown as before. After carefully trying several times, Keqing finally passed with a happy smile on his face. Keqing felt that she was already very proficient in the operation. In such a confident state, she continued to move forward and unexpectedly climbed smoothly to the bottom of the building ruins. This makes Liamo look a little different, but the road ahead is getting more and more difficult, and maybe the confidence that Mayamaetu Ahhh just came will soon be lost. The ruins of the building are different from the stones below. The hole is flat, and the few points that can be hooked are relatively small, making it difficult to hook. Keqing hooked the distribution box to jump, and then used a hammer to hook the protruding part of the wall. But it couldn't be hooked at such a small place, and it just slid down. I tried it several times in a row, but I just couldn't hook it, and it slipped when I hooked it. So Keqing found that it is still necessary to hook the triangular steel frame a little higher, which is bigger and easier to hook. So Keqing swung it vigorously while hooking the electrical distribution box underneath. The bald Wu Ku flew higher, but the hammer could only touch the edge of the triangular steel frame. With a push of the hammer on the side of the triangular steel frame, the bald Wu Ku flew to the left. Don't Sigma. Keqing's expression instantly became frightened. P.S. This time, after the Yang, The little author who was already on the street suffered from a bad heart and lungs, and his physical strength was not as good as before. But you can rest assured, according to the past practice, as long as the results are not bad, I will be responsible to the end after signing the contract, and I will do my best to complete the book. Chapter 11. Master Engraver and Happy Hometown. Don't Sigma. Meameatu Ahhh yelled in horror, swinging the mouse in his hand, trying to get the hammer to catch something. But the bald Wuku had already fallen from the platform on the left, and the hammer couldn't catch the smooth stone at all. When it fell on the Wanxiang stone. In a panic, the engraving master pushed the stone down again with a hammer, causing the bald Wuku to continue to fall to the left. Crack. The jar falls to the ground. Happy Hometown. At this time, the narration in the game sounded. There is no feeling more unforgettable than starting over. Shrimp and Pig Heart. This narration is perfectly mocking. After returning to the happy hometown, doesn't that mean we have to start all over again? The further the progress, the greater the blow to the mentality when returning to the happy hometown. Keqing managed to make a new progress, so she fell back to the starting point all of a sudden, was stunned for a few seconds, and then gritted her teeth. Isn't it just a happy hometown? Isn't it just a new start? Keqing can stand it completely. Starting from the old tree at the starting point, the skilled engraver quickly climbed back under the ruins of the building. When she got here, Keqing hinted in her heart that she must be prudent and not be in a hurry. The hammer hooks the distribution box and takes off, and then hooks to the triangular steel frame. This time it was hooked, but only a little bit, and fell off as soon as I exerted my strength. Do it again. This time it finally hooked the triangular steel frame firmly, and continued to rise using it as a fulcrum. It's just that the fulcrum on the top protrudes only a little bit, but Keqing didn't hook it properly, and fell down under the reverse thrust. Fortunately, I was more cautious this time and didn't use too much force, otherwise I would have to go back to Happy Home. It's just that after more than 20 attempts, Keqing finally used this small fulcrum to fly steadily and hook the iron guardrail of the house above. It's really difficult. Keqing wiped a little sweat from his forehead, feeling that his heart rate has risen quite a bit now. Continue the game, and then you have to control the bald Wuku to go left, and you need to hook a ladder that is placed horizontally. With a flick of Keqing's mouse, the bald-headed Wuku caught the ladder while jumping. This section is difficult for some people, but for Keqing it is quite simple. He passed the ladder bit by bit. Get out of the hut at the end of the ladder, and then have to hook on the roof of the hut to go up. After Keqing landed on the roof of the hut, he jumped up with a hammer to observe the situation above. Seeing this, Keqing's complexion became a little ugly again. Although only a little bit can be seen, the complex topographical structure of the stair hanging upside down completely ignoring the laws of physics has already made Keqing feel too fake. The difficulty visible to the naked eye has increased, but no matter how difficult it is still worth it. The vertical takeoff distance with the hammer is not enough, so Keqing can only go down to the hut and use the eaves of the hut as a fulcrum to take off. It didn't hook the first time and fell down. Fortunately, there is a relatively long platform on the left side of the hut, so that we will not go back to the happy hometown if we make a small mistake. Keqing continued to attack the difficulties, and after hooking on the stairs, she couldn't go up. All kinds of desks, chairs and sundries piled up on it. The fulcrums that can be hooked are all protruding a little bit, which is simply too difficult to hook. After being stuck for almost half an hour, Keqing passed this section, and then came to the place where her eyes twitched. At the end on the left, there is a barbecue grill on the edge of the cliff. Above the grill is the way up, a large rock juts out. If you want to go up, you can use the barbecue grill as a fulcrum, and then hook the stone. There can't be a single mistake here. As long as you make a mistake, you will directly fall to the happy hometown. Keqing swallowed, and carefully moved the bald Wuku to the top of the grill. The hammer stretched up and hooked the stone. After confirming that the hook is stable, use the mouse force, and the bald Wuku flies towards the mountain on the upper right. A little further up, it is necessary to take off from a smooth stone as a fulcrum. But this time, Master Engraving was not so lucky. As soon as the hammer hit the stone and slipped, the bald Wuku immediately fell down. Keqing frantically made amends, but the more he rescued the worse, and he pushed himself farther to the left with a hammer. Then, I watched myself fall again. Paji, welcome back to Happy Home. The narrator spoke very sensibly. It feels like the day before the assignment is due, you accidentally delete the assignment you wrote. Well, that's what I did. As soon as the narration came out, the expression of the cat head carving master froze. After more than an hour of hard work, Paji returned to his happy hometown. And your broken game is still mocking me? It's so deceiving. P.S. Thanks for the monthly pass from the boss of the waves are more waves. Thanks to the magic heart don't change boss for rewarding 100 VIP points and monthly tickets. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Big brothers, please feed some flowers. Your support is the motivation for the little author who is on the street to go down. Chapter 12. Go back to the happy hometown a few times and get used to it. By Nun's small fist hit the computer desk, and the mouse next to it jumped. So angry. Mayamediku, please be so angry. She has grown up so much. She has never stumbled like this before, and she stumbled on a game. Although Ahhh ate a lot of Limo's small guarantees, she is still his beloved cat girl after all. Limo patted Ahh's cat's head and handed her a can of happy water. Ahhh, drink a can of drink and take a rest. You can't play this game without a good attitude. Keqing took the happy water and thanked her, drank a few sips, and leaned on the sofa to calm down. Then realized that just now Limo patted her on the head and called her Ahhh. This kind of intimate behavior was only done by family members when they were young, which made Keqing bow her head and blush. After drinking a can of ice-cold happy water, Keqing calmed down, and her eyes were determined to fight again. Then, when the limited 3 hours a day ended, Ahhh turned into a gray stone statue and sat slumped on the sofa. Hee, destroy it, there is no love anymore. It was still the section above the barbecue grill, and Ahhh, the cat and cat head, couldn't get up. If one hand slips, the end is to go back to the happy hometown. In the end, her mentality collapsed, and she couldn't even go up the first cliff, and even the home tree made her deformed. Repeatedly went up and down. Go up and go back to the happy hometown. And the narration is a sentence after sentence of shrimp and pig heart. It's like you have set off for an hour, only to find that the wallet is still at home, and you have to go home to get it. Or like you win money at the casino and bet all your chips on red, but in the end black wins. Also like before a wedding, you just put on your dry-cleaned, prettiest shirt and the food falls on it. It may also be like you and your friend had a huge argument and finally convinced him, but after a while, he believed in his original point again. After a short silence, Mayamito Ahh's eyes shed a few drops of tears. She cried. Growing up so big, Keqing has never been wronged like this. Why? Why did a broken game with a hammer make her mentally explode? Hashtag. Seeing Mayamito Ahh's mentality collapse to the point of crying, Limo comforted with a suppressed smile. It's just a temporary failure. Going back to happy hometown is a normal operation of this game. It's not a big deal. Go back to the happy hometown hundreds of times, and you will be able to pass the level easily after you become proficient. Keqing was even more sad after hearing this. How many times do you go back to happy home? If you answer it once, it will make people feel distressed and burst, but if you answer it hundreds of times, will it still make people live? Besides, is there someone who comforts you so much? Let's stop here today. Mr. Limo remembers that he must have a banquet at Chuanyu Pavilion tonight. After Keqing finished speaking, she left the internet cafe full of anger. I'm so mad. I'm really mad. Hashtag. It must feel like going home and chopping hundreds of logs to relieve the anger. Seeing Keqing in such a mess, the melon-eating crowd felt happy, and at the same time saw the increasingly torturous terrain behind the game of digging for ascension. Meow meow. This game is specially designed to torture people. And the narration, when people fall into the happy hometown, it is too cruel to hit the shrimp and pig's heart. But just like this, people have more desire to clear it and show off the pretend. Watching Master Ko play for 3 hours, it was past lunchtime. Limo didn't know how to cook, so he called a kid who was hanging out in the internet cafe and gave him some traveling expenses to go to Wanmintang to run errands and order takeaway for him. As for whether children can play games, Limo said that they will play games if they pay. But if there is some content that is not suitable for children in the future, it must be forbidden for children to touch it, and even onlookers will not be given. Not long after lunch, another duck, Dada Duck, came to the store. No, it's the executive officer of the Fools, the son, Dadalia. Although he was prepared, Dada Duck was still shocked after entering the internet cafe. The elemental force cannot be felt, and the physical fitness is also suppressed. Originally, I wanted to have a fight with this visitor from another world to learn from each other. Now it seems that the other party doesn't like to fight. Dada Duck came to the counter to say hello to Limo very familiarly. Boss Limo is good. I am going to Dadalia. Limo just replied casually. Well, hello, Dada Duck. Anyway, Limo doesn't like Dada Duck very much. Even said, a little disgusted. Chapter 13. Ghosts in the Dada Duck Corridor. At first glance, Dada Duck is a very easygoing and funny young man. But at the end of the day, he's an executive of Fools. Who can be the executive officer of Fools is not a cruel and merciless person. It is true that they all created the present evil because of their unbearable past. But evil is evil, and its very existence is repulsive. Due to his childhood experience, Duck became obsessed with strength and became a fighting maniac. His loyalty is to the Queen of Winter, and his only love is reserved for his younger siblings. The rest is cold-blooded, ruthless, and unscrupulous. Although Duck's unsealing of the vortex demon god Ozer is in Zhongli's plan, but the fact that this kind of thing can be done shows that Duck doesn't care about the life and death of thousands of people in Liyue Port at all. Also, the advanced team of fools under the giant rock abyss suffered heavy casualties and tragedies because Duck ignored them. Just ask such a person, how could Liemo, who has a decent 3 views, like him? Duck also felt that Liemo seemed a little indifferent to him, and was a little embarrassed. Also, what the hell is the name Duck Omega? Dadalia, Duck, Dadalia, Duck. Well, Duck seems to be a little smoother than Dadalia. Seeing that Liemo didn't want to talk to him, and Duck didn't want to wait too long, he spent tens of thousands of moras jumping in line to occupy a machine. So he had to study this internet cafe from a different world. He came to Liyue this time with a heavy mission on his shoulders, to plan to get the god's heart of Rock God. This is an almost impossible task, so it must be determined whether the sudden appearance of internet cafes will cause further disruption to the plan. Silent Hill, Digging the Ground to Rise. One is a horror game, and the other is a mental game that requires great perseverance. Which one should I choose first? Duck touched his chin and thought about it, and finally decided to play Silent Hill first. Duck likes challenges, but he is more confident that he is fearless. It would be easy to say that he is a bear with a heart and a leopard. After all, if a mortal could come up with the idea of assassinating the rock god at the invitation ceremony, his courage could no longer be described as brave. Maybe this has nothing to do with courage. Maybe it's just a problem with the brain? Duck put on the virtual blindfold and entered the world of Silent Hill.pt. Duck is indeed quite courageous, at least much bigger than Boss Tao Tao. But without any means of counterattack, Duck's courage is gradually being consumed over time. After the grimace under the bathroom door in the 4th cycle, Duck entered the 5th cycle unsteadily. The corridor of the 5th cycle is still brightly lit, and the time on the clock is still 23:59. However, Duck seemed to hear some strange sound, like a low moan. Duck frowned and walked towards the corner of the corridor. Walking to the corner and turning his head, Duck's pupils dilated instantly, and his whole body seemed to fall into an ice cave. At the gate, under the chandelier, a tall figure stood there. The figure was under the shadow of the light, and its appearance could not be seen clearly, and the low and strange moaning sound came from it. Duck's heartbeat soared instantly, and the onlookers who were eating melons also held their breath, and their heartbeat accelerated. The ghost finally showed up. Different from the ghosts that pop out suddenly and startle people in ordinary ghost stories, this ghost just appears in front of people with such a big swagger. Under the light, the tall and groaning figure brought a powerful sense of fear and oppression. Even a person like Duck, who prides himself on being fearless, dares not move his feet as if they were frozen. Just staring at the ghost in front of him, Duck didn't know what to do for a while. The tense melon-eating crowd started talking in low voices. Back, back quickly. The ghosts are blocking the way, which means that the way is impassable. Back off quickly, and don't offend the ghosts. Turn back quickly to see if you forgot to pay attention to anything. That's right, there must be something I forgot before, and there will be ghosts blocking the way here. It makes sense, otherwise the ghost would appear suddenly and scare people to death. Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Duck felt that what they said seemed reasonable. The study of ghosts in Liyue is quite profound, at least better than him, a person from Jidong. Ever since, Duck manipulated the character to retreat, planning to go back to the 1st corridor to find clues. However, as soon as he took a step back, he felt that the ghost seemed to move. Illusion? Duck tried to take another step back. This time he could clearly see that the ghost had indeed moved. And moved towards him. No way, Sigma. Winky face. Duck suddenly panicked. Could it be that his retreat posture was wrong? Correct. It must be because I was still looking at the ghost when I stepped back. It must be like this. Then Duck turned his head smartly and didn't look at the ghost. However, just turning his head like this, the ghost suddenly screamed in the next moment. P.S. Thank you 17645 for the reward of 100 VIP points and the monthly pass. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Big brothers, please feed some flowers. Your support is the motivation for the little author who is on the street to go down. Chapter 14. This bathroom is seducing me into it. Dad Duck turned his head and backed away as if it had triggered some switch, and the tall ghost standing under the lamp suddenly screamed and rushed towards Dad Duck. In an instant, Dad Duck's field of vision was occupied by a grimace. It was a woman's face, with a hollow right eye, blood stains all over her face, and an extremely distorted and hideous expression. Then, there is no more. Congratulations to Dad Duck for becoming the first unlucky person to be strangled to death by the female ghost Lisa. Dad Duck stared blankly at the blacked-out screen. Then his face became embarrassing. Audacious in the extreme? Bare heart leopard courage? No, he was so frightened that he almost lost his bladder just now. Courage comes from strength. Without strength, courage will fall to the level of common people. The onlookers eating melons were also a little embarrassed and a little confused. This is different from what is written in the book. The book says that you should avoid ghosts when you meet them. But how did I hear that when you meet a ghost, you have to be brave and confront it head-on? Maybe the constitution of ghosts is different from ghosts. Some ghosts are timid, and they will be afraid if you slide the shovel. You're a shovel to feed the ghosts, _. Who knows, maybe the ghosts in the other world are different from our Teyvat ghosts. Listening to these people's words, Dad Duck almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Damn, I retreated only after listening to you, but in the end I was thrown in the face by a female ghost. Oh shit, a bunch of scammers. Sure enough, I still have to rely on myself. It is really unreliable to listen to the advice of the locals in Teyvat for this kind of otherworld stuff. Dad Duck restarted the game and entered the 5th cycle with ease. This time he didn't go directly to the corner of the corridor, but carefully observed the first corridor, trying to find some clues to avoid the female ghost. Not to mention that there are no useful clues in the corridor of the 5th cycle. Even if there is Dad Duck, it is difficult to find it. Dad Duck's talent in combat is indeed very high, and his intelligence level is really worrying. The door to go back was sealed, and nothing could be found in the first corridor. Helpless, Dad Duck could only bite the bullet and walk to the corner of the corridor, facing the female ghost under the lamp. Walking around the corner, the tall ghost still stood quietly under the chandelier, groaning. Even though Dad Duck repeatedly hinted that he should be calm, steady, and don't be afraid, his heart rate just kept going upwards. A mere female ghost. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? #. Thinking of the embarrassing behavior of retreating just now, Dad Duck's anger gradually overshadowed his fear. In one go, he rushed straight towards the ghost under the lamp. As a result, as soon as he started, the lights in the corridor ahead went out, and the ghost shadow disappeared. Dad Duck was stunned for a moment, a little confused about the situation. At this time, he also realized that the door of the bathroom was cracked open as before, and Erchuang was crawling all over the door. What should I do next, Omega? Listening to the groans still ringing in the darkness ahead, Dad Duck was really at a loss. The door of the bathroom couldn't be opened wider, and it was so dark that it was impossible to see what was there. In other words, he still has to move on. At #S, how can I, a foolish executive, be intimidated by this kind of thing? Dad Duck's nose twitched, and he rushed forward as soon as he became ruthless. Horrible groans echoed in his ears, torturing Dad Duck's rationality. When he walked to the gate, the chandelier above his head was lit up again, and Erchuang was crawling all over the wall. Fortunately, the door to the next cycle is open. Not caring so much, Dad Duck went straight down the steps and opened the door leading to the 6th cycle. The corridor of the 6th cycle is brightly lit, and it still looks normal. In this cycle, will I still meet a female ghost? Dad Duck doesn't know. But after encountering a ghost in the last cycle, Dad Duck now feels that the female ghost may jump out at any time. Walking to the corner of the corridor, the bathroom door suddenly opened completely. At the end of the corridor, the door to the next cycle can be seen locked in the dark. This is to force him into the bathroom. There had been a ghost in the bathroom before, and if he remembered correctly, the daughter who was broadcast on the radio had died in the bathroom. Was it the mother just now? Is it the daughter again this time? Although he really didn't want it, Dad Duck still moved to the door of the bathroom. There was a light shining on the floor of the bathroom. It was a flashlight. It's pitch black now, and Dad Duck is very aware of the importance of light sources. But this flashlight, no matter how you look at it, looks like a trap, luring him into the bathroom. But he had no choice but to go into the bathroom to pick up the flashlight. Sure enough, the moment Dad Duck picked up the flashlight, the bathroom door closed behind him. I knew it would be like this. Dad Duck couldn't laugh or cry. His expression was so ugly. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Big brothers, please feed some flowers. Your support is the motivation for the little author who is on the street to go down. Chapter 15. The sound of high heels behind Dada Duck. Holding a glowing flashlight in his hand, locked in the dark bathroom, Dada Duck panicked. In a horror game with ghosts, being locked in a small room that has been confirmed to have ghosts, everyone has to panic. As long as there is something that knocks ghosts in his hand, Dada Duck will not be so cowardly. Now that it was closed, Dada Duck checked the bathroom with the flashlight. The sink, toilet, and bathtub were all dirty and looked like they hadn't been used for a long time. There was a hole in the wall against which the bathtub was leaning, and a little Chong got into it. The top half of the mirror over the sink was dirty. Only the bottom half showed the jackets of the people. And in the sink, a writhing ball made Dada Duck feel very creepy. It looks like a baby embryo, but with a shark-like head. And the sound it made was indeed like that of a human baby. At this time, Dada Duck and the people who eat melons also remembered the broadcast on the radio. When the husband shot and killed his wife, the wife was pregnant. I rely on Sigma. Could this be the child in the female ghost's belly? Ghost baby. This is a ghost baby, or an unborn ghost baby. It's terrifying, Sigma. LLL. My God, is the embryo so shabby? It's a crime. It's really a crime. A poor baby who died before she was born. This bathroom, the ghosts of 2 children, is 2 scary equals? At this time, the baby embryo that Dada Duck was illuminating with a flashlight began to cry. It seemed that it was because of being illuminated. Along with the crying of the baby, the bathroom door creaked suddenly. The doorknob rattled, as if someone was trying to open the door. Could it be the crying of the baby that attracted the female ghost? Startled by the sudden movement, Dada Duck clings to the wall, with the flashlight pointed at the bathroom door. The air seemed to be distorted, accompanied by a hissing sound similar to that of a radio. The terrifying atmosphere oppressed Dada Duck's heart, raising the heart rate to another level. Dada Duck felt sad. Didn't it just shine the light on the baby embryo? As for crying and calling the mother, TT. However, the scene where Dada Duck expected the female ghost to break in and tear him apart did not happen. After a while, the baby embryo in the sink stopped crying, and the bathroom door slowly opened a crack. The weird hissing sound disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Hey, Sigma. Dada Duck didn't understand, and blinked in confusion. That's the end? It shouldn't be that simple. Perhaps the female ghost was lying in ambush outside the door, and would click on him as soon as he opened the door. However, to continue the game, he had to open the door and go out, and there was no other way out in the bathroom. So Dada carefully pushed open the door of the bathroom and looked to the right, but there was nothing. The extinguished chandelier shook and creaked, and the door at the end leading to the next cycle was open. When I walked to the corner of the corridor and looked back, there was nothing. It's weird. What's going on with this female ghost, Omega? Dada Duck scratched his hair, but couldn't figure it out. If you don't understand, then go on to the next cycle. Enter the 7th cycle. This time only the first light in the corridor is on, and the front is dark. Fortunately, Dada Duck has a flashlight in his hand. Passing by the clock to check the time, it was still 23:59. I don't know if the clock is broken, or the time in this room has been stopped. When I came around the corner, I could hear the radio blaring again, and the light on the other side of the gate was on. The bathroom is also open here, and the door at the end of the corridor is also open. Dada Duck has become very cautious now. He has to be careful. Obviously, the further back the loop would be, the more dangerous it would be. He didn't think he could go straight through this loop. Maybe the radio will provide new clues, or maybe there are new discoveries in the bathroom. Dada Duck's thoughts were a little confused. He is a warrior, and he likes to use fighting to solve problems on weekdays. The level of using his brain is much worse than other executive officers. What's more, I have been frightened several times at this moment, and my reason is approaching the limit, and I can't think calmly at all. Not knowing what to do, Dada Duck decided to go to the end of the corridor first. After walking a few steps, Dada suddenly noticed something was wrong. The footsteps are wrong. Besides his own footsteps, there seemed to be another footstep behind him. Judging from his experience, it was the footsteps of women's high heels. In an instant, Dada Duck was cold all over. Women's high heels. Female ghost. F***K Sigma. Winky face. Big sister, don't play like this. Dada Duck stopped for a moment, not daring to leave. There is a female ghost hanging behind him. He just wants to cry now. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Big brothers, please feed some flowers. Your support is the motivation for the little author who is on the street to go down. Chapter 16. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of a woman's high heels. The female ghost was right behind her, and Dada Duck didn't know what to do now. Into the bathroom? Stop by the gate radio? Go straight to the door to the next loop? Or turn back? No, There is absolutely no turning back. If you look back, you will definitely be dead. Liamo looked at Dada Duck tangled in place, with the corners of his mouth raised in joy. This 7th cycle is the easiest to send, and if you are not careful, you will be killed by the female ghost Lisa. You can't go to the bathroom, you can't answer the phone, and most importantly, you can't look back. The female ghost Lisa is hanging not far behind the player, and she will be F******* ed as long as she turns her head. Dada Duck was flustered like water, his forehead was already sweating, and his heart was about to jump out. He stopped, and although he couldn't hear the sound of high heels, he could feel the faint cold breath behind him, as well as the faint moan. Calm down, calm down. The female ghost didn't directly kill me. There must be some way to break it. It doesn't matter, go to the end of the corridor first. Dada Duck is in a mess right now. He doesn't know how to break the situation, so he can only go to the end of the corridor first to see if he can go to the next cycle. Dada Duck walked up, and the sound of high-heeled shoes behind him also sounded. Slap, slap, slap. Every beat hit Dada Duck's heart like a drumbeat, making Dada Duck's heart collapse tightly. With such a short distance to the end of the corridor, Dada Duck felt as if he had walked for hours. Walk down the stairs, reach for the doorknob leading to the next cycle, and give it a hard turn. Dada Duck's expression changed at this moment, as if in mourning, because the door handle won't turn. The onlookers who were eating melons also lost their hearts. The front is a dead end, and the back is the female ghost. Dead end, this is a dead end. It's over, it's over. Dada Duck's hands and feet were really cold now, and he seemed to be able to foresee the mocking grin of the female ghost behind him. Xiao me on. There is no way to go, just turn around and suffer death obediently. What to do? What to do? What to do? Dada Duck trembled anxiously, not knowing whether he should turn around or not. Turn back? Maybe this female ghost is putting on airs like before, and she will run away when confronted head-on. Want to take a gamble? It seems that there is no choice at the moment. Dada Duck's heartbeat was approaching the limit. He gritted his teeth and turned his head sharply. That familiar grimace appeared instantly, and Dada Duck screamed and gnawed on it fiercely. I'm not playing, right triangle and area operators. Dada Duck screamed and took off the virtual blindfold and emptied his rationality. Liamo was very happy to see this, regardless of whether you are a fool executive or not. If you enter our family's horror game, you will be scared to pee if you want to. Without means of counterattack, coupled with the immersion of virtual access, except for those with mental problems, there are not many people in the entire Teyvat who can't be scared. Dada Duck leaned on the sofa to relax, feeling aggrieved in his heart. The majestic executive officer of fools was so frightened by a female ghost that he almost urinated. Especially with a group of onlookers watching and laughing, it was even more embarrassing. This person seems to be the executive officer of the fools. What is his name? It is indeed the executive officer of the fools. It seems that he has just arrived in Liyue. Didn't you say that all the fools are ruthless characters who kill people without blinking an eye? Why are you so timid? We have a saying that is good: don't do bad things on weekdays, and don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. This must be because you have done too many bad things and have ghosts in your heart. I think this is actually considered courageous. I was stuck waiting for the ghost image, and I didn't dare to continue playing. Dada Duck dictated the words of the melon-eating crowd, wishing he could dig a hole in place and bury himself. No, absolutely not to embarrass Her Majesty the Queen. Dada Duck looked at another game on the monitor, the game called Digging for Ascension. I heard that this is a very tossing game that requires great perseverance and a big heart to pass the level. So isn't this tailor-made for him? Dada Duck was able to become the executive officer of the fools at a young age, and he has the strength he has today, all thanks to his perseverance like a rock. Let's see. He will get back all the face he lost in Silent Hill. Point in Digging for Ascension. Thinking so, Dada Duck clicked on the icon of Digging for Ascension and entered the game. Liamo was overjoyed. This Dada Duck just rolled around in one pit, and now it's going to roll in another pit. Comrade Dada Duck is really a good person. He knows that our boss Liamo lacks emotion when starting his business. P.S. Thank you Lintian U1 boss for the monthly pass. Thank you 666 Hehe for the monthly pass. Thank you guys for feeding so many flowers. I am really grateful. Chapter 17. Chuanyu Pavilion goes to the banquet. I have to say that Dada Duck's hands-on ability is still very strong, probably because of his high fighting talent. Dada Duck, who finished driving, digging the ground for Ascension, became familiar with the operation quite quickly, faster than Mayametu watching. In terms of the mentality of experiencing setbacks, Dada Duck is also very strong, and it can be said that the more he fights, the more courageous he becomes. Every time he falls back to his happy hometown, Dada Duck is more eager to fight this difficult challenge. It's just that, after all, human beings have limits. Dada Duck's character determines that he can't move steadily all the way, advance slowly, and basically fly upwards with a rounded hammer, so the frequency of returning to happy home is very high. Over time, no matter how persistent you are, you will inevitably feel restless in your heart. And this feeling of irritability will also increase as you climb higher and then fall back to your happy hometown. Gaia. No, Comrade Dada Duck started to imitate a hot man and called Gaia. Dada Duck is really overwhelmed and has not had such frequent setbacks for many years. This broken game called Digging for Ascension didn't feel anything at first, but the more I played it, the more I felt that this game was purely disgusting. The design of this map is to let you fall if you make a slight mistake. Once you fall, you are basically back to your happy hometown. Boss Liamo, can you really pass these 2 games? Dada Duck was so depressed that he really didn't want to finish, so he asked Liamo behind the counter. The people who eat melons also have the same question and are looking forward to Liamo's answer. Liamo looked at them contemptuously. People are not good. Don't blame the uneven road. These 2 games are old games in my world. How could they not be able to pass the level? You youngsters, you have to be patient. You have to be patient and skillful when swinging a hammer. When you walk in the corridor, you have to pay more attention to all the clues. If you find a trick, you will be able to pass the level soon. Liamo's earnest teaching made everyone quite embarrassed. Oh yes, they were all too anxious. The internet cafe has only been open for 2 days, and these 2 games are also new, so I haven't played much time in total. The day passed quickly, and because Liamo was going to visit Chuanyu Pavilion as a guest, Liamo closed at 8 o'clock. After yesterday's fermentation, plus today's, the total income of emotional points is over 7,000. Liamo plans to consider upgrading the internet cafe after returning from eating in Chuanyu Pavilion. Taking the elevator from Yujing Terrace, Liamo came to Chuanyu Pavilion, which is located several hundred meters above the sky. This group of jade pavilions is also much larger than in the game, and it is a palace in the air. If Liu encounters a strong enemy, this group of jade pavilions will be another strategic fortress in the air. Boss Liamo, please, Liamo, thank you for your kindness to come to Chuanyu Pavilion as a guest. Ningguang was waiting for Liamo outside, and as soon as Liamo came up, she greeted him warmly and gracefully. Miss Ningguang is a very busy person. I'm the one who invited me to dinner tonight. I'm the one who bothered you. Liamo replied politely and followed Ningguang into the Chuanyu Pavilion. Concentrating on this girl, Liamo really likes it. A little girl who started from scratch as a small merchant in common eventually became Liu's pinnacle of power, Tianquan Xingguang. A rare business genius at the miracle level in a century, Liu's businessmen have been looking forward to getting some tips from Ningguang to make a fortune. Rich, powerful, and a top-notch royal lady. Anyway, Liamo has no resistance to this type. Ningguang and Liamo are the only 2 people at the banquet tonight. Ningguang, as the representative of the Liu's 7 stars, expressed his kindness to Liamo. From this, Liamo also guessed that it must be the old man Zhongli who told Keqing Tuoming about himself. Ningguang's deep love for Liu. If there is no Dijun Tuoming, this meal will definitely be insinuating from Liamo's mouth. He even made some sacrifices for Liu's safety. Now that there is Dijun Tuoming, the topics at the dinner table are basically focused on his curiosity about other worlds. Are you asking about our business model? I'm an amateur. Although I know a little bit, I'm not suitable for mentioning what. Oh, why is this? Please ask Mr. Liamo to clarify. How should I put it? The Teyvat continent is originally small in size, and there are monsters everywhere in the wild. The actual scope of human activities has been greatly affected. If you want to better develop the economy, you must first solve the problem of land resources. That's true. Although Liu Port is big and expands a little every year, it still seems a bit crowded. After eating and chatting for a meal, 10 o'clock passed quickly. Seeing that it was getting late, Liamo offered to go back. Sending Liamo down the elevator, watching his back as he left, Ningguang felt that he might try to get in touch more. To be honest, she is not too young, and she is almost in her 30s like Beidou. All these years, he has put his mind on business and building Liu and has not thought much about his life's major events. Although she has many suitors, none of them can satisfy her. Will Liamo from this different world, the Dijuan's guest, be Rui Langjun? P.S. I have submitted the contract review. You can rest assured to follow the book. Because my physical condition will cause the update to be slow, please forgive me. Chapter 18. After returning from Chuanyu Pavilion, Liamo is about to upgrade the internet cafe. Currently, there are only 20 computers. The number is really small. Even if there is a time limit, some people will not be able to play in the queue for a day. If you haven't experienced it yourself, the emotional points provided will be much less than those who have played. Therefore, the most urgent task is to increase the number of computers first, so that the number of people who can play games increases. Spending 5,000 emotion points, Li Mo upgraded the internet cafe for the first time. The store is still that big, but the space inside extends to a large area in an instant, and the number of computers has changed from 20 to 50. 30 computers were added at once, and this number has the scale of an ordinary small internet cafe. There are more than 2,000 emotional points left, and Li Mo plans to add another game or film and television works. The lottery rules for games and film and television works are a bit tricky. The starting point is 1,000 emotional points, and the upper limit is unlimited. The more emotional points invested, the greater the probability of shipping masterpieces of games and feature-length film and television works. In other words, Li Mo's 2,000 emotional points may only be given to an independent game similar to Digging for Ascension. Although it is very tricky, it should still be smoked. I don't want my children to be tied to wolves. If I don't invest in it, how can I gain anything? First, invest 1,000 emotional points in it. Congratulations, you have won a video. Boss Walnut teases employee Zhongli. Huh? The name shouldn't be a second creation video, right? Li Mo quickly opened the newly added player on the counter computer to view the only video currently available. Sure enough, it was a very short second creation video. TSK. Interesting. I don't know how Boss Tao Tao and Mr. Zhongli will react after seeing it. Li Mo turned off the video with a smirk, hoping that Boss Tao Tao and Mr. Zhongli will visit tomorrow. Then, Li Mo threw in the remaining 1,000 emotional points. Congratulations, you have won a copy of the game Super Mario. Oh, it turned out to be Mario Sigma. Li Mo quickly clicked on the game to have a look, and in an instant, the memory of the past suddenly attacked me. The original Mario on the FC platform, which is the one we used to play on the Little Overlord. Super Mario, I really miss it. Looking at the retro pixel art in front of him, the unclear plumber and chestnut boy, Li Mo couldn't help but think of his childhood game time. At that time, although the family conditions were good, the family just didn't buy him a little bully. Helpless, Li Mo can only play games in the village, or even in the homes of children from other villages. For this reason, he was often scolded and beaten. The game Super Mario is suitable for launching tomorrow. The difficulty is much easier than Digging for Ascension, and it is not a horror game like Silent Hill.pt. When a new project is launched, Li Mo rests when he has nothing else to do. The next morning, Li Mo opened the door at 8 o'clock. There is no way, although the physical strength and energy are far beyond ordinary people, but the habit of sleeping in is still difficult to change. The customers who had waited for a long time to open the door complained and walked into the store, and then all of them were stunned. In just one night, the size of the store has more than doubled, and there are dozens more machines. However, the shop next door seems to be still open and has not been transferred to the internet cafe. Did I not wake up, Omega? Why did the inside of the internet cafe get bigger? I went out to look. There is still a fabric store next door. What's going on? Xianshu, it must be Xianshu. I heard that there is a kind of Xianshu that can create small worlds. It's really amazing. Boss Li Mo is really not an ordinary person. After the shock, the people who eat melons hurriedly paid for their seats. Today's time limit per person has been relaxed to 4 hours. There is no way. 50 machines are still too few. After turning on the machine, the people who eat melons also discovered new games and new project players. Coincidentally, Boss Tao Tao, Mr. Zhongli, and Dada Duck also came at this time. Yo-ho, you are amazing. Boss Tao Tao couldn't help exclaiming when he saw the changes in the store. Dada Duck was also quite shocked. Only Grandpa Zhongli was calm, thinking that Li Mo should have such a means. Dada Duck is now starting to get in touch with Mr. Zhongli, a knowledgeable man, and wants to gain knowledge about Bai Wu Taboo. The fastest way to make a relationship is to use money ability. And Dada Duck, as the executive officer of the Fools, the most important thing he lacks is money. Dada Duck spent some small money to buy the position from the 3 people. Today he asked Mr. Zhongli and Boss Tao Tao to play games online. After turning on the computer, the 3 of them immediately discovered the new project. And in that new video player, the title, Boss Walnut Teases Employee Zhongli, is particularly eye-catching. Boss Tao Tao was super interested in this, and quickly opened this video. Grandpa Zhongli also turned on the video, wanting to see how his master who made fun of him. P.S. Thanks for the 100 VIP points rewarded by the boss, Taimamolong. Thank you Lintian Yuan boss for the monthly pass. The signing is completed. and the road ahead is to finish the book, and I hope that the big guys can support it a lot, and come to some flowers and tickets to encourage young writers who are on the street. Chapter 19. Open Mouth and Close Eyes, Smelly Peach. Boss Walnut teases employee Zhongli. The video starts playing. Grandpa Zhongli was sitting on the toilet, flipping through a book while saluting. Suddenly, the light in the bathroom goes off, then on, off, on again. Grandpa Zhongli looked helpless, as if he was used to it. The camera pans to the outside, and our butternut hall master is flicking the light switch very rhythmically. This rhythm, named Ming Long, is super exciting. One is happy and funny, the other is helpless squatting on the toilet. Boss Tao Dao and Dada Duck are laughing. Grandpa Zhongli sighed. He was a bit puzzled why Boss Liamo made such a video that embarrasses him. Ha ha ha. Zhongli's expression is so ugly, so helpless. Ha ha ha. Greater than over equaled union less than over equal to asterisk. Boss Tao Dao laughed wantonly. She likes this thing called video. Morix, the emperor of the Rock King, squatting in the toilet and being turned off by her made it funny. It was fun. Why didn't she think of it before? Oh, it seems that there is no such electric light in Xingshengtang. Dada Duck also wanted to laugh out loud, but considering that he still had to ask Zhongli behind him, he held back after laughing twice. However, the plot in the video suddenly took a big turn. Gollum. Suddenly, Hu Tao's stomach sounded an alarm, and she immediately covered her stomach with a livid face. Suffered diarrhea? However, there is only one toilet in Xingshengtang, and this toilet is currently being occupied by Mr. Zhongli. Ah! Hu Tao groaned, covered her butt with one hand, and knocked on the toilet door with the other. Bang bang. You've been hit by? Bang bang. You've been hit by? A smooth criminal. Walnut's dancing posture of knocking on the door seems to be possessed by the god Michael, which is exactly the same. Grandpa Zhongli, who was squatting on the toilet in the toilet, continued to squat and read as if he didn't hear him. And Hu Tao, who couldn't hold back outside the door, finally turned into a girl with her mouth open and her eyes closed. Heh, ah. What a smelly peach. The video ends here. Boss Tao Tao was stunned, but other people in the internet cafe who watched the video burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. The Hall of Rebirth is too happy. Hey, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. This hall master who is really talented. He has fooled himself. Ha. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. This thing called video is interesting, much more interesting than watching a movie. Well, heh, ahhh. Why do I smell a little stink? Omega. A group of people were laughing, and Dada Duck couldn't help it anymore, and everyone who laughed fell on the table. The corners of Grandpa Zhongli's mouth curled up slightly, and he had to admit that he was amused. Ever since, only the world where Boss Tao Tao was injured was achieved. Boss Tao Tao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She never thought that it was her who was going to make a spoof in this video. Liamo, I'll kill you, Hundan. Hashtag. Boss Tao Tao jumped up from his seat, and a crow flew towards Liamo behind the counter. With this blow, the crow flew directly onto Liamo's body, knocking him off his chair and knocking him to the ground. You have made it clear to the hall master. Why do you want to damage my image with such a thing? Hashtag. The Goma stick couldn't be pulled out, so Boss Tao Tao used a fork as a weapon to force Liamo to question him. For more than 10 years, Hu Tao has been in Liyue, and no one has ever dared to treat her like this. Liamo slightly moved the fork away with his fingers and said with a smile, "If I say that the content of this video is randomly generated, would you believe it?" Boss Tao Tao took out a fork and poked Liamo's face. Do you think I will believe it? Hurry up and delete this broken video for me. Hashtag. Well, although it is indeed true, Liamo himself feels that this reason is not credible. There is no other way. I can only give some favors to appease Boss Tao Tao's anger. Well, it's impossible to delete the video. It's a matter of principle as compensation. How about you, Boss Tao Tao? Not charging you for going online in the future. After hearing Liamo's compensation terms, Boss Tao Tao thought about it for a while, then nodded and agreed. Humph, you're smart. Getting off Liamo with a little red face, Boss Tao Tao sat back in his seat. The internet fee of 100 moras for an hour is nothing to the little rich woman Boss Tao Tao. The key point is that Liamo's attitude of admitting her mistakes is not bad, which makes her quite satisfied. However, she seemed to be taken advantage of again. P.S. Thank you, Shex, for the monthly pass. Thanks to the big guys for the flowers. The flowers approaching 20,000 in a few days really scared me. There will be another update in a while, and the author will try his best to ensure that there are 5 updates and 8,000 words every day before it goes on the shelves. Chapter 20. In the internet cafe, When Cao Tao's boss made an embarrassment, the melon eaters laughed and quickly calmed down. After all, Boss Cao Tao must not be offended. Offended the Hall of Rebirth. Be careful that this person will not walk safely after death. Boss Cao Tao doesn't want to play the horror game Silent Hill anymore, and digging for ascension is particularly tortured by watching others play it. So the new game, Super Mario, became the best choice for her to try today. The princess was captured by the dragon, and the person who is going to save her is a plumber, Omega? Boss Cao Tao expressed his confusion. What the hell is this plumber? Fighting the evil dragon. Isn't it usually the brave man or the prince who saves the princess? No matter what kind of princess plumber it is, Boss Cao Tao just hopes that the difficulty of the game will not be too difficult or scary. Entering the game, the screen is quite simple, and the operation instruction is directly marked on the screen. Use the WSAD or arrow keys on the keyboard to operate actions, and then there is an attack key. It looks very simple in terms of operation, and Boss Cao Tao feels that he can control it completely. Mario, the plumber who is operating like a little bean, started his adventure journey and saw a mushroom approaching from the right within 2 steps. According to the tutorial, Mario can sit and kill some monsters by jumping up. Mushroom boy, eat me and squat on the buttocks. Boss Cao Tao operated Mario to take off and sit towards Chestnut Boy. However, the distance control of this first jump has a deviation of 100 million points, and it just landed in front of Chestnut Boy. Then, hang up. I saw Mario holding one hand, jumping on the spot, then fell to the bottom of the map and disappeared. Boss Cao Tao is very embarrassed. It's okay to lose a life at the beginning. The second life started. This time the jump distance was well grasped, and Chestnut Boy was killed by sitting on his buttocks. There was a question mark icon on the brick strip above his head. Boss Cao Tao jumped up curiously and bumped it, and saw a big mushroom popping out of the question mark. The big mushroom ran to the right and fell down. After hitting the pipe, it hit Mario to the left, and then Mario's size became bigger. Getting bigger? What's the use of that? Boss Cao Tao didn't understand, and didn't care too much, so he continued to move forward. After a little familiarity with the operation, Boss Cao Tao's progress is quite fast. After all, this game is really not too difficult. The first level passed quickly, and Boss Cao Tao also learned about the effects of growing mushrooms, life-enhancing mushrooms, sunflowers, and invincible stars. Boss Cao Tao started the second level confidently and with high spirits. As for Mr. Zhongli, he went online with a mission this time. Boss Cao Tao didn't dare to continue playing the scary game Silent Hill.pt, so he handed over the task of clearing the level to Mr. Zhongli. Hey, what is this called? Although video games are novel, he really doesn't want to play horror games, so he might as well drink tea and listen to music. It's not that he is afraid. How can an old guy who has lived for more than 6,000 years be afraid of things like ghosts? Because I am not afraid. It is difficult to arouse interest. But since the hall master has given his orders, he, a part-time worker, can only follow through. Putting on the virtual blindfold and opening the game, Grandpa Zhongli entered the world of terrifying circular corridors. Let me investigate the truth of this world. Now that he has decided to play, Mr. Zhongli will get serious. First, the opening paragraph. Be careful, the gap in that door is an alternate reality. I am me. Can you be sure that you are the only you? Mr. Zhongli thinks that this passage must be meaningful if it is placed at the beginning. The gap in the door is another parallel reality. This door refers to the initial door, or every subsequent door leading to the next cycle. Or, the bathroom door. Another parallel reality? Parallel world? I am me. Can you be sure that you are the only you? From the literal meaning, combined with the understanding of the parallel world, it means that the protagonist played by the player has 2 sides. The meaning of these 2 passages can only be fully confirmed in the game. Pushing open the door, Grandpa Zhongli entered the first cycle. What is worth noting in the first cycle is the time of the clock and the broadcast of the radio. There is also a pile of wine bottles in the corner, which shows that the owner has the habit of drinking heavily. On the second loop, the door at the end of the hallway closes, and the bathroom door rang from the inside, but wouldn't open. Mr. Zhongli's attention fell on the 2 Xiaoqiang who fell from the ceiling. Intuition told him that every detail in this game may hide important information. He followed the 2 Xiaoqiangs to the corner of the first corridor when he came, and he found something. There was a photo frame lying on the ground where there was nothing just now. P.S. I'm sorry that the last one is so late today. The writer will do his best to adjust the status update. Chapter 21. Xiaoqiang who fell from the ceiling in the second cycle. The previous people didn't pay attention to them. But he didn't expect that he would find something after following these 2 Xiaoqiangs back to the first corridor. Mr. Zhongli walked over to check the photo frame that fell on the ground. Part of the glass on the photo had been broken. picking up the photo frame on the ground. With his memory, he clearly remembered that this photo frame was hung on the wall of the clock before. On the back of the photo frame, there is a reminder that allows him to obtain the function of zooming in on the field of vision. Enlarge the field of view, and you can observe more clearly, which means that the clues behind need this. Mr. Zhongli realized that he had found a very important thing, which may be the decisive factor for customs clearance. So Mr. Zhongli zoomed in on every corner of the circular corridor, and after confirming that there was no clue, he entered the third circular. Open the magnified field of view and observe patiently from corner to corner. At the corner of the wall next to the visit of the clock, Mr. Zhongli observed with a magnified field of vision, and a passage flashed in front of his eyes. As his fingertips run across my hand, appeared, and sure enough, enlarging the field of view is the key to collecting clues. When Mr. Zhongli's zoomed-in vision scanned under the chest of drawers where the clock was placed, another sentence flashed. I waited motionless. After collecting 2 paragraphs, Mr. Zhongli thinks that these 2 paragraphs can be pieced together, but he is still not sure. There are 2 paragraphs, so there should be more messages later. Under the window at the corner of the corridor, Mr. Zhongli obtained the 3rd passage. Through the fog of fading consciousness, on the ceiling of the 2nd corridor, the zoomed-in field of view has swept to the 4th paragraph. I believe I heard a call. At this time, the bathroom door knocked again from inside, accompanied by the cry of the baby. Baby crying, parallel world, could it be? Grandpa Zhongli squinted at the bathroom door, and suddenly realized something after some thought. If there really is a parallel world in this circular corridor, then what exists in the bathroom at this time may be the protagonist of the game in the subsequent cycle. And the person who wanted to open the door from the outside at that time may be the protagonist of the 3rd cycle of the game. The more Mr. Zhongli thinks about it, the more likely it is. It's just that the current highest progress is where the young master has played, and I don't know about it later. Entering the 4th cycle, the ghost of the little girl flashed through the bathroom door. Only this time in the circular corridor, Mr. Zhongli did not find any information with his zoomed-in view. Entering the 5th cycle, the female ghost Lisa is waiting under the chandelier at the gate. Grandpa Zhongli wasn't afraid of this kind of thing in the first place, let alone already knew that he could just walk over it. In the 6th cycle, I found a flashlight in the bathroom. The baby embryo was crying in the sink, and someone pulled the door of the bathroom outside. This made Mr. Zhongli feel even more that when the bathroom door is closed, there are 2 time spaces inside and outside. If it's a female ghost, the bathroom door probably won't be able to stop her. In this 7th cycle, Mr. Zhongli still didn't find the information by zooming in. Maybe it's gone. But it is difficult to put together the 4 passages collected earlier to understand. Entering the 8th cycle, the lights are dark, and the sound of the female ghost's high-heeled shoes sounds behind her. And Mr. Zhongli directly did an operation that Li Mo didn't expect. Turned back directly, and was killed by the female ghost Lisa. Grandpa Zhongli's mentality was not disturbed, just to prove that he turned around and died. Hey, it's hard to earn Mr. Zhongli's clarity. Li Mo sighed, heartbroken. This is like a golden mountain placed in front of you, but you have no tools to dig it. Of course, it doesn't mean that Mr. Zhongli doesn't contribute at all. On the contrary, Mr. Zhongli is not much worse than Dada Duck's defense just by comparing the clarity provided by Common's interested mentality. So it can be inferred from this that if Grandpa Zhongli breaks his defenses and explodes his mentality, the emotional points he will provide are estimated to be able to support the amount of Lyuran in a day. Therefore, it is better to earn more emotional points early and open a branch in Mengda Daofu, and the right way is to grab the wool of Wendy and Yingbao. You ask Nahida? Please, God Xiao Xiao is the god of wisdom, and most games probably won't trouble her. So, let's grab Wendy and Yingbao, the 2 missing wool. Especially silly Yingbao, who would cry and fuss without light novels and desserts. He could definitely earn a lot of emotional points by bullying and bullying casually. P.S. Thank you Eat My Salted Fish Spike for the monthly pass. Chapter 22. Turning around to kill, entering the toilet to die, answering the phone to die. Mr. Zhongli basically tried all the ways to die in the 8th cycle. Although he couldn't turn back, Grandpa Zhongli found that he could walk backwards. At the radio counter at the gate, Grandpa Zhongli used a zoomed-in view to investigate. When the wedding photo is investigated, it will display a prompt, dig down. Mr. Zhongli was thinking about this reminder to play by himself, when a hole appeared in the right eye of the woman in the photo, as if it had been dug out of thin air. At the same time, under the dark stairs next to it, there was the sound of the door lock opening. The door leading to the 9th cycle is unlocked. Grandpa Zhongli looked at the photo and remembered that the female ghost's right eye seemed to have been gouged out as well. Was it the husband who killed the whole family? The radio said that the husband killed his wife with a single shot, but there was no mention of eye gouging. No, there should be something hidden in it. The groans of the female ghost. The groaning sound made by the female ghost was clearly the sob of someone strangling her neck. Thinking about it, Grandpa Zhongli walked towards the door leading to the 9th round of reincarnation. At this moment, Dada Duck, as well as the onlookers who were eating melons, were shocked by the operation of Mr. Zhongli. This person, doesn't he know how to write fear? From the beginning to the end, there is no trace of visiting a haunted house, just like returning to yourself. Others were so frightened that they tried every means to avoid the female ghost, but this man found the female ghost to kill himself. Moreover, they found so many clues that they passed the 8th cycle in less than an hour. Mr. Zhongli's wisdom and courage are really extraordinary. I am convinced by Dadalia, really convinced. Dada Duck is really convinced of Zhongli, the guest of the past life hall, and his courage is beyond his own comparison. Calm and thoughtful, he is also better than him in this respect. Dada Duck felt that he had really found the right person to find Mr. Zhongli. Such an extraordinary person would definitely know many mysterious things about Liyue. Boss Tao Dao rolled his eyes speechlessly. Please, an old antique that has lived for more than 6,000 years. What have you never seen or experienced? Not to mention one female ghost. Even 10,000 female ghosts would ride their faces calmly. The camera returns to Grandpa Zhongli's game. Grandpa Zhongli walked to the door of the 9th cycle and found a passage written on the door. Forgive me, Lisa. I have a monster inside me. Lisa? A woman's name may be the name of a female ghost. Then the person who left this passage may have killed the husband of the whole family. He said that there was a monster in his body. It was said on the radio that my husband behaved strangely and was connected to some cult. Is it evil spirit possession? Then such a crazy move makes sense. Grandpa Zhongli has seen many tragedies similar to killing relatives caused by evil spirits possessing mortals. Even now, although the land of Liyue has been pacified by him, there are still evil existences in some remote and hidden places that mortals cannot touch. Sighing and shaking his head, Grandpa Zhongli walked into the corridor of the 9th cycle. In the 9th cycle, the lights in the first section of the corridor are still dark, and there are cries of baby embryos. Walking to the corner, the bathroom door was closed and could not be opened. When I walked to the gate, a piece of glass suddenly fell from it and smashed to pieces on the ground. At the same time, Grandpa Zhongli heard the sound of a woman's high heels behind him. Grandpa Zhongli ignored it and walked straight to the door leading to the next cycle. To his surprise, the door was not locked, and he entered the corridor of the 10th cycle directly. That is to say, if he hesitated to leave in time just now, he would be killed by the female ghost. Grandpa Zhongli guessed like this, and then began to explore the 10th cycle. After walking a few steps forward, Mr. Zhongli heard the sound of water splashing on the floor. When I walked to the corner, I saw that there was a dim and eerie red light at the gate. I walked over and saw that there was a cabinet, refrigerator, hanging from the ceiling, and a lot of blood was oozing out from the gap in the door. At this time, the broadcast sounded again on the radio. Father hanged himself with the rubber hose, umbilical cord, from his car curry after killing his own family. There are two simultaneous voices in this segment, one talking about rubber hoses and the other talking about umbilical cords. Judging from the weird story of this game, the umbilical cord should be the correct statement. Now Mr. Zhongli has a question in his mind. Who is this person that I play? First of all, it can be determined that the man is correct. But on the radio, the 10-year-old son had been shot, and the father had hanged himself with the umbilical cord. So, or that he is not playing a living person, or that father is not dead. There is also a possibility that the son did not die at that time, and returned to this family after growing up. There are still too few clues. Mr. Zhongli can't figure it out right now. Chapter 23. There are no other clues in the corridor of the 10th cycle, and Mr. Zhongli entered the 11th cycle again. This time, the lights in the first corridor turned into an eerie, dim red. The baby was crying loudly, the bathroom door was wide open, and the door at the end of the corridor was closed. Obviously, this cycle must go into the bathroom. Walking into the bathroom, Grandpa Zhongli looked at the baby embryos in the sink. Oddly, the cry did not come from the mouth of the baby embryo in the bathroom. He took another look into the bathroom and noticed again the small hole in the wall against which the bathtub rested. He felt that there was something wrong with this small hole, but he couldn't find anything out of the investigation. Walking out of the bathroom, Grandpa Zhongli glanced at the left side and found a string of words on the wall. Hello, like the previous message, it is written in a different world, and the translation in the game means hello. Walking to the gate, Grandpa Zhongli found that the crying of the baby came from the cabinet, refrigerator, hanging from the roof. Then, he noticed a line of writing on the wall here. After his flashlight was illuminated just now, there were missing letters after this line of words. New decryption? Grandpa Zhongli thought for a moment, then walked back. Words appeared at the corner, and the words on this side changed. There must be some connection. Sure enough, Mr. Zhongli pointed a flashlight at the word hello, and the letter I was missing. Take another photo, and another letter is missing. After going back and forth a few times, only the letter O remained in this hello. Seeing this, Grandpa Zhongli went back to the wall at the gate. As expected, the few letters of hello over there ran here. In this way, the sentence is complete. I can hear them calling Tome from hell. The translated meaning is, I can hear them calling me from hell. At this time, the woman's eerie laughter sounded, as well as the sound of the reincarnation door being unlocked. The melon eaters were shocked again, and their admiration for Mr. Zhongli was raised to another level. I thought that the Keqing in the Xinshengtang was just a street guy who kept accounts everywhere, but I didn't expect that his ability and courage can be said to be 1 in 1,000. They were also scared by the female ghost and got stuck in the 4th and 5th cycles. They have broken the 11th cycle. Wow, this man really doesn't know how to be afraid. In such a weird and terrifying environment, he can still look for clues so calmly. Hu Tao, the hall master of Xiangxing Hall, is not so brave, but this Keqing is more like the hall master of Xiangxing Hall. Liamo leaned against the chair helplessly and had to obey Mr. Zhongli. The game Silent Hill Point is just a trial version. The process is not long, and it only takes half an hour to speed through after getting familiar with all the processes. If others were to play with this, it would take several days to collect all the clues. And Mr. Zhongli seems to be able to clear the level today. Hey, it is the oldest existence among the 7 gods. Back in the game, Mr. Zhongli entered the 12th cycle. This time, the time on the clock in the corridor finally changed to midnight. At midnight, this time is the most cloudy and haunted time of the day. The chandelier at the gate was shaking, and the floating shadows were like ghosts. The radio rang again, with calmer music playing in an unknown language. No, it doesn't seem to be the language of another world. Grandpa Zhongli stopped and listened carefully, and finally confirmed that this is the language of an ancient country that perished thousands of years ago. This language is still recorded in ancient texts, and he happens to know it quite well. After listening for a while, what I finally got was 5 paragraphs. I whisper his name in a low voice. I stand still while I wait. That hand is cold, waiting for this to end. My body is trembling. These 5 sentences seem to be related to the 4 sentences obtained by zooming in. The previous 4 sentences are, as his fingertips run across my hand. I waited motionless. I believe I heard a call, through the fog of fading consciousness. If these few sentences are really connected, how should they be arranged? In the mind of Mr. Zhongli, there are many kinds of arrangements in an instant, and finally finalized the most smooth and reasonable ones. But which one it is depends on the puzzles encountered next. The answer has been given, so it is estimated that it will be used soon. Push the door and enter the 13th cycle. This time, Grandpa Zhongli's vision became a little blurred, as if he was in a trance when he was drunk. He took 1 step, and the distance covered was like 2 or 3 steps. The pictures in the photo frames on the wall turned into eyes, staring back and forth with wide eyes. Grandpa Zhongli walked to the corner. The bathroom door was wide open. The inside was different from the outside. It was normal lighting. There were also no baby embryos in the sink. But at the end of the corridor, it turned into the corner of the first corridor in a very strange way. Looking from the corner to the end of this corridor, it is still the same corner. Chapter 24. Since the Constitution was suppressed to almost the level of common people, Grandpa Zhongli couldn't help being a little dizzy from the corridor of the 13th cycle. He didn't know how many years he hadn't dizzy. However, the more dizzy he was, the more carefully he had to observe the clues along the way. Every corner will return to the first corridor, and the state of the bathroom is also different. After going through several rounds, Mr. Zhongli finally made a discovery. A picture frame in the corner fell to the floor, revealing a hole in the wall. And the location of this hole is the hole in the bathroom. Grandpa Zhongli looked along the hole, and he really saw the scene in the bathroom. The light was on in the bathroom, and there was no one, but the woman's painful cough could be heard. At the same time, a very low radio broadcast sounded. It's time to act. Our flesh is rotten to the bone. I'm speaking to honest and good people whose benefits are being ripped off and whose jobs are being siphoned off. The woman's voice in the bathroom became more and more painful, as if someone had strangled her neck severely, slapping and crying. Yes, you know what to do. The sound of a knife being drawn, the woman's terrified scream, and then the sound of cutting, the moan of dying. After there was no movement in the bathroom, Mr. Zhongli turned his eyes back. At this time, a line of words appeared above the hole. There is no way out. The appearance of this sentence made Grandpa Zhongli realize that the last moment may be coming soon. Walking around the corner, the door of the bathroom is wide open, the lights are bright, and the baby embryo is lying quietly in the sink. Grandpa Zhongli walked into the bathroom, looked at the baby embryos in the sink, and the radio rang again. You got fired, so you drank your worries away. She had to find a part-time job as a cashier at the commissary. The only reason she's making money there is because the manager likes her. You won't forget, will you? Just 10 months ago. The truth of the matter is basically clear. The husband lost his job and was decadent and alcoholic at home. The wife had to go out to work as a last resort, and the sensitive husband suspected that she had an affair with the manager of the commissary. He even suspected that the child conceived by his wife was not his own. As a result, the tragedy of the death of the whole family was triggered. Grandpa Zhongli shook his head and sighed. Marriage is the word. If you lose trust, you lose everything. A suspicious man who lost his job, drank at home, and was supported by his wife. Really sad. Sighing a little, Mr. Zhongli continued on his way. After walking through a few corners, the corridor returned to normal, and he also entered the 14th loop. The lights in the corridor returned to normal, and the time was still exactly midnight. The door to the next cycle was closed, and the dark bathroom was wide open. The creaking sound of the chandelier shaking, and the sound of the rain outside the window seemed to become louder than before. It's just that it's so normal. There is nothing abnormal in the bathroom, and nothing abnormal can be seen in other places. Unable to find any clues and unable to go to the next cycle, Mr. Zhongli could only walk back and forth in the corridor. As he walked, the picture in front of him suddenly tore apart. As he walked, the shaking and tearing got worse. Finally, with a sudden swipe, it returned to darkness. 10 seconds later, these words appeared on the dark screen. I know you, I know you. And you've already started playing the game. I will always remember that day 20 years ago when I have something to tell you. Call me Jay. Then, the screen turned on, and it turned out to be back to the original small house. The only difference is that there is no Erchuang. What the hell is going on here? Grandpa Zhongli looked at the small room he was in, thinking back to those words just now. The words sounded like they were being addressed to the player, not the main character in the game. However, Mr. Zhongli was keenly aware that the most important key information should be the phone number and the name Jay. The pronunciation of Jay is a bit like the names of places like Mond and Fontaine. While sorting out the clues in his mind, Mr. Zhongli opened the door and walked into the corridor. The corridor was dark and silent. The time on the clock also returned to 23:59. Go to the end and the door to the next loop is locked. Going back to the clock and looking at the time, Grandpa Zhongli frowned and thought for a while, then smiled. He stood here and waited. After a while, the time reached midnight, and the midnight bell rang. After thinking for a moment, Grandpa Zhongli stepped forward, and just as he reached the door of the bathroom, a baby's laughter came from inside. If there is no sound of the door lock opening ahead, then go into the bathroom. The baby in the washbasin was very quiet. At this moment, eerie music sounded, as well as the painful groans of the female ghost. It was impossible to tell where the female ghost was from the sound, so Grandpa Zhongli decided to stay put and wait for a while. After about half a minute, the weird music and groans disappeared, and Grandpa Zhongli came out of the bathroom. Looking left and right, there was no female ghost, so he walked to the phone at the corner. The phone call is one of the important clues, and the name Jay is also one of the important clues. However, the simple J is more like a code name, so Grandpa Zhongli read several names beginning with the J sound. Jack, Jeff, John, Joseph. After reading a string of names, Grandpa Zhongli heard the baby's laughter again. Immediately afterwards, he felt something cold brush his hand. P.S. Information about telephones, radios, refrigerators, and other related objects will be instilled in the game, so there are basically no obstacles to playing. Chapter 25. A cold object passed over Mr. Zhongli's hand, which corresponded to the clues collected before. After Mr. Zhongli arranged them, he thinks the best order is, while waiting I stand still. I whisper his name in a low voice. His fingertips run across my hand. The hand is cold. My body is shaking. I waited motionless, waiting for this to end. Grandpa Zhongli just stood quietly in front of the phone, with that invisible cold hand brushing across his hand. It was very short, and the cold touch disappeared after a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, a third baby's laughter was heard. Immediately, the phone rang. After the phone rang a few times, a man's voice came. You have been selected. The next second, there was the sound of the door opening at the end of the corridor. Through the fog of fading consciousness, I believe I heard a call. This just corresponds to the clues arranged in the next two sentences. It should be over. Thinking of this, Grandpa Zhongli opened the door at the end of the corridor. The picture of the dark corridor flashed by, and the field of vision returned to darkness. After a few seconds, the screen lights up again. The light of the flashlight shone on the road, and the sound of shoes clattering on the road. The angle of view moves up, and this time it is finally the picture of the outside world. In the small town in the dark, there is no one there. The street lamps gave off a dim yellow light, which looked very strange in the mist caused by the rain. The first impression of this small town is that it is uneasy. The camera moves, and finally freezes on the face of a handsome man turning his head. The story of Silent Hill.pt ends here. The horn in the internet cafe suddenly sounded a mechanical female voice. Congratulations to Mr. Zhongli from Unit 24 for becoming the first player to clear Silent Hill.p. Please go to the counter to receive the reward. As soon as the horn sounded, the melon-eating crowd in the internet cafe paused the game, and all stood up and looked in the direction of Grandpa Zhongli. Even players who are playing Digging for Ascension don't care that they have fallen back to their happy hometown. Damn, it's so shocking, I actually cleared Silent Hill. Point. It's the first time I played, and the total time is only a little over 3 hours. My lord Yen, are we really playing a game? Clear the customs in more than 3 hours. Can this be done by humans? I've been playing for almost 8 hours in total, and I'm still scared by the female ghost, so I can't move forward. Then you are too cowardly. I have just read the customs clearance method of the Keqing of the past life hall. That female ghost has nothing to be afraid of at all. I thought this Zhongli would just eat soft food, but I didn't expect him to be a capable person. He really can't be judged by his appearance. There are not many people I admire in my life, and Mr. Zhongli will be counted as one in the future. I don't know what the reward will be. I'm so curious. Amidst the exclamation of internet cafes, Mr. Zhongli coughed a little pretendingly. To be honest, the moment of customs clearance is indeed quite fulfilling. Dada Duck was really stunned, clapping with a sluggish face. It looked quite funny. Compared with Mr. Zhongli when he played Silent Hill.pt, it can only be said that comparing goods is worth throwing away, and people are deader than people. Don't be stupid. Hurry up and go to the counter to see if there are any rewards. Hu Tao pulled Zhongli to the counter, and then asked Li Mo about the content of the reward with great anticipation. Li Mo first took out a card and handed it to Zhongli. Say, an honorary player card, 1 month of free internet access for 1 month, and a 10% discount for internet access after 1 month. It cannot be transferred to others. Then take out a small gold trophy, which is a trophy made by Pure Mora. There is also a certificate in the photo frame, which records the name of Mr. Zhongli, and the first pass certification for clearing Silent Hill. Point. Grandpa Zhongli is quite satisfied with this reward. Free internet access within a month, no need to keep accounts. Subsequent discounts don't matter. Anyway, he keeps accounts. The small trophies and certificates were put away by Walnut, and it was dubbed as an honor belonging to the Hall of Death. In the first pass reward, there are actually not many things of real value, but the pretend honor of the first pass is very eye-catching. In particular, Li Mo immediately updated a thing called the honor list. After clicking in, the name of Mr. Zhongli is dazzling and tops the list. He is not only the first player to clear the level of Silent Hill, point, but also the first player in the internet cafe to clear the game. To pretend, really to pretend. The people who eat melons said that they must not lose such a pretend opportunity after seeing it. Compared with material rewards, they care more about face and want to pretend. TSK, people always take face very seriously. Li Mo behind the counter smiled wickedly. Just like that, he earned some more emotional points. Most of the people who can surf the internet in his internet cafe are not very short of money. For them, they care more about face and like to compare. Showing off, pretending, is more attractive than a little material reward. P.S. Thank you Mo Jean Xianxian for the reminder and monthly tickets. If you have any games, movies, or animations you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area, and if appropriate, the author will arrange them one by one. Chapter 26. 1 month free internet. Want it? In the future, 10% off the internet fee. I want it. A gold trophy made by Pure Mora. I want it. Customs clearance certificate of honor. I want it. To be on the honor list, you must get it. You absolutely want it. So, let's go all out. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. The first pass of Silent Hill.pt is gone, and the people who eat melons in internet cafes have started to frantically play Digging for Ascension and Super Mario. Among them, the majority of people who attack Super Mario. After all, the difficulty is much lower than Digging for Ascension. Those who have not occupied the machine for the time being are anxious, and it is heartache to watch other people's game progress a little bit. There are also many people who are still very curious about the reward of playing games online for free for a month. If the internet is not limited later, it can save tens of thousands of moras. Not to mention the honor of getting the first pass of the game. That's something Belle has a face for. Hu Tao's eyes are burning with fighting spirit, and he is bound to be the first person to clear Super Mario. The difficulty of this game is within her acceptable range. As long as you pay a little attention to some places and predict the rules, you can find the rules. Therefore, Hu Tao's attack speed is quite fast, throwing off the others with the progress of the 5th level. Dada Duck actually wanted to win the first pass of Super Mario, but the game, Digging for Ascension, had brought him torture before, and he felt unhappy if he didn't pass it. Besides, the difficulty of Super Mario is not worthy of his dignified fool executive. If he wants to play Dada Duck, he must play with difficulty and challenges. In 3 hours, Dada Duck's progress has surpassed Keqing, crossed the castle, and snow began to appear in front of him. Ha ha, my Dadalia is really strong, asterisk. Dada Duck took a short rest on the spot, which is quite proud. Keqing, who just arrived, was a little anxious when he saw his progress. She was the holder of the highest progress before, and the honor of the first pass must not be snatched away by the fool executives. After occupying the machine, Keqing immediately started digging for ascension to catch up with the progress. Dada Duck is very disdainful of this, and doesn't think Keqing can defeat him at all. After drinking a can of happy water, Dada Duck continued to fight. There is another pit ahead, and you have to use the iron felt as a fulcrum to jump over a cliff to the opposite side. Don't think about it. As long as you make a mistake and fall, even if you don't go back to the happy hometown, you will fall to a very low place. But fortunately, Dada Duck's operation is relatively proficient, and it was a very stable pass. Proud, very proud. Continue to move forward. The snowy stone is a little slipperier than ordinary stones. Dada you is very frightening. I didn't jump up twice, but I had to go to the left again. There are 3 small and suspended stones attached to it, which makes Dada Duck's teeth itch when he looks at it. It is difficult to fall on this kind of small stone, let alone jump with a hammer on it, and it is easy to make mistakes in the angle. Dada Duck took a deep breath, adjusted his state to the best, and then swung the hammer to take off. And then, it fell. Lying on, hashtag. Veins popped up on Dada Duck's forehead, and the small floating stone was slipperier than expected. Fortunately, he didn't fall into the happy hometown, and it wasn't too far from the place where he made a mistake just now. After a calm trek, Dada Duck returned to the small hanging stone. Half an hour later, Dada Duck finally passed, and fell down more than a dozen times during the period. Mentality, it gets worse and worse when you fall. Next, Dada Duck faced a wooden bucket hanging on a rope. Obviously, he needs to hook the barrel with a hammer, swing it to a high point and hook it to the stone above it. And on the left side of the big rock where I am currently, it seems that a snake, or a branch, or something emerges from the clouds. Intuition told Dada Duck that this thing might be fraudulent, so it's better not to get close to it. Liamo saw this, with a hashtag smile on his face. The land of snakes, if there are no accidents, then there will be accidents. I hope that Dada you will not be too collapsed later. Dada Duck controls the bald-headed Wu Ku to hook the barrel, and then starts to shake the mouse to make the barrel swing from side to side. When it swings to a point that he thinks is most suitable, he releases the barrel and hooks the stone on it with a hammer. Slap. Unfortunately, the distance was only a little short, and the hammer bounced off the edge of the stone. Then, the bald Wu Ku flicked to the left, and the hammer in his hand just hooked on the snake's head. Along the snake's neck, the bald Wu Ku slid down like a roller coaster. Passing through the clouds, it hooked the snake body and fell straight down. With a click, the water tank fell to the ground, next to the familiar tree. Happy Home welcomes you back. Aside, give him a paragraph. Starting over is harder than starting. If you're not ready, like you've had a bad day, you're going to be under pressure that you shouldn't be at your age. You can come back after a rest. I will wait for you here. P.S. Thanks to the boss of Enchanting Table for the monthly pass. If you have any games, movies, or animations you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area, and if appropriate, the author will arrange them one by one. Chapter 27. Listening to the narration in his ear, which seemed to be mocking, but also comforting, Dada let go of the mouse and slumped on the sofa. His eyes had lost their luster, as if he had lost all hope of his entire life. Nearly 4 hours of hard work. Nearly 4 hours of hard work. Just like that, I just rode the snake back to the original place, my happy hometown. Me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Dada Duck couldn't help the grief in his heart, and let out a foul-smelling wail with his mouth closed and his eyes closed. Hu Tao next to her looked disgusted, saying that you can change the name. Don't follow her embarrassing video. Dad Duck didn't want to make such an embarrassing sound, but he was so heartbroken that he had to shout out to Vent. After nearly 4 hours of fighting, who can stand up to the day before liberation? The melon-eating crowd onlookers smiled and felt sorry for Dad Duck at the same time. In the end, it's just 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. Didn't they also return to their happy hometown frequently losing the progress they spent a lot of money in exchange for? Dad Duck's mentality really collapsed. If he could sing Winter Flowers, he must have started singing by now. Dad Duck slapped the table and stood up, gritted his teeth, and said to Liamo at the counter, "Boss Liamo, are you sure this game can be passed? Can you pass it yourself?" The people who eat melons once again expressed their approval of Dad Duck. Can this broken game that engages people's mentality really be cleared by humans? In the face of these people's doubts, Liamo can only express that your mentality is too weak. Hey, I didn't want to hit you so early. Since it's all like this, let's watch the big screen and watch me show you how to pass the level. Liamo said that he opened the game on the computer at the counter, and the screen was connected to the big screen of the internet cafe. The boss pretended, and everyone in the store put down the games in their hands and looked at the big screen. At the beginning of the game, the bald Wuku controlled by Liamo hooked the big tree with a single hammer. After passing the big tree and hooking the branch on the rock, flying directly over the stone, hooking the ore on the rock wall, and then going upwards at a high speed. Every time the hammer goes down, it firmly hooks the fulcrum and climbs up without any mistakes. Moreover, every time the power of the fulcrum is used, the longest distance is flown. I was dumbfounded, and the people who eat melons were dumbfounded. How long did it take them to reach Wanxiang Stone? Half an hour, an hour? How long has Liamo been used? It's 30 seconds of TM. It only took 30 seconds of TM. In the shock of the people who eat melons, Liamo went all the way up. Abandoned rooms, horizontal ladders, piled furniture passages, castle walls, iron felt cliffs, hanging stones, and the wooden barrel that Dad Duck just missed and returned to his hometown. There was no mistake in the whole process, and no matter how smooth the stone was, it could accurately hook the fulcrum. There is no need to swing the wooden barrel, and it can easily fly up on the barrel. After going up, there is a snow slope that is almost flat and has no fulcrum. The bald Wuku controlled by Liamo will go up with a hammer. The hammer taps quickly on the snow slope, exerting force with the shortest contact time, without giving the hammer a chance to slip. After going up to the top of the snow mountain, there is another tall signal tower. Liamo climbed up in a few strokes, pushed with a hammer on the top of the tower, and the bald Wuku floated towards the sky. Using a few floating boulders as fulcrums and pushing back and forth a few times, the bald Wuku finally rose into the dark night sky. A star flashed, and the game was cleared. Clearance time, 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Looking at the customs clearance screen on the big screen, the internet cafe was completely silent, and the jaws of the melon-eating crowd dropped to the ground. 2 minutes 6 seconds. 2 minutes 6 seconds. 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Nima, it only took 2 minutes and 6 seconds to clear the level. Just now they suspected that the game could not be cleared at all, and the boss Liamo did not have that ability. Slapped in the face, swollen. Liamo coughed to bring everyone back to their senses, and then said, "If you don't see it, this game is actually not that difficult. As long as you can persevere and work hard to overcome many difficulties, it will be a matter of time before you pass the level. And the clearance of this game is just the beginning." With that said, Liamo updated the honor rankings on the big screen. In the column of Digging for Ascension, I updated my customs clearance time. That's right, roll it up. Clear levels first, then race. Customs clearance is not powerful, but fast speed is powerful. People who eat melons want to cry. You said it is easy, but it is so easy to play. Are we really playing a game? The blow, it was too shocking. However, some people were hit, and some people were burning with fighting spirit. Like Keqing, Dad Duck. After seeing Liamo's clearance techniques, how can they just admit defeat? Isn't it just customs clearance? Let me show you. I will also break your record of 2 minutes and 6 seconds. P.S. If you have any games, movies, or animations you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. If appropriate, the author will arrange them one by one. Chapter 28. The day passed quickly, and the doors closed at 9 o'clock in the evening. In fact, an internet cafe should have a night service. Liamo used to stay all night in internet cafes when he was in school. Ahem, not often to be precise. High school plus college. More nights spent surfing the internet all night than normal sleep. But right now, Liamo is the only owner in the store. If we want to provide night service, we should hire a network manager later. But if recruiting, who should recruit? Passerby. Those who play tricks are definitely not considered. As for famous and sexual characters, they basically have their own affairs. Hiring mean travelers as webmasters? Liamo asked a businessman who just came from Mond in the store today. That Mond is being swarmed by wind dragons recently, and yellow hares with flying pets may also appear. Therefore, it is not yet certain whether it is Brother Kong or Ing Mei who is with Pai Ming. Of course, Liamo hopes to be the little girl. Brother Kong or something. There is really no sense of existence. After all, Liamo is a big man, and of course he likes the naughty and naive little sister. Let Brother Long bear the sins and what not, and wait to be beaten into paraplegia by a bunch of people later. TSK. Today's harvest is really good. Liamo checked the emotional points gained today and smiled very satisfied. The emotional points harvested today are more than 3 times that of yesterday, which is a total of more than 24,000 emotional points. Although Grandpa Zhongli was calm, he provided more clarity than others. And the main big head is the shock brought by Li Mo's demonstration of clearing the digging for ascension. With more than 24,000 emotional points, Liamo really wants to draw them all and bet on whether he can become a god in one wave. In other words, a wife was drawn out to watch the store for him. But he still held back. He already had the ability to protect himself, and the focus was on improving the scale and projects of internet cafes. 50 computers are still too few, and today there are still a large number of customers who can't get in line and can only watch others play. Therefore, the number of computers must be increased. Spend 15,000 emotion points to expand the interior space of the internet cafe and increase the number of computers to 120. At the same time, a private room area is also divided. Such a scale is almost the same as the internet cafe Liamo once opened. Tomorrow, the time limit will be cancelled. Whether you can occupy the machine depends on your own ability. Next, it's time to add new projects to the computer. There are still 9,000 emotion points in his hand, but Liamo still plans to use them all. There are 2 times, one with 4,000 emotional points and one with 5,000 emotional points. Draw 4,000 emotional points first. Congratulations, you have won a copy of the game Resident Evil. Nice, /greater than over equal to less than over equal to, /. It turned out to be Resident Evil. Liamo was a little overjoyed. Resident Evil is one of his favorite game series. After all, which boy would not like to fight zombies? And Resident Evil can be regarded as the pinnacle of zombie-themed games, and Liamo has already released the 8th before time travel. A remake of Liamo's favorite Resident Evil 4 is also about to be released. It's just that the movies are really not that good. The first 2 are okay, and the latter ones are all spicy chicken. Especially that web drama. It is the spicy chicken among the spicy chickens. The game, Resident Evil, Liamo plans not to release it tomorrow, and wait until the day after tomorrow to release it. If there is no time limit on the internet tomorrow, someone should have cleared the 2 games, Super Mario and Digging for Ascension. Even if it doesn't pass the customs, it's basically the same. Next, draw the remaining 5,000 emotional points. Congratulations, you have won a movie The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. F***K Sigma. It's actually Lord of the Rings. Liamo was immediately in awe. This disrespect is not acceptable. The Lord of the Rings is his favorite and recognized as the greatest fantasy epic. This is the lifelong painstaking effort of Mr. Tolkien, and it is the beacon and guide of future magical works. Liamo was still in elementary school when he watched the Lord of the Rings movie, and he was deeply immersed in the fantasy world presented by special effects in the movie. Even after more than 10 years, the special effects of the movie are still not far behind. The creation of the world, the plot, the character design, and the acting skills of the actors are all a piece of cake. It's a pity that at that time, most people couldn't calm down and appreciate real art patiently. They only felt that the movie was too long. But this is only the first part, and I don't know when the next 2 parts will come. Liamo was a little entangled in this, but after thinking about it, he thought it was a good thing. Just imagine a group of people who want to know the plot after watching the first part, but how anxious and entangled they are without the second part. This is also a source of emotional points. Isn't it beautiful? Okay, all the emotional points have been spent, and Liamo is about to start the must-have supper every night. P.S. I think everyone still likes the title boss Tao Dao, so I will continue to use it later. Chapter 29. What's Sigma? There is no time limit starting today. Come on, then you have to hurry up and take advantage of the machine. Come on, take advantage of the opportunity. Help me get one. Help me get one. As soon as Liamo opened the door in the morning, the people who eat melons rushed in like crazy when they heard that there was no time limit. I have already seen the inexplicable expansion of space in internet cafes, and the people who eat melons are a little shocked and continue to grab seats. When the time was limited before, if you didn't grab the first wave, you can wait. If there is no time limit now, some people may sit until the internet cafe closes at night, and they have to grab a seat. Boss Tao Tao, Grandpa Zhongli, Dadaya, and Keqing also came here early today to take their seats. In order to come earlier today, Keqing had already done some of today's work last night. Moreover, it turned out that I learned to arrange some unnecessary work. It's really amazing that Keqing broke out of the workaholic state just to play games. Dada Duck vowed to clear the level today, and Keqing is her biggest opponent. The video of Limo's clearance of digging for ascension yesterday has been uploaded. After watching it several times, Dadaya and Keqing basically have a clear idea. We have a deeper understanding of how each point is handled. Limo estimates that the two of them will be able to pass the level in half a day at most, and it depends on who will get the honor of the first pass. Boss Tao Tao's pressure is much lighter. She specializes in Super Mario. These people didn't sit down for a while, and Ningguang also came. She has nothing important to do today, and came to the internet cafe after arranging work for the 3 secretaries. She naturally had to try this new thing from another world. After chatting with Limo, Ningguang also used his ability to get a seat. Compared with games, she is more interested in things like videos now. First, I watched the short video Boss Hu Tao teases employee Zhongli. I was laughed at by the stinky boss who opened his mouth and closed his eyes, and the flowers trembled. Then, I clicked on the newly added Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring today. Let's use the name Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings is rarely used here. At the same time, Mr. Zhongli and some people who eat melons also watched this movie. At the beginning of the movie, a woman's voice sounded in the darkness. The world has changed. I know it from the water. I know it from the soil. I know it from the wind. Traces from the past. It's all lost. Because there are no survivors. I still remember. The woman's voice ends, and along with the classic music, the title of Dark Gold appears on the screen. The Lord of the Rings. After the title flashed, in the screen, a mysterious ring of power was cast in the flames. The woman's voice sounded again, telling the story of the ring. 3 of them were handed over to the elves. The immortal is the most beautiful and intelligent among all living beings. In the picture, there are 2 men and 1 woman. The handsome elves with pointed ears are looking at the ring on their hands. 7 were given to the dwarf princes. Excellent miner, craftsman who chisels stone halls. 7 small but strong, bearded dwarves shared the ring. 9 more. 9 Lord of the Rings, given to the human race. They are most thirsty for power. 9 human kings, both gray-haired and young, were given the ring. Into these rings is infused the strength and will to govern every race. But they were all deceived, because there is still a Lord of the Rings to be forged. In Mordor, in the flames of Mount Doom, the Dark Lord Sauron secretly forged a Lord ring to control the other precepts. In this Lord of the Rings, his cruelty and his malice are poured into it with all his might, and his will to enslave all living beings. The Supreme Ring, the ring to control the crowd. On the lava soil, the Demon King dressed in hideous armor, the gold magic ring on his finger reveals mysterious runes. The free Middle-earth world fell into the flames of war, and lands were conquered by the Lord of the Rings one after another. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Humans and elves formed the last force to attack the army of Mordor. Under the optimization of the system, the special effects in the movie have been fully realized, presenting a more grand battlefield. Humans, elves, twisted and terrifying half-orcs, hundreds of thousands of people are fighting together in a grand scene. The people in Teyvat had never seen such a scene before. They were all shocked, and their heartbeats accelerated. Even Grandpa Zhongli had to admit that this was the largest war he had ever seen. Thousands of years ago, the war between the demon gods was indeed cruel. The mountains and rivers were broken, and the sky was dark. But with the population of Teyvat continent, it is impossible to assemble a mortal army with hundreds of thousands of people fighting together. This world is called Middle-earth, and its area and population seem to be larger than Teyvat. P.S. Thank you Chive's Scrambled Eggs for the monthly pass. Thanks to the Ocean Demon Dragon boss for the monthly pass. Chapter 30. The movie must be a real story from another world. In the movie, the alliance of humans and elves fought with the orc army on the slope of the Doomsday. This battle is for the future of the many races in Middle-earth. Hundreds of thousands of people fought together, sharp blades collided with each other, arrows pierced armor, and blood and broken limbs flew across. This is war? It seems that there has never been such a war on the Teyvat continent. Even There have been no major armed conflicts in the past few hundred years. Especially for Liyue, after the Demon God War ended, the people of Liyue basically lived a stable life, which has continued to this day. This kind of war with tens of thousands of casualties, hundreds of thousands, and rivers of blood is really unimaginable. In the final battle, the brave humans and elves suppressed the orc army. It seems that victory is in sight. At this time, Sauron, the tall Dark Lord, joined the battlefield. The power of the Supreme Lord of the Rings is unstoppable. Every time the warhammer was swung, dozens of people were knocked into the air, either dead or maimed. No one can get close to Sauron, and no brave charge can resist the power of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. The Demon King Sauron alone is an army of millions. Everywhere he walked was blank. King Isildur was also killed by Lord Sauron. Victory was in sight, and in an instant, the alliance between humans and elves was transferred to the Demon Lord Sauron. But at this moment, the powerful power of the Demon Lord Sauron made him careless. King Isildur's son picked up the sword that Sauron had crushed and cut off Sauron's finger. The Supreme Lord of the Rings fell, and the Demon Lord Sauron was instantly wiped out, smashing and disappearing with his army. The heavy helmet fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. Lord Sauron, enemy of the free peoples of Middle-earth, is defeated. The One Ring fell into the hands of King Isildur's son. He would have had the chance to destroy the One Ring once and for all by throwing it into the lava of Mount Doom, eradicating evil once and for all. But human hearts are easily corrupted. The son of King Isildur couldn't resist the temptation of the Supreme Lord of the Rings and chose to take it for himself. During the attack of the remnants of the orcs, the son of King Isildur wanted to use the invisibility ability of the Supreme Demon Lair to escape by jumping into the river. But the One Ring had a will of its own, and it abandoned King Isildur's son to die of arrows. The One Ring fell to the bottom of the river and disappeared. History becomes legendary, and legendary becomes myth. This disappearance is a full 2,500 years. No one knows the whereabouts of the One Ring. Until the time finally came. It has captured a new bearer. My darling, the Supreme Lord of the Rings fell into the hands of Gollum, and he hid deep in the misty mountains with him. There, eating his mind. In the dark cave, a ray of light shines from the gap in the ceiling. A hunched, skinny and thin figure looked at the Supreme Lord of the Rings in his hand under the light as if he was looking at his beloved. 500 years later, the Supreme Lord of the Rings, aware of the new opportunity, abandoned Gollum again. It's just that it didn't expect that it was picked up by a hobbit, Bilbo Baggins of Shire. As the camera lifts up on a map of Middle-earth, the picture shows a room full of books. At this time, the subtitle of the movie finally appeared, The Fellowship of the Ring. As the music soothed, everyone watching the movie relaxed. As far as the beginning of this paragraph is concerned, it is no longer wonderful and can be described. Maybe the story in the movie did not lose on the Teyvat continent, but there is no telling form comparable to the movie. Even many books that are listed as classics are far worse in terms of narrative techniques. Then, there is another very crucial question. I originally thought that movies were like dramas and operas. But this is extremely real. There is no trace of incongruity in the picture. No matter how you look at it, it happened in real life, and it was recorded on the spot with some kind of skill. Combined with the fact that the boss Li Mo is an outsider who has traveled to many worlds, then there is basically no doubt about it. Mr. Zhongli, who is the most knowledgeable among them, thinks so too. The more knowledgeable he is, the more shocked he feels. He is the oldest of the 7 gods, and knows many secrets about the current day, the Sky Throne, and the Descendant. The existence of other worlds is absolutely recognized. This ability to record historical pictures without people and gods from other worlds being aware of it also made Grandpa Zhongli feel that Boss Li Mo is unfathomable. The shock is over, and continue watching the movie. What kind of story will develop in this Middle-earth world because of the Supreme Lord of the Rings? It's been a long time since Grandpa Zhongli has been so curious. P.S. Thanks for the 100 VIP points rewarded by Wangcho. Thanks to the big guys for the flowers and tickets. If you want to watch games and film and television works, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 31, Fellowship of the Ring, Humans with Weak Wills. After the subtitle flashed, the plot of the movie officially unfolded. Hobbits are short in stature, gentle and kind by nature. Get used to smiling and enjoying the food. They like quiet, peaceful, and easy to cultivate land, and most of them live in caves and tunnels and low hills in the countryside. They don't like complicated things, but they have a knack for simple crafts. Their paws have hard pads and thick brown curls, so they don't need to wear shoes. They like to dress in bright colors, especially green and yellow. They laugh a lot, eat and drink, and sometimes like to tell a little innocuous joke. They are very hospitable and like to give each other gifts and hold banquets. This kind of race makes it hard for melon eaters who watch movies not to like it. This race does not have the intrigues of human beings and is full of innocence and beauty everywhere. It also made the people who eat melons lament the diversity of intelligent races in Middle-earth. Humans, elves, dwarves, hobbits, and probably some other races. On the Teyvat continent, only humans can truly be regarded as the main intelligent race. The wisdom of the Chocho people may not be as good as the half-orcs under the Demon King Sauron. Back to the plot. Bilbo is going to celebrate his 110th birthday, and his old friend Mage Gandalf, the Grey Robe, comes to congratulate him. Because of getting along with the Lord of the Rings day and night, Bilbo's mind was also affected. At this 111th birthday party, he decided to leave everything he had to his nephew Frodo and go on adventures. But Bilbo disappeared in front of everyone at the birthday party, letting Gandalf know the secret of the Lord of the Rings. At the same time, the once defeated Dark Lord Sauron has sensed that his Lord of the Rings has fallen into the hands of the Hobbit. At this time, Sauron was rebuilding the fortress Barad-dûr, gathering countless orcs, preparing to seize the Lord of the Rings with an army and conquer the world again. The mind is extremely pure, and the strong-willed Frodo can resist the bewitching whispers of the Supreme Lord of the Rings, so Gandalf persuades Frodo to escort the Lord of the Rings to the elf kingdom of Ravenhill. Accompanied by his good friends Sam, Pippin, and Merry, Frodo embarks on this fateful journey. In the Prancing Horse Hotel, he got the help of Aragorn, the Prince of Gondor, and escaped from the chasing and intercepting of the ring spirits. And these ring spirits are human kings who once accepted the Lord of the Rings and fell into minions of the Demon King Sauron. Is human willpower really so fragile? Seeing these ring spirits, the Melon Eaters remembered the words of King Isildur, who was bewitched by the Supreme Lord of the Rings and lost his best chance. Then compare it to Frodo the Hobbit, and it feels like humans are a little bit overwhelmed. Just come to the movies. A group of people went through hardships and finally reached the kingdom of elves. However, the elves are not willing to keep this evil Supreme Lord of the Rings, and it is difficult for them to resist its temptation and all kinds of troubles it brings. So representatives from various countries in Middle-earth held a meeting to discuss, and humans, elves, and dwarves sat together again. The dwarf's battle axe could not destroy the One Ring, but was shattered by it. Boromir, the eldest son of Denahal, the regent of Gondor, was also faintly tempted by the Lord of the Rings. This made the Melon Eaters who watched the movie feel a little ashamed. When several races stay together, human beings have the worst resistance to the Lord of the Rings. At the same time, they all felt that Boromir might be an unstable factor. Maybe, there will be a scene of snatching the Supreme Lord of the Rings halfway. After all, the Lord of the Rings doesn't want to be held by a hobbit who is strong-willed and can resist himself. Only those with weak willpower can be controlled by him, and can return to the hands of their master, the Demon King Sauron. Back to the movies. In the end, everyone reached an agreement and prepared to send the Supreme Lord of the Rings to the flames of the Doom Mountains for complete destruction. Frodo stepped forward to accept the task. This time, besides his three good friends, there were Gandalf, Aragorn, Legolas the elf, Boromir the human, and Gimli the dwarf. In the next journey, the members of the Fellowship of the Ring not only have to escape from the pursuit of Sauron's minions, the Black Knight and the half-orc, but also resist the evil temptation of the supreme demon realm itself. The road ahead can be described as full of difficulties. On the snow-capped mountain, he was struck by lightning from the white-robed mage Saruman, and had no choice but to turn to the Moria mine in the mountain. However, due to the greed of the dwarves in the mines of Moria, the excessive excavation awakened the terrible Balrog. In order to cover the others from leaving, Gandalf the Grey Robe was dragged by the Balrog into the abyss together. For a while, the Melon Eaters who watched the movie were a little hard to accept. Gandalf so dead? P.S. Thanks to the big guys for the flowers and tickets. If you want to watch games and film and television works, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 32. Gandalf so dead? At this point in the movie, Gandalf, a kind and funny old wizard, is definitely very popular with the audience. Although I know that there are many dangers along the way, there is a high probability that members will die. But when Gandalf died together to stop the Balrog so that others could evacuate safely, the audience still felt worried. Gandalf plays the role of a leader in the team. Shouldn't such a role live to the end? At the very least, it shouldn't be so fast, the first sacrifice. On the road to salvation, sacrifice is inevitable. Grandpa Zhongli recalled the previous Demon God War. In order to quell the chaos on Liyue land and let peace come, he has gathered many like-minded friends under his command. And now there are only a few people left. Having seen too many sacrifices, too many deaths and separations, he has created his current state of mind that is as stable as a giant peak. Go ahead and get back to the movie. Gandalf died in order to cover everyone, and the Fellowship of the Ring continued on their way with grief. Soon, the team ushered in the second sacrifice. Boromir, eldest son of Denahau, regent of Gondor. Saruman sent more powerful Uruks to stop the Fellowship of the Ring, and everyone fell into a bitter fight. At this time, Boromir, who was originally not favored by the audience and considered a dangerous factor, died fighting to protect Frodo. This human being, who was almost bewitched by the Supreme Lord of the Rings many times along the way, strengthened his heart at the most critical moment and sacrificed his life for the future of Middle-earth. Also, maintaining the dignity of being a human being. In the team, the only human dignity. In front of the stone statue of King Gondor, he fought to the last moment of his life. Another tragic death, some viewers couldn't help crying. Good guy, hero, I misunderstood him before. Although he was tempted by that broken ring several times, he still chose to become a hero in the end. This is the will of mankind. We humans are not bad at all. Hashtag F***K Sauron the Demon Dog. If humans could F***KU 2,500 years ago, they can do it 2,500 years from now. Don't die. Both of them are dead. Please don't die later. Titi. The Fellowship of the Ring lost another man. Under the persuasion of Galadriel, Queen of the Elf, in order not to let the Lord of the Rings continue to confuse the righteous partners and no longer implicate them in sacrificing Frodo, he decides to go on the road alone. But in the end, his good brother Sam caught up with him. The two walked side by side, looking at the road ahead without hesitation. Even though there are thousands of difficulties and obstacles in front of him, he still has to complete the task of destroying the Supreme Lord of the Rings. For the free Middle-earth not to fall into the clutches of the demon, Lord Sauron. For Gandalf. For Boromir. The final shot, with the two hobbits falling in the background, concludes the film. The audience has been immersed in the wonderful stories in the movie, and finally slowly returned to reality as the curtain came to an end. Wonderful. Bravo. No, this is not a story. This is an epic legend that actually happened in a different world. A team of less than 10 people, gathering the hopes of all races in Middle-earth, embarking on a road of protecting the ring and destroying demons. But is this the end? What about the story behind? Frodo and Sam went on the road like this. What crisis did they encounter later? Will anyone else find them both? Has it finally succeeded in destroying the Supreme Lord of the Rings? Your story is only half, maybe even less than half, so the movie is over? In an instant, Liam received a lot of reminders with high emotional points. Seeing a large group of melon eaters standing up from their seats in the internet cafe with dissatisfied faces, Liam secretly smiled. Hey, what I want is this effect. What I want is to engage your mentality. If you can't see the story behind, be anxious. And if you are anxious, you can earn some emotional points. Even the old man Zhongli is in a bad mood now. The story that was so good suddenly stopped. What a pity. Ningguang calmed down his dissatisfaction a little and asked Liam, Boss Liam, this Lord of the Rings story must not end, right? Where's the follow-up story? Grandpa Zhongli also asked. It's been a long time since I saw such a wonderful story. I am very interested in the follow-up development. I don't know when I can see the following story. A group of melon-eating people also asked loudly, and they couldn't see the story behind, so they felt itchy. Liam pressed his hands to signal that everyone was quiet, and then said, Of course there are still stories to come. The Lord of the Rings movie has a total of 3 parts, but I don't know when it will come out. Because of some cross-border factors, the network is not very stable, and the things that come over are a bit random, so maybe you can see the remaining 2 tomorrow, or you may have to wait for a long time. Liam spread his arms, expressing that there is nothing we can do. Hearing what Liam said, there was a wail in the internet cafe. Despicable Liam gained another wave of mood points. P.S. Thanks to the big guys for the flowers and tickets. If you want to watch games and film and television works, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 33. Keqing won the first pass of digging for promotion. There are 2 more after Lord of the Rings. Very nice. What's Sigma? LLL. I don't know when I can see it. Ahhh. Daba 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 yo. Don't. It would be dead without Lord of the Rings, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Listening to the wailing in the internet cafe, Liam shrugged indifferently, sat down, and drank the happy water. Today's emotional point income must be very explosive. After a while, The mood of the people who eat melons calmed down. Some want to watch the first Lord of the Rings again, and some want to play games. At the same time, the competition between Keqing and ahhh for the first pass of digging for Ascension has also reached a critical moment. After watching Li Mo's customs clearance video, the two have memorized the terrain, and now they are completely comparing who is faster and more stable. Keqing and ahhh are currently climbing the slipperiest snow slope, from which is the lighthouse. Basically, it can be said that whoever climbs the snow slope first has a better chance of winning. After all, the lighthouse is not difficult to climb, and the position of the suspended stone on the lighthouse has also been memorized. The melon-eating crowd watching have already started to bet at the opening, betting on which of these two can win the first pass of digging for Rise. It must be our Li Yue's 7 stars, Yuhing star Keqing, who won the first pass. That's not necessarily true. We Jidong people are not bad at all. As far as the current situation is concerned, the 2 days are evenly matched. It's really not easy to bet. I still bet that Lord Keqing wins, and Li Yue people support Li Yue people. Then who should I buy from Mon to win? It's so tangled. If you want to place a bet, hurry up, you won't have to gamble after crossing the snowy slope. Soon, the slippery snow slope was climbed by Keqing and ahhh was slightly ahead. But this loss may be the key to winning the first pass first. Although Keqing was a little anxious, she tried her best to control her emotions so as not to affect her operation. The two climbed the steeple almost at the same time, and the hammer in the hand of the bald Wuke slammed on the stepping stone. At the same time, reach the top of the tower, adjust the direction here, and then fly to a big rock above. Judging from the normal steps, it seems that ahhh is indeed going to take off first. Keqing doesn't want to lose. She doesn't want ahhh, the executive officer of the fools in Jidong, to outdo her in Li Yue. Then, you can only give it a go. Just when ahhh landed on the top of the tower and adjusted the angle, Keqing hooked the top of the tower and took off. This move is extremely risky. If the angle is slightly off, you will miss the big rock, and you can only float full to touch other rocks. However, good luck favored Keqing today. The bald-headed Wuke she controlled precisely touched the big rock, and then used it as a point of leverage to fly towards the rock on the upper left. With another effort, he flew above the starry sky. The horn in the internet cafe sounded a mechanical female voice at this time. Congratulations to Ms. Keqing from Unit 12 for becoming the first player to clear the level of digging for Ascension. Please go to the counter to receive the reward. Keqing excitedly took off the earphones and stood up, with a look of joy on his face. ahhh next to him lost to Keqing by less than 2 seconds. His expression froze. Lost. The difference is less than 2 seconds. ahhh really accepted this result. In the game Silent Hill, he was killed by Zhongli, the former Keqing, and in the game Digging for Ascension, he lost to Yangxing Keqing by less than 2 seconds. Ha ha ha, Li Yue is really full of talents. I admire. ahhh couldn't laugh or cry, but had to admit this fact. If the skills are not as good as others, then try to become stronger and win back. He is not a person who can't afford to lose. Anyway, clearing the game, Digging for Ascension, is just the beginning, and he must win it back in the race. Keqing happily received his reward, and the trophy was still the shape of the bald Wuke wielding a hammer in the game. Keqing's name was immediately entered on the glory ranking, and he was very happy. At this time, Walnut has already reached the final level of Super Mario. You must know that the game Super Mario has 8 major levels, and each major level has 4 smaller levels. In other words, there are a total of 32 levels. Li Mo checked the clearance process of Walnut and found that she happened to be lucky enough to skip a few levels. Except for the first few levels that are a bit difficult, the rest is almost smooth and unimpeded, not like a player who is playing for the first time. But it's normal to think about it. Although Hu Tao's elemental power is limited, his reaction speed is still much higher than ordinary people. With the difficulty of Super Mario 1 week, her reaction speed can really be played to this level. TSK, it seems that my boss Tao Dao is also a high-ranking player, asterisk. Li Mo smiled and nodded, expressing his relief. But, when did walnuts belong to your family? Bah, this man is really shameless. P.S. Thanks to the big guys for the flowers and tickets. If you want to watch games and film and television works, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 34. Keqing's invitation and advice. Is the rule of man feasible? Without any suspense, Walnut got the first pass of Super Mario. I got a trophy in the shape of Mario the Plumber and a certificate of passing the pass, and I was on the glory list. Since Walnut already has permanent free internet access, the monthly free internet card reward was replaced by an exclusive VIP seat. The exclusive VIP seat, as the name suggests, is a seat exclusively for Hu Tao, which cannot be occupied by others and will always be reserved for Hu Tao. Keep up with the Tao, my hall master likes this reward very much. Hu Tao was very happy and wanted to pat Li Mo on the shoulder. As a result, the height difference is a bit large, a little bit reluctant. Standing on tiptoe, I almost fell into Li Mo's arms. Grandpa Zhongli glanced over from the corner of his eye, thinking that Li Mo might be his grandson-in-law. In that case, maybe he will be able to surf the internet permanently for free in the future. If Hu Tao knew what Grandpa Zhongli was thinking, he would probably have to dig a hole to bury him today. Meow, my hall master pays you everywhere all day long. UF asterisk 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 G, want to sell me for free internet forever? Buried. It must be buried. After the game was completed, Keqing, Walnut, and Dada Duck also watched The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Hu Tao just watched it as a show, and he was used to seeing life and death in his line of work, so at most he would be emotional. Dada Duck, a fighter madman, is full of fighting, comparing his strength with the characters in the movie. Demon Lord Sauron, he can't beat this one. The gap is a bit big. Balrog, also can't beat. The gap is not small. Other than that, he seems to be relatively easy to deal with. In this way, throwing him into Middle-earth is still a strong one. Keqing is very interested in the human kingdom in Middle-earth. Judging from the description in the story, there is no direct intervention of gods in Middle-earth. In other words, the human kingdoms there are all developed under the leadership of human beings themselves. Isn't this the rule of man she pursues? It's just a pity that these human kingdoms were not visited in the movie, otherwise she might learn something. Thinking of this, Keqing looked at Li Mo, who was dozing behind the counter. Boss Li Mo has been to many worlds, so he must have a lot of knowledge in this area. Maybe you can ask him. Soon it was time to close the doors at night, and some of the melon eaters who left the internet cafe were satisfied, and some were still unsatisfied. Li Mo also planned to go to Wanmintang to finish her meal, but Keqing was waiting for her after the door closed. Keqing looked at Li Mo expectantly and asked, Mr. Li Mo, I have already reserved a table of food and drink at Erchuang. I would like to ask you some questions. Is it okay? Mea tu ahhh treats guests. Li Mo naturally respectful rather than obedient. The two came to the luxurious private room of Erchuang, and Li Mo got his wish and ate the dishes here. Compared with Wanmintang, Erchuang's dishes are indeed better in all aspects. Of course, this is all because the chefs at Erchuang are all top chefs, and at Wanmintang are all apprentices of Master Mao. Master Mao's cooking skills are definitely not inferior to that of Chef Erchuang. In the past, Erchuang also wanted to invite Master Mao to be the chef, but he refused. After tasting the dishes, Keqing began to ask Li Mo for advice on the rule of man. Li Mo looked at Keqing with a smile. Although I have not been here in Liyue, I have heard many bold speeches from Yuhing star Keqing, who wants to implement the rule of man in Liyue. Keqing was a little embarrassed, twirling his fingers under the table with both hands, and said, I just think that the people of Liyue already have the ability to stand on their own. Even without the guidance of the emperor, they can walk a bright road. Keqing is very confident, and she is very confident in Liyue people. Although she is a fanatical emperor chef and has a bunch of emperor figures in her house, this does not affect her expectations as a human being for the great future of human beings. The emperor has led the Liyue people for thousands of years, and the next Liyue people can walk safely by themselves. Keqing was confident, but Li Mo had to pour cold water on her, asking, Do you still remember the 9 ring spirits in the Lord of the Rings movie today? Keqing knew what Li Mo meant by asking this, and said confidently, Liyue, people won't be so depraved, and Teyvat doesn't have a magic ring. Li Mo shook his head and said, You are too confident. Human beings are the intelligent race with the strongest desires and the weakest willpower that I know. The Lord of the Rings is just a medium. What can make human beings fall is power, money, power, and all kinds of things full of temptation. Can you guarantee that the Liyue 7 stars of this generation will do their duty and that the next generation will not be corrupted by power? Keqing was very unconvinced and said, For thousands of years in Liyue, every generation of 7 stars has done their duty, and it will be the same in the future. Li Mo sneered and said, That's because every generation of the Liyue 7 stars has been selected by the rock god. Hearing Li Mo's words, Keqing was stunned. Until now, each generation of 7 stars, they are all chosen by the emperor. There has been no problem with the Liyue 7 stars. The reason is that the emperor is right. Chapter 35, Rule by Man. A dead end. Apart from the emperor, the Liyue 7 stars hold the highest power in Liyue. The emperor judges the person accurately, so there is no problem in choosing the person. With the emperor pressing down on it, Liyue, Keqing didn't dare to do anything wrong. If so, the Liyue 7 stars were not chosen by the emperor. If so, there is no emperor pressing down on it. Keqing immediately thought of Mond, the chaotic, unmanaged Mond when the nobles enslaved the people. Well, not. Liyue is different from Mond. Keqing shook her head, trying to get rid of bad thoughts. Liemo saw that Keqing wanted to deceive himself, so he said, Mond is a good example, just like many countries in my hometown. The upper class corrupted by power treats the people like cattle and horses, tramples, kills, and plays with them recklessly, and is finally overthrown, and then enters the same cycle of reincarnation. The kindness of human beings can surpass the great mercy tree King Sumi, and the evil of human beings can also make the abyss feel terrified. But as far as I can see, the evil of human beings always overwhelms the good, because they are always submerged in desire, and they are always greedy for more. The existence of gods, on the one hand, is guidance, and more importantly, on the one hand, it is suppression, suppressing the evil side of human hearts with absolute power. My hometown, a world completely dominated by humans, has never stopped wars, decay, and oppression for thousands of years. The two largest worldwide wars, the death toll, is more than 100 times the total number of people in Teyvat today. Countless people are praying, hoping that there is a God who can curb the evil of mankind, bring eternal peace, and make the world full of truth, goodness, and beauty. Unfortunately, in the world of my hometown, gods only exist in myths and stories imagined by humans. If there is a god like the rock god, my hometown must have continued to be prosperous and stable for thousands of years like Liyue. After Liemo finished speaking, she looked at Keqing again. Her expression was already dull, apparently shocked by Liemo's words. In her imagination, Liyue's era of human rule can definitely continue the prosperity of the emperor's rule. That will be a long-term stability, peace, away from chaos. But in Liemo's mouth, there are no gods, and the world where human beings are fully autonomous is extremely chaotic and miserable. However, Keqing still didn't want to admit it. That's Mr. Liemo's hometown, and Teyvat is Teyvat. I firmly believe that Liyue people will not make such a big mistake. Keqing's eyes look firm, but Liemo can see the unconfidence hidden behind those eyes. So, he said again, okay, let's not talk about human beings' own problems first. Then, ahhh, if the vortex demon god Ozer of Guyun Pavilion breaks the seal, do you think Liurin can deal with it with his own strength? Keqing's eyes widened instantly, and the pupils trembled. Devil, this is something she has been ignoring all along. For thousands of years in Liyue, the emperor and his immortal Yaksha fought against the demon god. It is impossible for human beings to defeat the demon god. If a demon god attacks Liyue without the protection of the emperor and immortals, the consequences can be imagined. Liemo continued. Furthermore, the 7 nations of Teyvat are protected by gods. If Liyue loses her gods, she will be demoted to 1 level. Having gods and not having gods are completely 2 concepts. Not to mention whether other gods will cause trouble. The fools of Jidong alone dare to ride on Liyue's head to do their best. Because their country is blessed by the gods, and Liyue abandoned the blessing of the gods. It won't be long before Liyue, the largest commercial port in Teyvat, will become the weakest country that anyone can step on. Not because of anything else, but because others have gods, but Liyue doesn't. After Liemo finished speaking, he looked at Keqing. Mao Maotu was completely silent at this moment. Although the faith will not collapse, but the mentality has exploded. Before this meal, she was full of confidence and expectation for Liyue's rule of man. And now, her mind went blank. Her mind was in a mess, and all the good ideas she had before were smashed to pieces. She is so self-righteous. What she didn't consider, there are too many fatal factors. The greed of human beings, the threat of the demon god, or even the covetousness of other countries. Any of them may make Liyue beyond redemption. Fortunately, she also thinks that Liyue people can deal with various crises. Without the protection of the emperor like his own father, the Liyue people would have died long ago. After being silent for a while, Keqing sighed deeply and said, Teyvat, after all, it is a world ruled by gods. I really think too much. Keqing is a smart kid. Liemo speaks so clearly, she can figure it out after a while. Yes, the Teyvat continent, the 7 kingdoms, and the 7 gods are all rules set by heaven. Even putting aside all the factors mentioned by Liemo, the laws of heaven absolutely do not allow the existence of a country completely ruled by man. Seeing Keqing's loss, Liemo felt that he still had to comfort him. It's not impossible for Liyue to rule by people, but it can't be completely ruled by people. Hearing this, Mayamayatu's eyes instantly brightened again, and he looked at Liemo expectantly. Chapter 36. Beowulf, the Lottery Shipwreck. Complete rule of man is definitely not possible in Teyvat. In any case, the gods must participate in it. The current governance method of Liyue is that Prince Yin will formulate a general direction every year, and then you Liyue 7 stars will develop and govern according to this general direction. Then you can discuss it with Lord Yin and cancel the annual ceremony of inviting immortals. The general direction will be formulated by you Liyue Keqing. Yin Wangye and the immortals are retreating behind the scenes. If the Liyue people make any big troubles that cannot be solved, they will take care of it. Is the method mentioned by Liemo feasible? It is indeed possible. Keqing can analyze that this is the best choice for her if she wants to rule by man. However, she felt ashamed. Liyue Keqing was engaged in governance, and something went wrong, which made the emperor take care of it. Isn't this just a brat causing trouble and asking the parents to come out and wipe his asterisk? It's okay if nothing happens, but if something happens, it's embarrassing. And based on Liemo's human nature, 100% something big will happen in the future. Hey, let me think again. Keqing clutched her hairy head in extreme distress. Her head hurts now. Rule by man, rule by man, rule by man. Sure enough, I shouldn't have had such a stupid idea in the first place. Liemo shrugged. He had already said what he said, and Keqing's choice was entirely up to Keqing himself. No, in fact, it is Mr. Zhongli who is in charge. The old man is already determined to retire, but when the time comes, even if he doesn't want to practice rule of man, it will be all right. Just after the meal, Liemo sent Keqing, who was a little bit out of his mind, home, and then returned to the internet cafe. Counting today's gains, Liemo almost laughed like a dragon king with a crooked mouth. I earned 24,000 emotional points yesterday, and today I earned a full 68,000 emotional points. Therefore, it is necessary to expand the scale of internet cafes, and it is also necessary to have a mentality that is out of context. Mr. Zhongli also provided a lot of emotional points today. It seems that he can't get enough wool from him, and he will have to work hard to get more wool from him in the future. With a huge sum of money in his hand, Liemo couldn't help but draw cards. This has to be drawn. Maybe an employee can be drawn out to help him look after the store, and then he can go out wandering occasionally when he wants to wander around. 10 consecutive draws, 10,000 emotional points to go. Congratulations, you have obtained a doll of the same style as Kelly. Congratulations, you have won Xiaoxi's hat. Congratulations, you have won a pair of round gloves in the shape of Doraemon. Congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the Chocho mask. Congratulations, you have won a blackback base. Congratulations to Gue, hashtag. If you drop 10,000 points, they will all be rubbish. Congratulations. Congratulations. Hashtag. Liemo immediately became angry and could hardly accept the result of the card draw. The last time I drew a card, I gave a purple 4-star card, but this time I didn't even get a blue 3-week card, or even a green 2-star card. Meow meow, this broken card draw system is worse than Mi Huyo's card pool, and there is no guarantee. If you smoke again, you will lose 10,000 emotional points. Congratulations, you have obtained a training sword used by Dixia. Congratulations, you have obtained a Martian butterfly. Congratulations, you have obtained a 3,090 flower marriage ticket that has been mined for 2.5 years. Congratulations, you have obtained a cat's flea circle. Congratulations, you have obtained a Kos imitation of the Supreme Lord of the Rings. The big asterisk is cracked. Nima is dead. Another pile of rubbish. Liemo's mentality has undergone billions of changes. When Liemo saw the word Supreme Lord of the Rings, he thought it was shipped. It turned out that Nima's gold ring was a common gold ring, which was a fake for cosplay. I don't believe it anymore. My luck can't be so bad. It must be an illusion. Liemo, who refused to accept his fate, poured in another 10,000 emotional points. Congratulations, you have obtained a set of EVA co-branded watches. Congratulations, you got a Kiana Paramecium doll. Congratulations, you got a box of frag grenades. Congratulations, you have obtained a set of Adventurer Holy Relics, blue Samsung. Congratulations, you have obtained a set of Beowulf, purple 4-star. Beowulf, not bad, not bad, finally have an extra original weapon. Liemo finally felt better. This set of Beowulf is exactly the set of Dante in Devil May Cry 3, with gloves and leg armor, which can perform powerful fist attacks. Do you want to continue smoking? Liemo thought about it, but still planned to continue smoking. The internet cafe on Liyue's side has gradually entered the right track. and he will have to go to Mon's side to open a branch soon. Therefore, it is more urgent to recruit employees. After sinking 2 rounds of 10 consecutive draws, the last round of 10 consecutive draws was finally delivered in the explosion of Li Mo's mentality. Purple 4-star, the first employee debuts. P.S. Thanks for the 1,000 VIP points rewarded by YZH. Thank you Sheikh Bushabillion for the monthly pass. Chapter 37. Li Mo gets his first employee, Tia Holly Bell, from the anime Bleach. Number 3 among the 10 blades of Xia Palace, and the only female 10 blades among the 10 blades at that time. Zanpakuto is named after Huang Yu, which symbolizes sacrifice. Holly Bell has brown skin, green eyes, and a proud figure. Gold's long hair is tied into 3 braids, and the number representing the ranking is below the right breast. As for the location of Sudong, it's hard to say, so I'd better ask Dunyang. The appearance of Hurley Bell in front of him is after returning to the edge, and the mask only remains on the neck and chest. The hairstyle changed to short hair and the face was exposed, with deep blue lightning-like facial lines on the cheeks. The 3 tattoo on the right chest disappeared, and the costume turned into a skirt-style swimsuit and armor. Hurley Bell, who appeared in the Internet Café, was a little dazed. She fought against the Death Captain Don Shiro when she attacked the real world, and was then abandoned by Aizen and fell to the ground. After Aizen was sealed, she returned to the virtual circle to become the ruler, and was imprisoned shortly after resisting the invasion of the Quincy's invisible empire. In a daze, a piece of information appeared in her mind, allowing her to understand the current situation. She is no longer in her own world, and now she is in a place called Teyvat Continent. The man in front of him, named Li Mo, will be his boss from now on. Master Li Mo, Tia Hurley Bell, I serve you. Hurley Bell half kneeled on the ground, expressing his submission. On the one hand, it is the kindness to save her from the Quincy Master, and on the other hand, it is the surrender to the strong. Being able to bring her across the world must be in existence above Aizen. In the virtual world, only obey the law of the jungle. The weak should submit to the strong. Moreover, she was also restricted by some mysterious power, unable to attack Li Mo. Ahem. Get up. I personally don't like kneeling down very much. When Li Mo spoke, his eyes were a little erratic. No way. Hurley Bell's figure and decoration really make it difficult for a young man to control him. So, the clothes have to be changed. Of course, internet cafes are open during the day, and when going out, you can't wear it when outsiders are around. Although Hurley Bell is a woman, she is imaginary after all. She has no understanding of men and women. She doesn't understand why Li Mo wants to change her clothes. But since the boss has spoken, then in the future, if outsiders are present, they should be replaced with standard ripped robes. Anyway, the clothes are transformed with spiritual power. It was getting late. Li Mo spent 2,000 emotional points to expand Hurley Bell's bedroom on the 2nd floor and took a rest. Hurley Bell lay down on the bed and looked at the very feminine arrangement in the room, somewhat uncomfortable. He also thought about his 3 subordinate officials, wondering what happened to them. In the battle between the Quincy of the Invisible Empire and the God of Death in the Soul Realm, it is not known who will win. But these should have nothing to do with her in the future. The next day, Li Mo got up earlier than usual. If a Vastard-class surface breaker like Hurley Bell is not seriously worn out, it basically does not need to rest, and it will close its eyes at night to rest. Li Mo spent half an hour explaining her work to Hurley Bell before opening the door. For the appearance of Hurley Bell, the people who eat melons are very surprised. They don't know where the owner of the internet cafe found a cold beauty with blonde hair and brown skin. From the perspective of temperament, he is not an ordinary person. Although beautiful women are good-looking, playing games online is more important. The seats are full as soon as the door opens, and those who move slowly and fail to grab a seat can only wait depressedly. When I saw the release of a new game called Resident Evil today, I became even more depressed. Let Hurley Bell watch the store, and Li Mo went out to buy breakfast and came back. Come on, try it. You probably haven't eaten human food yet. Li Mo handed a breakfast to Hurley Bell. Huh? Oh, thanks. Hurley Bell took the breakfast in a daze, picked up a bun, and took a bite. Then, he stared blankly at the bun in his hand. As a ghost, thousands of years have passed since she was born with self-awareness to becoming a broken face. She couldn't recall the things that happened when she was still a human being. But the taste of the steamed stuffed bun still made her feel a little familiar. Familiar, yet unfamiliar. Hurley Bell quickly came back to his senses, finished his breakfast in 2 strokes, and then quickly returned to work, sitting behind the counter. Li Mo shook his head with a smile and cleared away their dishes. The queen of the virtual circle is a network administrator, and it doesn't feel out of harmony, and she's a little cute. At noon, Hu Tao, who had done a business in the morning, came to the internet cafe in a very good mood. Hu Tao is not in a hurry. After all, she has an exclusive VIP seat. It's just that when she entered the door and saw an unknown woman sitting behind the counter, Hu Tao thought she had entered the wrong door. I looked at the rows of computers in the store. Yes, this is Li Mo's internet cafe. Hu Tao walked to the counter curiously and asked, "Who are you?" "An employee hired by Li Mo." "What about Li Mo?" Seeing Hu Tao calling Li Mo's name directly, Holy Bell thought it should be Li Mo's friend, so he nodded and replied, "Well, I'm Tia Holy Bell, a subordinate of Lord Li Mo. Master Li Mo is out on business, so I cannot disclose his whereabouts." Walnut carefully looked at Hurley Bell, and the final conclusion was, Li Mo is not serious. Look at this appellation. This subordinate, my lord, really knows how to play. Well, let's forget about that. It's important to play games. Hu Tao sat in his exclusive VIP seat and opened the newly launched Resident Evil today. The name of the game, as well as the somewhat gloomy title interface, made Walnut smell something bad. Could it be a horror game? Duh. Chapter 38. Looking Back and Smiling, by Keqing is alive, but zombies. Difficulty? Sleepy or simple? Figure? Choose a girl. Start the game and enter the opening animation. July 1998, over Raccoon City. A team of Stas is in a helicopter looking for the missing B Squad, who went missing on a mission. Images of news reports flashed one by one, among which were a series of bizarre murders that happened recently. As for the deceased, there were large areas of gnawing marks on their bodies. Seeing this, Hu Tao can already confirm that this is definitely another horror game. What is this Li Mo doing? Why is it a horror game again? Hu Tao is really convinced. After playing Silent Hill, she really doesn't want to play horror games anymore. Then this Resident Evil is not playing. Let's play, maybe it's not so scary. Driven by curiosity, Hu Tao decided to watch it first, and she was very curious about the bizarre murder cases mentioned in the opening animation. Back to the opening animation. The A-team investigating the missing teammate found the crashed helicopter and landed in the dark and eerie woods. With only one body among the wreckage of the helicopter, the group starts looking around for clues. Soon, something in the forest attacked team member Joseph. Jill, the female team member who heard the gunshots, rushed to find a scene that shocked her. A group of dogs were gnawing on Joseph's body. Not ordinary dogs. These dogs have no skin at all, and the muscles are bloody exposed. Zombie dogs. It seemed impossible to be a living dog that could move. Immediately, Jill and another team member, Chris, fell into the pursuit of the lost dog. At this critical juncture, the helicopter pilot in the team ran away with the helicopter. This kind of behavior of selling teammates made Hu Tao almost spit out the happy water from his mouth. At the critical moment, Captain Weskier rescued the two of them. There were too many lost dogs. Everyone could only run away and finally hid in a mansion. Weskier, Jill, Barry, but Chris disappeared. When the three were puzzled, there was a strange noise from the door next to them. Jill and Barry go to investigate, while Week stays put. Entering the restaurant, Barry investigates the blood on the ground, while Jill continues to investigate. What? I'm going alone to Sigma? Walnut suddenly panicked. No matter how you look at it, it is safer for the two of you to go together. In horror stories, we usually split up for the pure convenience of being broken one by one. Hey, are you really not going with me, Uncle? Walnut tried to persuade Barry, but the game was set like this, and Barry ignored her at all. There is no way. The angry Hu Tao can only continue to investigate alone. Then, there is a scene that can be regarded as a classic in the entire history of the game. A zombie that was lying on the ground nibbling on the corpse heard footsteps behind it, and slowly turned around. Looking back at by Keqing with a smile, Lugong Fendai has no color. This is the famous look back and smile in the history of biochemistry. With this smile, Jill turned and ran away in fright. When he ran to the restaurant, Barry shot and killed the zombie 3 times. Hu Tao was also terribly frightened. His rotten and blood-stained face slowly turned his head. It was so terrifying that he could die. After the two returned to the hall, Weskier, who was still here before, disappeared. There is no way. The two can only split up and look for it. It's splitting up again. It's splitting up again. 2 people will die if they act together. Hashtag. Hu Tao was really angry. If it weren't for the game not allowing it, she really wanted to beat that uncle named Barry. However, it is not without good news. She has a gun. The difference between Resident Evil and Silent Hill.pt is that the player has a pistol as a means of killing. It is the protagonist Jill who is a little timid. In the beginning, he was scared to sit on the ground by the zombie dog, and just now he was scared to run around by looking back and smiling. Please, sister, you have a gun in your hand, shoot him. After making complaints, Walnut controlled Jill to wander around the mansion. With a gun in his hand, there is no panic in his heart. On easy difficulty, the zombies have thin blood and low attack, and Walnut has plenty of bullets and herbs when he moves carefully. It's just a sudden attack like a corner kill from time to time, which makes Hu Tao's little heart a little overclocked. Walnut wandered to the cemetery outside the mansion and found a basement that needed props to open. I didn't find any clues in the cemetery, so I ran back to the mansion, found a golden arrow, and turned back. The key needed for a door in the mansion was found in the basement of the cemetery. Hu Tao gradually became fascinated by this way of playing monsters and searching for props to decrypt the game. Controlling Jill and returning to the bathroom of the mansion, a zombie suddenly appeared in the bathtub, which almost scared Jill and Walnut so much that their hearts jumped out. Being piqued at taking a bath, the zombie expressed shame and crawled on the ground to gnaw on Jill's feet. Then he kicked Jill to death. Really, trampled to death. Hu Tao couldn't help complaining. Sister, your fighting power is not weak at all, but why are you so timid? Chapter 39. Mutated boa constrictor, Walnut, who saved people in vain, is so angry. Walnut's trip to the mansion is still going on, and Jill is manipulated to fall into a trap and be rescued by Barry. After the two talked for a while, they separated again. Hu Tao couldn't help complaining again. Why can't these two people investigate together? Although the efficiency may be lower, it is safer no matter what. This broken mansion is full of things called zombies. Maybe there are other scary monsters. Helpless, Barry left anyway, leaving Jill alone. Hu Tao felt that this Barry seemed to be throwing himself away on purpose. Something was wrong. Keep wandering, search for bullets and medicines, and fight wits and courage with disgusting zombies. At this time, I met Richard, a team member who was lost before. Richard was seriously injured by a mutant boa constrictor attack, and Jill needed to find serum for him. Look for serum. This virus feels like corpse poison. Hu Tao compared the zombie virus in the game with the corpse virus from the Teyvat continent, and found some similarities. On the Teyvat continent, if a living person is scratched and bitten by zombies, they will gradually turn into zombies if they are poisoned by corpses. But the little zombie Chi-Chi in Bubulu is very special. It looks like a zombie, but it always feels like a fairy. Thinking back to the game, Jill gave Richard a serum to save his life, and also got a new weapon, a shotgun. This thing is powerful enough, but the bullets are a little short. Walnut is very satisfied with the power of the shotgun, especially when the zombies are in groups of 2 or 3. It's just that the bullets don't last long, and you can't find a lot even on the simple difficulty. When you encounter a single zombie, you still have to wait for it with a pistol. Soon, Walnut found the serum and saved Richard. Then came across the mutated boa constrictor that attacked Richard before. Oh my god, can this snake be killed with a gun? Walnut manipulates Jill to shoot while doubting. The power of a gun is no problem for killing people, but it is difficult to deal with such a big thing. Fortunately, it was an easy difficulty. Hu Tao survived being swung by the mutated boa constrictor a few times, relying on the sufficient herbs in his backpack to fight bravely. Richard came halfway and killed the mutant boa constrictor together with Jill. Just when Hu Tao thought the mutated boa constrictor was dead, the other party suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Jill, opening his bloody mouth. Seeing that Jill was going to be buried in the belly of a snake, Richard pushed Jill away and took the lunch by himself. Your sister, this hall master saved this person for nothing. Seeing that Richard, who he had just rescued, died like this, his liver trembled with Walnut anger. With a shotgun in hand, it is necessary to fight this broken snake desperately and finally knock it back. I'm so mad, what's the matter? Although it is only a key role in the game, Richard's death still makes Walnut a little uncomfortable. Especially thinking that this should be a story that actually happened in another world, it is even more difficult to understand. Grab a can of drink, and Walnut moves on. At this time, Liamo, who had gone out for a stroll, also came back and brought an afternoon lunch for Holly Bell. Holly Bell finished the meal as if obeying the order, and then said, Master Liamo, I don't need to eat. There is no need to bring me food. Just try it once in a while. Liamo shook her finger and corrected. This is wrong. I can also go without eating for a long time, but eating is not just for satiation, it is more of a kind of enjoyment. Enjoying delicious food is part of a good life. You are no longer in the virtual circle, and you must quickly adapt to the new way of life. Holly Bell nodded after hearing this. Well, Master Liamo, I will adapt. Liamo chatted with Holly Bell while looking at the situation in the internet cafe. Today, there are 2 more acquaintances in the store, the second Miss Xingqiu of the Feiyun Chamber of Commerce, and the exorcist boy Chongyun. Xingqiu and Chongyun are always inseparable, and they hang out together wherever they go. Chongyun is an exorcist, And Xingqiu also loves to be a hero, so they are a good combination. After they came back to Liyue today, they heard about such a magical thing as an internet cafe, so they immediately came over to have a look. Because I came late, I only got one seat. So Chongyun sat down to play, and Xingqiu lay on the back of the sofa to watch Chongyun play. Well, whoever told Xingqiu to love Chongyun? Chongyun also played Resident Evil, but chose the Chris route, with Chris as the main character. Chris and Jill, the routes of these two people are not very different in essence. It doesn't matter whoever plays first. Among the players who play Resident Evil today, except for Dada Duck, they all play on easy difficulty. As for Dada Duck, he directly chose the difficult difficulty. Because of this kind of game with difficulty division, Liemo is counted as the first pass reward only after setting the difficult mode of clearing the level. The easy difficulty is like traveling. The common difficulty is almost meaningless, and the difficult difficulty has the face-to-face. P.S. Thank you guys for the flowers and tickets. If you have any games or film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. If it is suitable, the author will arrange it one after another. Chapter 40. After losing to Keqing in the first pass of the game, digging for Ascension, Dada Duck was very anxious to prove himself. It just so happened that the new game, Resident Evil, was released today, and Dada Duck is determined to win back. Everyone else was playing familiar games on easy difficulty, so he, Dada Duck, played hard difficulty directly to get straight to the first pass reward. No matter how difficult the difficult difficulty is, how much time will it take to master it after getting familiar with the easy difficulty? No matter how difficult it is, can it be more difficult than digging the ground for Ascension? Choosing the Chris route, Dada Duck started his own biochemical journey very confidently. In the Chris route, it was Chris, Jill, and Weskier who escaped into the mansion. Another teammate, Barry, disappeared. After the three heard gunshots, Captain Weskier asked Chris to investigate alone. Then I saw the zombie who looked back and smiled at Bai Meishing. Since he didn't have a gun, Chris had to go back to find his teammates. As a result, Captain Weskier and Jill disappeared after returning. Only a pistol was thrown on the ground. With a gun, Dada Duck became more courageous and began to explore the mansion. It's just that, on hard difficulty, the zombies have thick blood and high attack speed, and they have very few bullets. Even if it is a shot to the head, it takes several shots to kill a zombie. Without bullets, the gun becomes a poker stick. The small dagger in his hand was short and scraping. If he didn't pay attention, he would be thrown down by the zombies and sent away. Just at the beginning of this paragraph, Dada Duck sent several orders to the common zombies. To be honest, Dada Duck really wants to quit right now and reopen a common difficulty to find out the game flow first. But a bunch of melon-eating people behind him looked on. Among them were many Jidong people and a few subordinates of the fools. Giving up in front of so many people and changing to an easier difficulty, Dada Duck really couldn't afford to lose this person. For the sake of the fools and the face of the queen, Dada Duck can only bite the bullet and continue playing on his own difficulty. Although Dada Duck is a martial artist and his brain is not very bright, he is not a fool either. If you don't have enough bullets, you won't shoot zombies when you see them. If you can't provoke me, you can't hide? Ever since, Dada Duck began to try to use snakeskin to move around to avoid the zombies on the way forward. When encountering those who could not be avoided, they drew out their guns and shot them to death. In the bathroom, Chris also ran into the zombie in the bathtub. The zombie took a good bath. Chris came over and let the water go. How can I take a bath? The angry zombie wanted to get out of the bathtub to F***K Chris, but when the soles of his feet slipped, he wished Chris an early year. Dada Duck didn't want to waste bullets on this guy, so he just took the key and left, leaving the zombie who had just stood up messy in the wind alone. After all, he is considered a zombie with a role in it, so ignoring him like this is too much. Next, Dada Duck met Rebecca, who was missing before, and Richard, who was still bitten by a snake. And the Chris line, like the Jill line, is looking for serum for Richard. After finding the serum back in the infirmary, Richard gave the walkie-talkie to Chris before he passed out after the injection. Taking Richard to the infirmary, Chris asked Regika to stay and take care of Richard, and continued to search for clues by himself. Dada Duck controls Chris to continue to visit the mansion. Although there are occasional snake skins that fail to move and hang up on the way, fortunately, there are save points in this game. If you accidentally die, you won't lose too much progress. Strolling into a wooden house, Dada Duck found the mutated boa constrictor that bit Richard. Dada Duck thought it was over, so with the small pistol and the bullets in his hand, it would be difficult to tickle the snake. However, the behavior of this mutated boa constrictor made Dada Duck a little puzzled. Is this snake really capable of biting people? Dad Duck looked at the mutated boa constrictor swimming past his feet and blinked his eyes to express his incomprehension. The snake completely ignored him and just circled around in place, showing no intention of attacking. Could it be that Richard's active attack provoked this snake, Omega? Dad Duck thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Since the mutated boa constrictor didn't take the initiative to attack, Dad Duck didn't care about it. Find a mask in the cabin and leave decisively. The next thing to do is to gather all the masks in the mansion and open the mechanism in the basement of the cemetery. After wandering around, he died several times, but Dad Duck's snakeskin positioning became more and more proficient. Some zombies that could not be avoided before now have a high probability of being able to get rid of them. Sure enough, the game is to become proficient in repeated failures and deaths. After all, games are not reality, and there are countless opportunities to try and make mistakes. However, besides the zombies blocking the way, the difficulty of the game is getting lost. Although Resident Evil in Super Internet Café is a holographic remake, the problem of getting lost still exists. Back when Super was playing, getting lost took up a considerable part of the game time. Except for those who have the talent to recognize the way, others have to go around some places for a while. P.S. Thank you Tiani Exclusive Fox for the reward of 100 VIP points and the monthly pass. Thank you guys for the flowers and tickets. If you have any games or film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. Chapter 41. The Chris line was also taken. Dad Duck bit the bullet and smashed the difficulty, and the progress was slow. On Chongyun's side, Chris was already manipulating Chris to kill the little red zombie in the coffin under the cemetery. Although the little red zombie was fast, it was easy and difficult after all, and Chongyun gave her a headshot without much effort. Going to the woods, I received a call from Captain Weskier on the walkie-talkie, telling Chris not to go to the woods, because there is a very invincible monster inside. Hey, Chris doesn't believe in this evil, and Chongyun doesn't believe in this evil either. Pistols are much better than swords and spells, and there are dozens of bullets in the backpack, so I'm afraid of balls. Then in the cabin in the woods, he was knocked unconscious by a crooked monster wearing a prison. Strangely, the monster didn't kill Chris who passed out. When Chris wakes up, the monster is watching and then attacks. Chongyun immediately manipulated Chris to shoot down the monster a few times, but the other party didn't respond at all. Moreover, the attack power is quite high, and it is a bit too much to suffer a few more times on easy difficulty. I feel that this is not a monster that can be dealt with at this stage, and it seems to be a bit special. Chongyun didn't waste bullets anymore, just give it to Luda. After running outside the woods, he received Weskier's radio again, but he didn't say a word that the radio was broken. The radio is broken, and Chris is going to find Weskier. Xingqiu stroked his smooth chin and said, "That captain named Weskier, I think there is something wrong with him, a big problem." There was a bit of an uncharacteristic behavior at the beginning, and it felt like he was trying to put Chris off on purpose. Chongyun nodded approvingly and said, "That's right. This person asked Chris to investigate alone from the beginning, and he was also very indifferent to the separation of team member Jill. If there is nothing wrong with this person, it would be strange." Not only Xingqiu and Chongyun, most players feel that Weskier, the captain, is not quite right. After all, Lao Wei's performance in the plot is really a bit obvious, and anyone who is not too slow can see that he is hiding something. Back in the game, Chongyun controlled Chris to the underground research room, where he met Richard. The laboratory was filled with water, and Richard leaned against a pillar with a panicked expression, as if he was avoiding something very scary. Richard told Chris not to move around, but Chris didn't listen at all like an Iron Man, and just wanted to go to Richard's side. This move alarmed the mutant shark in the water. Then there was a scene where Richard pushed Chris away and buried himself in the belly of the fish. People who eat melons feel that this Richard is really pitiful. Rescuing Jill on the Jill line was eaten by a mutant boa constrictor, and saving Chris on the Chris line was eaten by a big mutant shark. I really have to die. But this person is a hero. Between his comrades and his own life, he chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation. It's just that what the people who eat melons don't know is that it was an accident that Richard saved Jill and died. To save Chris and die is simply to be killed by the halo of Chris team members. Throughout the entire series of Resident Evil, only the protagonists such as Jill, Rebecca, and Lee Sangwang have a hard life, and they can withstand the halo of Chris teammates. For other passers-by teammates, one counts as one, and those who act with him will definitely end badly. Even the protagonist of the 7th and 8th generations, the god of hand sanitizer Ethan, couldn't escape the restraint of Chris, the lone star of the gods, and finally received the boxed lunch. Although Chris in the plot killed Richard, Chongyun, who had already been brought into the game, was still angry. If it weren't for the power in the internet cafe that would limit all attributes, Chongyun would be really angry at this moment. Revenge must be revenged on Richard. Chongyun began to search for a way to kill the mutant shark in the laboratory, wandered all the way to the control room, and pumped out half of the water in the laboratory. After the water level dropped, the mutant shark finally showed its head, and its position could be accurately located. Lured it to an electric box. Chongyun manipulated Chris to push the electric box into the water, electrocuting the mutant shark to death. Electric reaction, baby shark. Taking Richard's relic shotgun, Chongyun returned to the mansion. On the way, Chongyun encountered a monster that looked like a mixture of flowers and octopus hanging from the roof. Although it looks bluffing, Chongyun already has a new weapon, a shotgun. On easy difficulty, 8 shots took down the octopus overlord flower. A paper tiger, completely unbeatable. Informing Rebecca of Richard's death, the little girl couldn't restrain the sadness in her heart, and Chris comforted her before moving on. Following the gunshots, Chris found Weskier. Only Weskier is alone, and Jill is missing. Chris asked about Jill's whereabouts, and Weskier dismissed Chris perfunctorily again, and each investigated. Lao Wei's anomaly made Chris a little suspicious, and Chongyun and Xingqiu once again increased their suspicions about this person. P.S. Thank you haha for the monthly pass. Thank you Book June for the monthly pass. Chapter 42. Suspicious, Chongyun manipulated Chris to continue exploring. While exploring the library, I encountered the previous mutant boa constrictor. This time the boa constrictor was not as kind as it was in the wooden house, but launched a fierce attack. With a shotgun in his hand, Chongyun was not afraid, and fed the mutated boa constrictor with shotguns until he was full. This shotgun is a good thing. Chongyun felt that he needed to find someone to see if he could make it. After spraying the mutated boa constrictor to death with a shotgun, Chongyun came to the underground mining field again. Here, he met Enrique, the captain of Team B. Enrique retreated and was injured, and leaned against a corner. He was not happy to see Chris, but pointed his gun at Chris very vigilantly. Enrique seemed to have lost his mind, and asked Chris if he was also a traitor. Just when Enrique was about to shoot at Chris, a black shadow flashed past, killed Enrique with 2 shots, and then disappeared quickly. When Enrique was dying, he left the name of Umbrella Company for Chris, and then passed away. What does it mean to be a traitor? Chris moved on with a stomach full of doubts. It's definitely Weskier. If he didn't run away, it must be him. Seeing this, Xingqiu finalized his opinion. If the traitor wasn't Weskier, he would have held back Xingqiu from molesting Chongyun for a week. If the traitor is Weskier, then he has to come up with a new idea to tease Chongyun. Chongyun only felt a chill running down his back, judging from past experience. Xingqiu must be thinking of ways to persecute him again. Unknowingly, it was already evening. Xingqiu ran to buy dinner. Chongyun continued to attack. Hu Tao directly rubbed off on Li Mo's meal. She is the landlord, so it should be right to grab a meal. The progress on Hu Tao's side has also reached Enrique, the captain of Team B. Enrique was not as vigilant to Jill as he was to Chris. After confirming that she came alone, he told Jill that there was a traitor in their team. This is treated differently. TSK, Chris cried. As a result, Enrique was shot and killed by the eavesdropper before he finished speaking. Damn, #Weskier, it's definitely that Weskier. If that guy is not a traitor, the name of the Home Master will be written upside down. Hu Tao also locked on Lao Wei, and he is the most abnormal in the current plot where people appear at the age of 10. Although Hu Tao is young, he is proficient in yin and yang, has extraordinary knowledge, and is surrounded by occasional teachings from Grandpa Zhongli. It can be said that Detective Common's reasoning ability is not as good as hers. All of Lao Wei's performances were too obvious, or he was too confident. Getting a hex handle on Enrique, Nut manipulated Jill to continue exploring the mine. When I found an elevator and was about to go down, I happened to meet Barry again, and the two took the elevator together. Hu Tao looked at Barry suspiciously. There might not be only one traitor. This uncle named Barry had been calling for separate actions before, and he was not at all worried that Jill would encounter any accidents when he acted as a girl. Therefore, Walnut also included Barry as a suspect. After the elevator reached the bottom, the two heard a strange cry coming from the mine. Barry asked Jill to explore alone, and he stood by on the spot. Okay, I knew it. Then you just stay here _. Hu Tao rolled her eyes speechlessly and could only investigate the anomaly by herself. She really took this Barry, a big one and a special one. What's going on in this guy's mind? Wandering around in the mine, but found no important clues, Walnut went back to the elevator. In the end, I just watched Barry take the elevator up. Jill was so angry. Hu Tao was also stunned for a moment and became angry. Traitor, this Barry is definitely a traitor too. He actually left the Hall Master here alone. Hu Tao's teeth were itchy. If she could pull out the Goma stick in the game, she would have to be knocked down by the elevator. Exhausted, Hu Tao could only continue to explore in the mine depressedly, without the elevator and being unable to get up. Fight new mutant monsters, search for resources, and fill your backpack. On the easy difficulty, there are too many things to pack, which makes Walnut frequently struggle with what to give up. After searching the mine for a while, Walnut came across a small room that looked very cozy. Through the information found in the room, Hu Tao learned that the monster who was as unbeatable as a prisoner before was called Lisa, and this is where she lived. Another Lisa reminds Walnut of the scary female ghost in Silent Hill.pt. Just thinking about it gives me chills down my spine. Climb up from the ladder of the cozy hut, which is the wooden hut in the woods that Lisa knocked out before. From here, Hu Tao thinks that the monster named Lisa may have a certain IQ, or have a little self-awareness. Running back to the mansion from the woods, Walnut opened the door to the underground that had not been opened before. There was a horrible cry from the ground, and when Jill went down, she found that it seemed to be a tomb. And Barry is doing something sneaky here. Chapter 43. Hey, you really have a problem. What are you doing so sneakily? Seeing Barry, Hu Tao immediately gave a loud shout, leaving her alone in the mine, and then sneaking around here to fiddle with something. If there was nothing wrong with this person, Xiangling wouldn't like playing slime anymore. When Barry saw Jill coming, he pretended to explain, but secretly reached behind his back to touch the gun. Jill was already wary of Barry at this time, and quickly reacted and snatched the pistol away the moment Barry drew his gun. Just when Jill was about to question Barry, Lisa appeared again. When the enemy appeared, Barry asked Jill to return the gun to him and deal with Lisa together at this time. A multiple-choice question appeared: should I give the gun or not? After thinking for a while, Walnut still gave the gun to Barry. Lisa is a formidable enemy, and it's better to have a helper than to fight alone. Even if this choice is wrong, it doesn't matter. She had a file before she came here. Lisa is really invincible. No matter how much she takes a gun, she will not respond, and she will not be moved no matter how much damage she receives. Looking at the 4 steels around the platform, it is clear that passing is not based on combat. Barry's attack attracted Lisa's attention, and Walnut took the opportunity to manipulate Jill to push down the 4 stone tablets. After all 4 steels fell, the coffin in the middle of the platform and the door on one side were opened. After the coffin was opened, Lisa stopped attacking and walked to the coffin. She picked up the skull in the coffin and shouted hoarsely, "Mom!" Lisa then jumped off the edge of the cliff with her mother's skull in her arms. Seeing this scene, Hu Tao felt very uncomfortable. Obviously, this monster named Lisa is different from other zombie monsters. Behind her, there must be some sad story hidden. After Lisa jumped off the cliff, Jill and Barry continued to act separately, as if nothing had happened before. Is there any mistake, sister? You just let him go? This man is so suspicious. He pointed a gun at you just now, but he just let him go? Hu Tao couldn't believe Jill's coquettish operation, and the spirit of complaining was hard to restrain. She really wanted to knock Jill's skull open to see what was inside. Come on, the game has to go on. Walnut strolled to the backyard, opened the mechanism of the pool, took the elevator down to the underground laboratory. I found a lot of experimental records here, and after cracking the code, I got the information of various monsters I encountered along the way. Sure enough, all of them were the product of extremely cruel human experiments. This reminded Hu Tao of the guy named Doctor in the Executive Officers of Fools, and it is said that he also likes to conduct human experiments. It seems that a few years ago, the Doctor conducted human experiments in Mond, and was eventually driven away by the Zephyr Knights. Thoughts back to the game. Walnut has collected a lot of supplies in the underground laboratory. According to previous experience, there must be supplies before the war. After collecting fuel to start the generator, when Walnut activated the elevator and was about to leave, Barry appeared again. Hu Tao couldn't complain anymore. This uncle has come and gone several times. Behavior is suspicious. No matter how you look at it, you can't believe it. Then, the plot is arranged. Jill and Barry go up the elevator together. Walnut Heart is tired. Destroy it. You silly Jill. Do whatever you want. After the elevator reached the top, the two met Weskier on it. At this time, Barry pointed his gun at Jill again. Then, the truth came out. The traitor turned out to be Weskier, who was a spy placed by the Umbrella Corporation in Stars. But Barry was coerced by Weskier with his family and had to obey him. Weskier asked Barry to go back to the ground first, and then pointed a gun at Jill to talk to her. In words, he showed that he was only using the Umbrella Company for his own personal gain. As he said that, he also showed Jill the monster named Tyrant sleeping in the training cabin. This monster retains a human body structure. Its skin is completely festered, it has huge sharp claws, and its heart is exposed. For this look, Walnut just wants to say disgusting. What kind of things are produced by this virus? Each one is more shabby than the other. Hu Tao really doesn't know what Weskier is so proud of. Let's not say whether this monster called a tyrant is powerful or not. Just when Weskier was proud, Barry, who had just left, suddenly came back and shot Weskier twice. Walnut was startled. Uncle, although you were generous when you come back to save people, what about your family, Sigma? At this moment, the tyrant in the training cabin woke up. The tyrant slapped open the glass with one paw and came out, giving Weskier a big fight after being shot twice. Then another big fight slapped Barry. Then, Jill was left alone to face the tyrant. Come, let the hall master see how many caddies you, a tyrant, have. Walnut holds a shotgun and carries a backpack of bullets, so he has no fear at all. Chapter 44. Boom, boom, boom. The fear of human beings comes from the lack of firepower. Walnut has a gun in her hand, so fear naturally stays away from her. Although the battle space is small, he can practice a good position even if he can't hold the walnut. With enough ammunition, he quickly knocked down the tyrant. After the tyrant fell, Hu Tao hurried to check on Barry's situation. Thankfully, Barry didn't die, but so did Weskier. He was shot twice, and he was beaten a lot by the tyrant. It's really hard life that he didn't die. At this time, the laboratory's self-destruct program suddenly started. Don't think about it. It must have been done by Weskier's son-in-law. Jill and Barry hurried down the elevator, trying to find a way out of here. Coincidentally, in a room below, Walnut found Chris, whom Jill was thinking of. Time is running out. Chris and Barry let Jill go first and meet at the tarmac later. After Jill fired a distress flare on the tarmac, Chris and Barry rushed over. At this time, the tyrant who was beaten to the ground by Jill appeared again, and then slapped Chris unconscious in the cutscene. Poor Chris, the Jill line is completely useless. Then it can only be Jill and Barry fighting the tyrant. The weakness of the tyrant is obvious, which is the exposed heart on his chest. Walnut's bullets were all aimed at the heart, but the tyrant was naturally not so easy to deal with as the final boss. The huge sharp claws on the left hand not only have high attack power, but also can chase while protecting the heart. Fortunately, it was only easy difficulty, and after a few rounds of output, the blood volume of the tyrant reached the node. At this time, the plot was triggered, the helicopter came to rescue, and Brand dropped a quadruple rocket launcher. The big thick tube of the rocket launcher is a big killer at first glance. Hu Tao excitedly picked it up and aimed at the tyrant. At this time, the tyrant was just attracted by Barry's firepower, and Walnut fired a rocket straight into the tyrant's back. In the flames of the explosion, the tyrant was blown to pieces all over the place. It is worthy of being the first artifact bazooka in the Resident Evil series, and its power is not covered. Woohoo! This thing is really powerful. Hu Tao looked at the big green pipe in his hand and exclaimed, "This is a powerful weapon in another world." However, it seems that the relic guards and relic hunters left over from the kingdom of Canria also have similar weapons. So, can she also build a bazooka? After beating the tyrant, Chris woke up. Boarding the helicopter, the tired Jill leaned on Chris's shoulder while Barry fiddled with his pistol. Facing the rising sun, the helicopter flew into the distance. The story of Resident Evil Jill line ends here. After clearing the Jill line and relaxing the tense nerves, Hu Tao suddenly felt a little tired. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. She just sat there all day? Oh, my hall master's waist is exhausting me to death. Walnut will move his muscles when he stands up, and it is very uncomfortable to sit in a chair all day. That is to say, Ganyu can sit on a chair and work all day long, and it has lasted for thousands of years. The Chris line on Chongyun's side is also speeding up, and it needs to be done before the internet cafe closes at 9 o'clock. On Chris' side, after going down a ladder in the mine, he encountered Weskier, who was fighting Lisa. Seeing Chris coming, Weskier asked him to quickly unlock the mechanism and open the coffin. After opening the coffin, Lisa, like Jill, jumped off the cliff holding her mother's skull. Although Chongyun has basically confirmed that Weskier is a traitor, but in the plot, Chris is still like a milk dog who has no courage to disobey Weskier and was sent away to act separately. It can be seen that Weskier is still very dignified and cunning, at least for Chris. After the two separated, Chongyun explored to the basement, where he discovered various crimes committed by the Umbrella Company. This act of experimenting with living things to create monsters made Chongyun, a righteous exorcist, very angry. At the same time, it feels very sad. During the time when he and Xingqiu were strong, the two traveled all over the land of Liyue, fighting for justice and fighting demons everywhere. All in all, there are fewer monsters and demons, and more chivalry and righteousness. Demons and demons are indeed terrifying, but what is even more terrifying is the human heart. People hurt people more than demons hurt people. Chongyun continued to search for information in the laboratory and finally saw Weskier among the researchers in the information of a monster named Tyrant. At this time, Chris finally understood that Weskier was the traitor, and this trip to the mansion is to use them to test the combat effectiveness of these biochemical weapons. It seems that we underestimated this Weskier before. This guy is not just a traitor. As Xingqiu said, he handed Chongyun a bunch of kebabs he bought at Yesher just now. Oh, thanks. Chongyun took the skewers, and after only saying xia, he was stunned, staring at the skewers in his hand in a daze. This skewer is ridiculously red and covered with peppers. Just smelling it makes my nose feel a little uncomfortable. Chapter 45. Chongyun was born with a pure yang body, and with this constitution, it can be said that he was born with the material to subdue demons and slay demons. But this pure yang body can't stand the stimulation. Chongyun doesn't even dare to eat a little spicy food, and has to eat popsicles to suppress the fire on weekdays. But Xingqiu loves to play tricks on Chongyun, always secretly put chili peppers in Chongyun's food, making his pure yang body go berserk, making all kinds of embarrassments. However, it is usually difficult to find when there are heavy clouds, or when there are too few peppers. This skewer tonight looks like it has more chili than meat. Chongyun looked at the skewers, then at Xingqiu Dao, with black question marks on his face. Good guy, you didn't even hide it this time. Eat this string yourself, or give me another string. Chongyun pushed back the perverted spicy skewers to Xingqiu. He didn't want to burn himself in anger in an internet cafe, and then lose face by bursting his clothes. Hey, our elemental power is restricted in this internet cafe. Maybe even your pure yang is also suppressed. Eat at ease, you'll be fine. As Xingqiu said, regardless of Chongyun's resistance, he deftly stuffed the perverted spicy skewers into Chongyun's mouth. Immediately, Chongyun felt as if his mouth had been put into a fire and burned. Ah, it's so hot. Water, give me water quickly. Chongyunla rolled on the sofa. Although the pure yang body did not go berserk, but the perverted lie still caused tons of damage to him. Xingqiu handed Chongyun a can of happy water, and Chongyun poured it down without even looking at it. The mouth is hot, and then drink carbonated drinks, the stimulating feeling. I think many people are aware of it. Then, Chongyun foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and shut down for more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, Chongyun's physique is good enough, otherwise Liamo would have asked someone to call Bubulu, an old Huxia doctor. When I came back to my senses, it was already early 8 o'clock. Chongyun glared at Xingqiu complainingly, and hurriedly continued the game, trying to clear the Chris route before 8 o'clock. Continuing the game, according to the information in the data, Chris went to the Acre Research Institute where Chongyun overcame the tyrant. When passing through the prison, Jill was found locked here. After some inquiries, I learned that Jill was also imprisoned here by Weskier. And Jill also learned about Weskier, this mansion, and biochemical research from Chris. Their captain, Weskier, was a traitor, and it was he who caused them to fall into such a dangerous life and death situation. The door of Jill's cell is locked, and Chongyun has to find the key. On the way, he meets Rebecca, who is in a hurry and wants to act together. When the two arrived at the Acre Research Institute, they saw Weskier tapping the keyboard. Chris angrily stepped forward and asked him when he started serving the umbrella company, calling him a cub who recognizes money but does not recognize love. As soon as Weskier heard the music, he immediately picked up a pistol and pointed it at Chris's head and said, I am a spy myself, and I am also a member of the cadres of the umbrella company. There is no such thing as service or non-service. Also, both umbrella and stars are just stepping stones for me. To be precise, both of them serve me. Chris was furious when he heard that, and greeted Weskier from his ancestral home. Weskier was upset by the foul language and shot. Rebecca, Chongyun, and Xingqiu almost choked. This Chris cursed. Why did he shoot Rebecca? It's a bit strange to feel Weskier's attitude towards Chris. Something is wrong. Something is really wrong. Presumably Rebecca also had a question mark on her head, and she was shot for some inexplicable reason. After defeating Rebecca, Weskier continued to threaten Chris with a gun, forcing him to appreciate his most satisfying masterpiece, the tyrant in the training cabin. Chris's evaluation of this is, it's obviously not done well. It's a low-quality product that was rushed out. Give me a pistol, and I can knock it down in minutes. Hearing what Chris said, Weskier just felt that he was ignorant. Such a perfect work has been belittled to be worthless. Then a sudden change occurred, and the tyrant in the training cabin suddenly woke up, and a paw gave Weskier a heartbreaking chill. Next, it is a process similar to the Jill line. After Chris temporarily brought down the tyrant, Rebecca, who had escaped wearing a body armor, turned on the self-explosion system in the laboratory in order to prevent the escape of biochemical weapons. After saving Jill, while the three were waiting for the rescue helicopter, the tyrant appeared again and slapped Jill unconscious. It's reasonable. After all, Jill's line also stunned Chris. Then Chris and Rebecca fought the tyrant fiercely and finally gave the tyrant a fatal blow with the bazooka brought by the support helicopter. In the flames of the explosion in the mansion, the helicopter circled away. Jill is leaning on Chris's shoulder, with Rebecca lying beside her. Well, it feels like a winner in life. The story of the Resident Evil Chris line ends here. Chongyin checked the time. It was 8:52, just right. P.S. Thank you for the 1,000 VIP points rewarded by the boss of the waves are more waves. Chapter 46. The 2 lines of Resident Evil have already been cleared on easy difficulty. However, this story is just beginning. Where did Wesker not die? The man behind Umbrella Corporation is only just surfacing. There are still many secrets in the mansion that have not been understood. Will the virus not spread after the mansion is blown up? In short, just like the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, the people who eat melons feel uncomfortable if they can't see the story behind it. However, there was only one disappointing answer from Liam. That is the next game of Resident Evil. I don't know when it will be launched. Suddenly, there was another burst of complaints in the internet cafe. The door closes on time at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Walnut is playing so late anyway. So I have supper with Liam and Hurley Bell. Hurley Bell has been in virtual circles for thousands of years, and he has never shopped like a common man. Hurley Bell was curious about many things on the street, but his expression remained indifferent. Hu Tao couldn't feel the breath of the living from Hurley Bell, so he asked Liam, where did you find Hurley Bell? Why do I think she doesn't look like a living person, Omega? Truth be told, walnuts are a bit itchy. When encountering people who are not alive and are still running around, Hu Tao can't help but want to be buried. It's like the little zombie Chi-Chi in Bubulu. Although she knows that she has something to do with the Xian family, Hu Tao still wants to bury her when she sees it. However, if they really wanted to fight, it seemed that Holly Bell and Chi-Chi could beat her violently. Liam explained to Hu Tao, Hurley Bell is not a human being. Her race name is Sue, and she is an evil spirit produced by the degeneration of human souls after death. After fighting, devouring, a new self-awareness is produced, and continuous evolution. It will eventually become a broken face like Hurley Bell that has regained the appearance of a human being, the highest level virtual. Hurley Bell was also the queen of the virtual circle for a period of time, but was very unlucky to catch up with the gods fighting in their world. After being caught, I rescued him, and now he is mine. After hearing this, Walnut just wanted to say that Hurley Bell is really someone she can't afford to bury. I also lamented the magic of the different world. The world of the dead is completely different, and there is such a race of evil spirits as Sue. Hurley Bell was a little embarrassed when she heard the words, Queen of the False Circle. She was only able to become the queen because she was left to take care of the mess after Baelgang's death. As a result, as the representative of the virtual circle and the Quincy, the Reaper's side is not in the same order of magnitude at all, which is really embarrassing. After eating supper, the 3 of them went home separately. Hu Tao returned to the Hall of Rebirth, looked down. She could see her feet. I think Hurley Bell couldn't see his feet when he lowered his head. How angry. Among her peers, she is a little worse than Xiangling. On Li Mo's side, after returning to the internet cafe, it's time to smoke games again, but tonight they smoke games and movies. Today's emotional point income is less than yesterday's. Although Resident Evil is also a high-quality game, it is much worse than classics such as Lord of the Rings in terms of emotional mobilization. Counting what was left from yesterday, the total balance today is more than 50,000 emotional points. The enthusiasm of the people who eat melons is very high, the progress of playing games is very fast, and the operation of the computer is also very fast. Compared with standalone games, Liam thinks it is time to launch some multiplayer games. It must be a bit early for online games. After all, the scale of internet cafes has just started, and there are only so many computers. But you can play some LAN online games first, such as Warcraft, Counter-Strike, Red Alert, and other games are very suitable. Many people can play together, and you don't need many people, just a team of a few people will do. But the selection is random, so Liam asked the system if there is any way to increase the probability. And the system's answer is also very direct, that is Krypton Gold. The type is specified in additional multiples of emotion points. The more detailed the specification, the more emotion points will be spent. Damn, it's too black-hearted. Compared with you, Mi Huyo is a great kind person. Liam almost vomited blood the exact types of games piled up to more than a dozen. That's more than 10 times the emotional points. Regardless of the fact that he holds more than 50,000 emotional points in his hand, if there is a wave of precise designation, a small game will probably be gone. So, first specify the type to be narrowed down, and try to pick one up. LMO is based on 5,000 emotional points, designated categories of multiplayer, land battles, and shooting. 3 designated categories cost a total of 20,000 emotion points. Start extracting. Congratulations, you have obtained a copy of the game Counter-Strike. LMO nodded in satisfaction, and the CS game was one of his expectations. After all, there are really not many multiplayer shooting games for land battles, and CS is the earliest and most classic one. P.S. Thank you guys for the flowers and tickets. If you have any games or film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. If it is suitable, the author will arrange it one after another. Chapter 47. LMO is born in the 1990s, and in the 4th grade of elementary school, he secretly hung out in the black internet cafes in the town. At that time, there were only a few games in the black internet cafes, and the first computer game LMO came into contact with was Counter-Strike. The scene of playing this game for the first time is still vivid in his memory. The first game of CS in his life was completed under the guidance of a big brother who was in the first year of junior high school. At the beginning it was a policeman. The elder brother asked him to start in AWP, and then squatted in the middle gate to guard. It was also a coincidence that the bandits on the opposite side all went to the middle door and were shot by LMO one by one. The elder brother, who was in the 1st grade of junior high school, was stunned. In retrospect, the elder brother definitely wanted to see a joke when he asked him to start a sniper, but he didn't expect LMO to completely wipe out his opponents by mistake. After that, LMO never played such an awesome operation again. As for the game, it still needs more people to play together to be lively. LMO also intends to further expand the scale of internet cafes. With a population of nearly 1 million in Liyue Port, 120 computers are not enough. Just today, not to mention getting on the computer, it is difficult to squeeze into an internet cafe and be a melon-eating audience. Therefore, LMO added another wave of computers to internet cafes, reaching 200 computers. Although it is still not enough, but the money is too shy. Basically, the emotional points earned every day will be spent these days. In fact, the development speed of internet cafes is already very fast. There is still some time before the appearance of the traveler and the official start of the plot. LMO does not need to worry at all. Under the night sky, somewhere on the coast at the edge of Mon's land, a yellow-haired ant lying on the beach gradually opened its eyes. Ahem, it's Ingmei, and her name is Huang Mao and is a bit old. My head hurts, where am I? Ingmei stood up holding her dazed head, and looked at the environment she was in now. Her memory still stays in the time when she and Big Brother planned to leave Teyvat, but were intercepted by unknown gods. She seems to be still somewhere in the Teyvat continent, but she doesn't know where the Big Brother is. The sea breeze blew, and Ingmei suddenly felt chilly. Only then did she realize that her strength was gone, and she might not be much stronger than the common people now. After being cold, one is hungry. Ingmei had to find a way to start a fire quickly, and then find something to eat to fill her stomach. If you go to the beach, you can catch crabs and fish. After a while, Ingmei collected a bunch of branches, drilled wood to make fire, and lit a bonfire. After a little warmer, Ingmei started to catch crabs on the beach. Although Ingmei doesn't have the power she had in her heyday, her speed is still much faster than the common people, and it doesn't take much trouble to catch a crab. Fresh crabs are very sweet when baked, but they don't fill your stomach very much. Helpless, Ingmei could only find a stick and a few pieces of rattan, and use a piece of crab leg as bait to go fishing. If you want to find a big brother or something, you have to eat enough and have strength. LMO likes to sleep in, but Holly Bell needs no rest at all. With LMO's consent, Holly Bell opened at 7 o'clock in the morning. At 7 o'clock, there are already many people queuing up outside the internet cafe. Seeing that the internet cafe opened at 7 o'clock, the people queuing up outside were very confused, and everyone thought they were awake. After reacting, he rushed into the internet cafe to take a seat. Seeing that dozens of computers have been added to the internet cafe, the people in the back are relieved. The melon eaters got on the computer, and some hurriedly opened Resident Evil, logged into their own accounts, and continued the strategy from the save point. Some opened up Counter-Strike to see what this new game was all about. Counter-Strike? Looking at the title, this picture seems to be a game with guns like Resident Evil. It's good to have a gun, even if it's a horror game. What does this look like? A multiplayer LAN game. There is a tutorial in the options, which tells how to set up the LAN. How many people can play together? That would be so interesting. According to the instructions in the tutorial, the 70 and 80 people began to study the land connection and soon started several games. There are two camps of police and bandits in the game. According to different maps, it can be roughly divided into three types of game rules. The first one is the classic blasting mode. The bandit camp should place a C4 bomb at a specific point on the map and detonate it, while the police camp should stop or dismantle the bomb. The second is hostage mode. The bandit camp is taking hostages, and the police camp needs to send them to the evacuation point after finding the hostages. The third is death mode. There are no other rules. Whichever side destroys the other side first wins. The rules of the game are almost understood, and the people who eat melons are about to start their passionate chugs. P.S. Thank you guys for the flowers and tickets. If you have any games or film and television works you want to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. If it is suitable, the author will arrange it one after another. Chapter 48. Just after 9 o'clock, Hu Tao came, followed by Mr. Zhongli and Dada Duck. Dada Duck held two big food boxes in his hands, and there was depression hidden in his smiling face. This early in the morning, I want to treat guests to breakfast, and I have to walk around after eating and bring a copy to the owner of the internet cafe and the network administrator. Hey, there is no way, Hu asked him to curry favor with Zhongli. Hu Tao walked to the counter, and when she saw that Liu Mo was not there, her expression was very smug. As soon as someone said that the internet cafe opened at 7 o'clock, he knew that Hurley Bell must be the one who got up early to open the door, and Liu Mo was sleeping late. Liu Mo, hurry down and have breakfast. Hu Tao yelled as she went up to the second floor. Dada Duck put the food box on the counter, and then used his money-making ability to buy 2 seats for himself and Mr. Zhongli. Hey, you have to pay for a seat every time you come. Although Dada Duck is not short of money at all, he is still envious of Walnut's exclusive seat. Who wouldn't be envious? After all, it's too dazzling to have such a seat right now. On the second floor, there is Hurley Bell, the network administrator, who decided to sleep until 12 noon today. But his boss Tao Tao is here, so he will definitely not be able to sleep this lazy sleep. Here we come. I can't even sleep in after all. Liu Mo got up and got dressed reluctantly when he heard Hu Tao's cry. But for the sake of her bringing breakfast, I reluctantly forgave her. Dada Duck. I am the one who spends the money. If you want to thank me, you should also thank me, TT. Dada Duck's plan today is to pass the difficulty of the Resident Evil Chris line. I only finished half of the progress yesterday. I hope that the next 1.5 can get it done today. Walnut sat in his VIP seat and discovered today's new Counter-Strike. After reading the introduction and tutorial of the game, I immediately became interested, and I brought Zhongli, who had played Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, 3 times, to form a team. Entering the land battle, he randomly entered a room that had just opened a vacancy. 10 people were gathered quickly, and the homeowners started the game. Classic map, Desert 2, Blasting Mode, 2 out of 3 rounds. In the first game, Hu Tao and Zhongli were assigned to the bandit camp. The bandit camp started with a lock pistol, and the C4 bomb happened to randomly land on Walnut. Oh, the bomb is here. It turns out that the Hall Master is the chosen one. Walnut is quite proud, and seems to have seen his feat of successfully planting the bomb and detonating it. The homeowner didn't have enough money to start the game. The 3 gangsters put on their bulletproof vests and helmets first, and they looked quite afraid of death. When the armor is full, you can only hold lock. Walnut didn't buy any armor, so he picked up an MP5 submachine gun and loaded it with bullets. Grandpa Zhongli bought a P90 with full bullets. Still in the preparation stage, Hu Tao shouted in the team channel, "Follow me later. Let's charge in a wave, take down the opponent directly, and detonate the bomb." Bandit Dragon set number 1. This voice is Hall Master Hu Omega? Hu Tao. That's right, it's the Hall Master, asterisk, Bandit number 2. Master Hu, you should be the first game, or you should listen to us. Bandit number 3. The 3 of us have already played a few games anyway, and we are relatively familiar with the map. Hu Tao, what are you afraid of? Why don't you just shoot a gun? I just glanced at this map, and I have memorized it by heart. Zhongli. Master, we're only starting the first round, so it's better to be cautious. Hu Tao. Don't be cowardly, just do it. What can I do? I can only listen to Walnut. Hall Master, who is the landlord of the internet cafe, and has an unusual relationship with the boss, so how can they provoke them? At the end of the preparation stage, Hu Tao walked towards Hole B with a gun in his hand. Just now, he looked at the map and pasted the left side of the map directly from Hole B to a bomb placement point. 5 people from the bandit camp acted together. As soon as they entered Cave B, they saw a figure flashing by the stairs on the right. Apparently, a person from the police camp went to the middle gate to investigate the situation and happened to come across the 5 people in Hu Tao. Just when Hu Tao was thinking about whether to chase this person first or continue to plant bombs at point B, a cylinder flew up from the bottom of the stairs. After bouncing twice on the wall, a burst of dazzling white light burst out, and the 5 members of the bandit camp were instantly blinded. Walnut. Ah, eyes my eyes, I can't see anything. Zhongli. Hall Master, don't panic, step back, there is a cave behind you. Bandit camp number 1. It's a flash bomb, it's over. Boom, boom, boom. With a few loud gunshots, the blind Hu Tao and number 2, the bandit leader, were headshot and fell to the ground. The other 3 recovered their vision and shot at the figure on the stairs. But the figure had already calculated the blinding time of the flash bomb and retreated in time. P.S. My heart is very uncomfortable today, and there are 2 more chapters that may be updated very late. I hope I won't suddenly disappear. Chapter 49. Hu Tao looked at his gray-white spectator angle, and the corners of his eyes twitched. He just said that he was going to use a wave of beautiful detonated bombs to win, and he was forced to kill him with a headshot before he even installed it. This is Liu Mo, who said that the great cause has not been accomplished, and the middle way has collapsed. Look at the kill prompt. Congealing, Desert Eagle headshot kill, Walnut. Ningguang, Desert Eagle headshot kill, Bandit Camp Longtao number 2. It turned out to be Ningguang's Sigma. Hu Tao was startled. She didn't expect that Ningguang was the one who killed her in the opposite police camp. That's right, it's the glare. Moreover, Ningguang is still the owner of the house. It was still early to arrange work today, and the subordinates reported that the internet cafe opened early today, and she came to play before 8 o'clock. It has to be said that Ningguang's game talent is also extremely high, and he quickly got started with the CS game. Thoughtful, it only took her more than an hour to understand the gameplay and the map of Desert 2 almost. I met 5 people from the other party at the B-hole, and used flash bombs to kill 2 of them, and then told the other 4 people to rush this way. On the side of the bandit camp, Mr. Zhongli picked up the bomb, and the 3 covered each other and hurried to point B. The hall master died, so the job of arranging the bomb naturally fell on Keqing. Although I don't know if there is still an ambush at point B, but this is the only way to do it now. Fortunately, no one was squatting at point B, and the other 2 were staring at the entrance of hole B and door B. Mr. Zhongli successfully placed the C4 bomb. As soon as the bomb hit, a countdown beeped immediately, and the police camp also received a reminder and quickly surrounded them. Ningguang and a Long Tao were at the entrance of Cave B, while the other 3 dragons rushed to Gate B. Regardless of status or brains, the 4 people in the police camp are willing to listen to Ningguang's wisdom. As for the bandit camp, Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli only played the first round, and the other 3 only played a few rounds of miscellaneous fish. Only Mr. Zhongli and the 2 extras were left, and Ningguang was not careless, letting his teammates throw flash bombs and grenades before rushing out. As a result, after the flash bomb flashed blind, the grenade was directly wiped out by the bandit camp. No one was killed in the police camp, and there was plenty of time to dismantle the bombs. As the C4 bomb was dismantled, it was announced that Ningguang's team had won the first game. In the second game, the 2 sides changed camps. In the birth point of the police camp, Hu Tao, Zhongli, and the other 3 actors all had awkward expressions. The loss in the first game was too thorough, it was completely crushed. There is also a bad thing. The loser will have less money in the next round, so the equipment they can buy will be limited. No one on Hu Tao's side got a kill, so this round is still only able to afford a submachine gun. As for the bandit camp, although Ningguang had the money to buy automatic rifles like AK, he still chose submachine guns plus grenades, bomb disposal tools and armor. Ningguang's 4 teammates, on the other hand, purchased firearms and equipment according to the division of labor. At the beginning of the game, Ningguang walked through the middle door with a cannon fodder and asked the other 3 to walk through the A door with a bomb. On the police side, Hu Tao and Zhongli went to defend point A, and the other 3 pointers went to defend point B. Hu Tao and Zhongli went to gate A and encountered 3 people from the bandit camp and immediately began to exchange fire. Hey, my hall master flashed it. Walnut fired a flashbang into the door. Just now, I suffered a lot from the flash bomb. Hu Tao saved some bullet money in this round and wanted to buy a flash bomb. Regardless of whether anyone escaped or not, Hu Tao rushed to the door with Mr. Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli had no choice but to keep up. Fortunately, the 3 people on the opposite side were also relatively good, and they were all flashed through the door. After a burst of gunshots, Walnut, MP5 kill, is the first player in the bandit camp. Zhongli, UMP45 kill, is the second player in the bandit camp. Zhongli, UMP45 kill, is the third player in the bandit camp. Hu Tao was very upset that the heads of the 2 were taken away by the old man Zhongli. She is the hall master, so she should get 2 heads. At this moment, 3 more kill prompts appeared. Congealing light, killed by high explosive grenade, is the #1 utility in the police camp. The bandit camp dragon set #4, M4 kills. The police camp dragon set #2. Ningguang, P90 kill, #3 in the police camp. Both the police and the bandits died 3 times, but the bomb fell on Gata now. If Ningguang wants to win, he has to face it no matter what. Zhongli, the ambush is ready. This game must take revenge from the previous game. Hu Tao is very vengeful. Ningguang made her die so embarrassingly in the last round. She must earn back this round. Hu Tao and Zhongli stared at the south side of Gate A alone, and stared at Point A alone. Ningguang led the remaining teammate to Point A, and she was not sure what defensive measures Hu Tao and her guest would take. But don't worry too much, she still has a smoke bomb in her hand. From the slope of the middle gate to Gate A, let your teammates act as shields in front, and throw the smoke bomb into Gate A. In an instant, thick white smoke filled the entire small room at door A. P.S. There is another update, which will be released at about 10 o'clock. Chapter 50. The smoke released by the smoke bomb filled the entire small room at door A, and the walnut hidden behind the box could not see anything for an instant. Zhongli, there is someone on my side. Hu Tao hurriedly informed Mr. Zhongli, but he was not sure whether there was 1 person or 2 people here. While speaking, there were already footsteps approaching. Walnut emerged from the back of the box, facing the doorway, and just passed by with a shuttle. The sound of bullets penetrating the wooden door was heard, followed by a kill prompt. Walnut, MP5 kill, is the 4th player in the bandit camp. Ho ho, Xiaomian, I also want to do this little trick. Before Hu Tao finished speaking, he heard footsteps approaching again, and the gun in her hand is being reloaded. Condensation, P90 headshot kill, Walnut. Taking advantage of the walnuts to change bullets, Ningguang rushed in and sent a shuttle to the back of the box. Hu Tao, Zhongli, avenge my home master, #. Walnut shouted angrily in the channel. In this round, she wanted to kill Ningguang herself to take revenge, but in the end, Ningguang was overwhelmed again. Ningguang is indeed a black-hearted woman. Zhongli, master, I will try my best, Mr. Zhongli can't guarantee that he can beat Ningguang. He has only played the second game, and he doesn't understand many things. And Ningguang seems to have a little understanding of this game, so it's hard to deal with. The old man Zhongli was cautious, and he turned his head and found that there was no one in the small room at door A before entering. There was no trace of Ningguang, and the bomb package on the ground was gone. It seems that Ningguang is also very cautious, choosing to leave with the C4 bomb without knowing his location. So, will Ningguang go to point B or point A to plant the bomb next? It's a long way to go to point B, and if you go to point A, it's just around the corner. If you guess the wrong place, you will have to waste a lot of time just traveling. Once the fire is exchanged, the time to dismantle the bomb is basically lost. At this time, it can only be blocked. Grandpa Zhongli thought for a moment, then immediately turned back to point from the long road on the right side of the map. Fortunately, he was right. He walked over halfway and saw Ningguang walk from above the police birth point to point A, before he had time to plant the bomb. How did he know I was here? Guess. Ningguang was a little surprised, but it was expected. There are only 2 bomb placement points. If you don't go there, you come here. There is no time to place the bomb, and then it depends on who can kill whom. Ningguang is condescending and has a box as a cover, but Zhongli has no cover at all. It seems that the advantages are all on Ningguang's side. However, the battle ended in an instant. Zhongli, UMP-45 headshot kill, stairs. Against the gun, Ningguang lost. And still in the case of a bunker. The 2 raised their guns at the same time, and only 1 bullet hit Zhongli's head. And the bullets that Zhongli fired were all on Ningguang's head. Looking at the gray and white failure screen, Ningguang is a little unbelievable. The opponent's marksmanship is really a rookie who just played the second game. An instant headshot, a direct instant kill, is simply outrageous. Perhaps just a coincidence. Otherwise, there is really no suitable explanation. It's amazing, my Keqing. I knew you would be able to avenge me. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Hu Tao was very happy. She didn't raise Zhongli for nothing, so she was still useful at critical times. It's just luck. Sometimes luck is also very important. Mr. Zhongli's words were a little modest. Although there is indeed an element of luck in it, strength accounts for more. Just like Ningguang, Keqing, Dada Duck, and Hu Tao, what Zhongli is limited is his strength and physical fitness, rather than comprehension, observation, and the ability to manipulate the body. Ningguang practiced marksmanship better than others in an hour, and Zhongli was even more perverted. 6,000 years of comprehension and body control allow him to control the recoil of the gun through fine micromanipulation after firing a few shots. Generally speaking, the horizontal recoil of the gun is random and uncontrollable. Grandpa Zhongli can't control it either, but he can correct it at the limit speed. At this stage, professional players can't beat those masters, but it's still okay to bully Ningguang. The Walnut team and the Ningguang team are tied 1-1. Next, the third game will determine the outcome. The camps of the two sides switched. The Walnut team returned to the bandit camp, and the Ningguang team returned to the police camp. The result of the third round, it can be said that there is basically no suspense. Mr. Zhongli's marksmanship has been awakened, and Hu Tao created a mob-style 4-guarantee-1 tactic. In the bombardment of the flash grenade, keep the old man Zhongli alive. The AK-47 in the hand of the old man Zhongli is 2 shots and 1. He just moved around coquettishly, and Mr. Zhongli took a few extra shots. 3-2, win. The game Counter-Strike has no clearance rewards, and Li Mo will hold competitions in the future. Hu Tao felt that the champion was none other than himself. She has a General Zhongli under her command, who can fight against her.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.